And hello everyone, welcome to the stream. So today is usual Saturday novel night. The format that I actually don't like right now because usually I'm streaming till 4 am or 5 am. And well, the first 2, 3, maybe 4 times it was okay, but nowadays it's like you waste your Sunday. Like Sunday does not exist anymore. Alright, so the games that I'm trying to play today is Teeny Bonnie. It was recommended by Annie Benny Robber. I know that was released in 2020, but despite of this, actually, it's still not a full game. They released the first episode in 2020. For 2022, just 3 episodes of 5. So in the future there will be 2 more episodes. That's it. I don't know how long is this game because when I was checking long plays, it was like 3 hours, but how many episodes were? I am not sure. I have no idea. Also, if you check the credits here, it was done by a Russian team. Yeah, also Russian names here. And let me check the sound. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Testing, testing, testing. I believe it's fine. So, I know nothing about this game. That's it. Oh, it's actually animated. In the settings, full screen, skip. I don't know what does it mean. Definitely they cannot be like zero endings, or can they? I'm not sure. Okay, let us go. It's a window? The wind clouds at my window all night long. By the way, it's was saying in settings that says voiceover, but maybe in dialogues only. And what will be the voiceover? In Russian? By the way, the game a little bit loud, I believe. Let me change the sound level. Here, maybe better. Alright. Let's check the buttons. Backlog, auto, maybe skip, menu, glossary. Let me check it. Empty right now. Will be about specific Russian things like an everlasting summer or something. It wandered the fields and how it's like a hungry beast. An endless song waited from all sorts of voices, shrill, gentle, snitty, twined in the air. They were shouting and laughing and arguing about something. Someone was running through the snow while casting long shadows that would occasionally creep close to my bed. Our house had a mind of its own, the creaky old mind of a building that had seen a lot in its days and was seemingly trying to share its wisdom with the inhabitants. The lonely house faced the forest, and the dark green thicket gazed back with its hollow eyes, rustling within, swaying back and forth. Very strange. One could come out and stand at the edge of the forest to assure themselves there was nobody behind the crooked trees. Fuzzy silhouettes swaying in the wind couldn't possibly do any harm. Just a play of light and shadow. Just a play. I knew it was just my imagination. I was already 12? After all, 12. Let's see, 7, 8, 8, 9, 9, 10, 10, 11, 11, 12, 12, so then. So it's like 5th or 6th grade. 5th it's not old enough, but 6th grade, yes, definitely. Still. It's a fox! I see a fox here. They all will arrive. Like in Harry Potter.
убери книгу немедленно.
It's a Russian voice. Seriously. Well, it was unexpected. Gregory Skull, hey, put away your book.
Сколько раз говорила, не читай за столом, вредно. Сидишь, сутулился весь.
I can't believe this. They send everything here. How many times? In this case, if it was English voiceover, of course there's no English voiceover, right? Yeah, it's Russian by default. So I must read everything anyway, like I'm doing in Nina's Konya. How many times have I told you not to read at the table? It's bad for your health. Look at how slow shit you are. You mean, this kyphos disease. Something, but it's not related to reading the book. Just keep your posture and place it not on the table but in front of you. Height. So it's interactive visual novel. Let me check what's here. Yeah, it's typical Soviet tradition to put all these stickers. Permanent stickers, by the way. The refrigerator. And I actually had totally the same radio here. Totally the same as my own. It's kinda interesting, but calendar? No, I don't remember such design that you put in it. It's something. Maybe it's something ancient, like 1950s, 60s. I don't know, maybe it will be 90s, but in this case, such design didn't exist already. Is there any other option except hide? If I just continue, click somewhere else? No, let's hide it. Where did you hide it? I didn't protest and put the book about Conan the Barbarian aside. Yeah, so it's 19th already. I also read it. And it was really boring for me, I must say. Maybe it was terrible translation or something. I was stuck on a line I couldn't understand after reading it 3 times anyway. Yeah, that's why I didn't read it. Same was for me. Oля had already finished her breakfast and was munching on some cookies. She was so enthusiastic, she almost looked like your typical girl from commercials.
Пока не съешь, из-за стола не встанешь.
You're not going anywhere until you finish all of it. Well, obviously, translation here is adapted, it's not a literal translation. I, on the other hand, was still trying to drill a hole in the plate with my eyes, as it would make the porridge disappear. Yeah, by the way, it's also same for me. I didn't like the home food, and usually people don't like something that was cooked by your parents. But in America it's totally different. Home cooking, everyone loves it. It's very strange for me. Because those people, they are not chefs, not experienced in cooking, so usually what they cook is garbage. Hazy anxiousness welled up inside, all because of the previous sleepless night, the black forest around our house and the looming wind. Maybe just food in America is different, like beef steaks, hamburgers, or something, but here it was just veggies and... Well, maybe it's healthy food, but people didn't look healthy after eating it. The longer I waited, the clearer the lumpy white substance became. Well, at least I maybe liked porridge. Not sure even what is it. Looked like a jellyfish from the Cousteau Odyssey. Cousteau Odyssey. I love the show. It's a French word. I wonder how horrifying the bottom of the ocean is. Cousteau. Or how cool the Black Forest is at night. It's kinda strange that in English French words actually spell it in French, so it's very hard to guess how to pronounce it correctly, but I heard them in real life, so I know. The spoon fell out of my hand. Mom showed me with a cold glare from her green eyes. Wait a second, we are playing as a boy? Because on the screenshots, as far as I saw, it was a girl, but maybe we just main character, so we cannot see ourselves. Well, I know nothing.
Что я говорила?
What did I just say? She's just saying, what am I saying right now?
Я достану.
Something. I'll get it? I didn't get it quite. I had 10 seconds to catch my breath before bumping the nasty porridge once again. I felt around for the spoon. No, it was in the past, but in current time. Anyway, I'm not good in adaptations between several languages, obviously. So, this adaptation is really, very, really good. What is this? Card on the other side of the table. Karina? It's a name. Whose name? We know that this girl name was Oля. Our mother's name? What was it? It wasn't said. Ah, it's my mom's name. Okay, now we know. I guess she carved it out with something point there when she was little. She was a rascal damaging the furniture like that. She would scold me for a week if I did something similar, though. Should I remind her about it? No, she's been a bit of bad mood lately. Imagine her being my age, sitting under this table. Imagine that the Holy Family living in the same apartment all their life, with the same furniture, without changing and upgrading. Hello. Okay, I cannot pronounce your nickname, but hello again here. Nice to see you. I wonder, was my mom afraid of the dark back then? My own house, just checking who's online to say hello. Oh, I see. This game is some kind of visual novel, and it's actually, as I understand, interactive. Well, I know nothing about it, just started it. Just was recommended. I know that there's only 3 episodes out of 5, and 2 episodes will be released. Looks like every single year they release 1 episode, because in 2020 they was available on just 1. Right now it's 3, so let's see. It was created by Russian developers, so we in Russia right now, maybe in 90s again, like in Everlasting Summer that I played. But it's a creepy horror story. You see this design? Everything is black and white, grayscale. Right, I wonder, was my mom afraid of the dark back then? Or the sounds coming from the attic? Or the thick forest? I imagine my grandma coming into my little mom's room, sitting on the edge of her bed where Ola sleeps nowadays, and saying this in her soft, smooth voice. Yeah, visual is very interesting.
Тайга — особое место, дитятка.
Taiga is a special place, little girl, and they voice here all in Russian. Hurt vibes.
Она к тебе присматривается, принюхивается,
Very creepy. It's watching you closely, sniffing you out,
словно хочет понять, что ты за зверь такой.
trying to discern what kind of beast you are.
Понравишься, в беде не бросит.
If you're a good sort, it won't abandon you in times of trouble.
А будешь проказничать, схватит за бочок и утащит с собой под землю.
But if you're bad apple, it'll grab you by the side and drag you under the ground.
Тут и дело с концом.
And that would be it. Grandma was caring. She never fought with anybody, never yelled, never swore. Those were the times without the maddening screams until late at night, without smashed dishes and mutual accusations. Our parents used to love each other back then. I remember listening in one of their conversations by chance. They were talking about Grandma getting prepared for her funeral. She had already bought a casket, and she called it her cute funeral box. What the heck? It waited for its time in the closet, patiently. That's very creepy. It was black, upholstered with meat-colored material on the inside. I saw it when my grandma was getting buried. The house didn't change since the time she was alive, only all of the photos were gone. Glass-covered pictures with grey faces of my ancestors, they all had a dead but watchful look in their eyes. I crawled out from under the table. Olia was down with her cookies and was looking at my chair like a sly woodland critter. I turned my gaze toward the frosted window. There were a lot of dark pines outside, but they didn't grab my attention. The pattern of rose formed a picture of the glass.
Оля, гляди, лиса!
It's definitely a fox here. Fox here. Olia, look, it's a fox.
Где?
Wow. It looked almost like those optical illusion things they put on the back of student notebooks. So this game is about the fox? Mixture of lines at first glance, but if you blur your vision a little bit and look under a certain angle,
Да не на улице, на стекле.
not outside, on the window.
Смотри, вот нос, вот.
Look, has the nose and has...
Ну-ка, доедай.
Hey, eat up!
Да, да, сейчас.
Yes, just a moment.
Я ничего не вижу.
I don't say anything.
Живо. Совсем немного осталось.
Rav, there's not much left. Why is his mom is so angry?
не похоже.
Oh, there it is, but it still doesn't look like one.
А я говорю, похоже.
And I'm telling you it does.
Не-а.
Nope,
Похоже.
it does.
Прекратите. Ну что за дети?
Stop it, these kids, I swear. I couldn't see the fox either. Seriously, what was this? It disappeared. Went away. Only the frosty patterns, similar to stretched out nettle leaves, kept creeping out the glass. My dad entered the kitchen with long, measured steps. I want to have a bird like his when I grow up. Hated bird. Mom would always ask jokingly, "Come on, shave it off, it stinks." This was so long ago. Nowadays, ramen noodles and video comebacks were an everyday occurrence. Olia always covers her ears. Now she hears something like, "What's the point in all this?" Though through the walls. "It's all for your sake," Dad would reply. "For the sake of our family." I always got everything in fear of hearing the most dreaded, the deadliest words that started with a D. Divorce? Divo? I don't even want to finish it. It was scary to imagine that me and my little sister could be torn apart and taken to different families. Why torn apart? Divorce doesn't mean that children will be apart.
Да что твоя лиса? Вот у меня на окне сова.
Anyway, your fox is nothing. I have an O on my window.
Опять ты со своей совой.
You and your O. Talk again.
Так ты же вчера мне верил.
You said you believed me just yesterday.
Никто ключи от машины не видел?
Has anybody seen my car keys?
Вроде оставлял на подоконнике.
I remember leaving them on the windowsill.
Вроде.
Right, it's right.
Вроде оставлял, вроде нет.
Yeah, it was maybe. Maybe you did, and maybe not.
Вроде взрослый мужчина, отец двоих детей, а вроде...
You maybe grown man, a father of two, and maybe she's using the same words, but obviously in English it's not possible to use this.
Перестань, пожалуйста, Карина.
Karina, please stop.
Дай мне спокойно собраться.
Just let me get ready in peace.
В корзине твои ключи, возле телефона.
Keys are in the basket, near the phone.
Огромное тебе человеческое спасибо.
Well, thank you very much.
Антон, ешь быстрее, а то как мученик сидишь.
So right now the main character's name is Anton. Anton, stop making what monster out of yourself and finish eating already.
А сова?
But the owl.
Не было там никакой совы.
There was no owl.
Была.
But there was one.
Глазюки огромные. Во, и светятся.
It had giant glowing eyes. Well, she said it had a giant eyes and they were glowing. But seriously, alright, I'm not talking about English annotation. When I sprang up from the chair and placed your hands on your little face, rotating a pair of eyes with your fingers, the size of an apple each.
В прошлом году бабай в шкафу, сейчас сова.
Last year you had Baba in your closet, now it's this. Oh well, I know it is Baba, but it seems that something was added in glossary. I wonder how it looks like. In Slavic folklore, so it's only in Slavic folklore, an assurance spirit used by parents who threaten their ill-behaving children. Yes, but that was spirit? Never heard about it. Usually, all the creatures are real. Spirits are not real. Well, I mean, not materialized one. But Babai was materialized, so not a spirit. So kinda wrong with this glossary.
Но я же видела!
But I saw it! Oля shifted her gaze back and forth. From that to mom to me, but couldn't find any support.
А ты не думала подружиться с ней, нет?
Have you thought about befriending it?
Вымышленными мышами покормить, например?
You know, like feeding up his imaginary mind.
Не подначивай ребенка.
Don't bully our girl.
Просто мала еще. И спать одна боится.
She's just afraid to sleep alone because she's still little. She actually said it in a very rude tone and with rude words, so not little like literal miserable pile or something. What about if she leaves in rebellion and rushed into the hallway, so like both parents don't like their children? The staircase that led to the second floor creaked. Mom gave that a strict look. Oh, that look in her eyes, it's so uncomfortable to be pinned under it. Oh, by the way, I just noticed that you cannot see Mother, but her eyes are visible. They just snorted in reply and left, ringing with the keys he just found. A minute had passed, and the theme song from The Little Mermaid echoed through the house, so it's 90s. That's for sure. Obviously it was Disney. It was stored on incredibly worn-out cassette tape, which Dad already had to glue together once. It's so easy to fix objects by gluing them back together, for example. But how do you fix a relationship? And why do you need to fix it? I moved to the living room, and I was left alone, anxiously stealing glances at the window. Oля had trouble sleeping ever since we moved to this house. She would toss and turn on, curl up in the ball under her blankets. Sometimes she would jump up in the middle of the night and turn on the visor. Cartoons helped to take your mind off all the troubles we had with the move and our parents. What the heck was this? It's all. And then Ola said she saw that giant flying monster outside her window. She became obsessed with it. Our parents did everything in their power. They tried every little trick to get rid of those ridiculous fears. Ola refused to sleep alone and didn't believe that the Ola was just one of her nightmares. So why you not placing the curtains to the window? It's so easy. Till last night I was unsure what to make of my sister's words. What to think of it myself. Can nightmares be infectious? That night I couldn't get a wink of sleep and ended up thinking of what to expect from my new school. There were a couple of days left before the beginning of a new term. My imagination drew long twisting hallways that led to a classroom full of kids. But all the students behind their desk were simply dark figures cut out using a template. Circular halls. What's this ambient? Circular halls gave it in the middle of the... oh gosh, of their faces and pairs of eyes blinking inside those halls. It was as if someone completely different creatures were looking at me from behind their flat black silhouette. By the way, it's a cat. Is it Michael Jackson? Not quite sure, but might be. Dinosaur? I mean, it's awesome here. By the way, how can I save? In the menu? Let me check. Can I die in this game? I doubt, of course, but who knows? What is this? I? Ah, 1! The cruel glares, filled with icy sneers, made me shiver from head to toe. Will I survive here? Won't they gun up on me and beat me down? stomped me with their blooded shoes? That damn school can burn for all I care. Just wish it for anything to happen to it. Doesn't really matter what. I didn't want to go there that badly. Same for me, by the way. I didn't want to see people who are just itching to smack me on the head, tip me up, think of a new offensive name for me, worse than the previous one. Seriously, this actually game is about me. Except that I'm not wearing glasses. And my parents already were divorced. And he said, yeah, it's wrong, we should not fix relationship, it's better to divorce. Divorce will fix everything. See, they're very unhappy in home because of this. If they were divorced, it would be much better. People just do not understand that it's actually a good thing. I felt like the glasses I wore made me an outsider or some sort of monster, not glasses, it's actually other things that separate you from others. Not for sure. My gaze lit across the drawings hanging on the walls. I couldn't consider myself a great artist, but Olia begged me to hang them. Drawing was the only thing that made me happy as of late. Well, for me it was video games, obviously. A small circle of friends had also enjoyed my paintings, so he had friends, he's very lucky. And they promised to call me from time to time. Sometimes I imagine Mom picking up the phone and saying in a cold voice, "You've got the wrong number." Or, "Anton is not around." Anton is not around. Imagine my future classmates lying in their beds, just like me, listening to the howls of invisible werewolves outside their windows. Maybe my new classmates will like me after all? It's a new school for you. Well, I think they will not like you. But who would ever like a boy with thick glasses? I mean, my dad used to wear glasses when he was little, and now he's married to the most beautiful woman on the planet? My mom? What? Strange. The house creaked, pressed by the wind. The condo we used to live in, a 9-floor concrete building, buzzed with the neighbor's drill, mumbled with a twist set when behind the wall cried like a baby from the big family next door. Our current house, though I can't really call it new, was completely different. It was silent and easy going during the day. Shadows lay dormant in the corners, on the closest cobwebs and under the stairs. But they all woke up during the night. Something was watching me from every corner, almost as if the old photos of my deceased family, with their ashen eyes, were hanging on the walls in place of my drawings. The floor was squeaking, rusty drains were moaning, the attic was occupied by noisy drafts. One could think the house was performing some sort of demonic melody. And then at least I was, in fact, hearing music. It was already playing for a good while. Somewhere at the edge of my perception, I could hear a flute. It was mixed in with the sound of the wind of the creaking old house, and my thoughts too. I stood up and rushed to the window. I wanted to assure myself that this music was nothing more than a product of my imagination. It's not like someone is playing it there, amidst the cold snowy night, right? No key we can open and nothing else right now. But he actually has a coordinates. What's going on? It's a bear. It's a wolf. It's a fox. It's a wall. Someone was dancing in the fields. Nice game. Black silhouettes I could barely make out with the dark forest as their backdrop. They jumped around, basked in moonlight, bumped into piles of snow, rolled around, and crawled on all fours. This is a flute. Stories about wolves playing under the moon came to mind, but these were clearly not wolves. They stood upright at times, cycled around holding hands, and whipping up snow, disappearing into the shadows for a brief moment and then coming back. Something bizarre was going on. Shadows dancing in the starless abyss made my imagination go wild, making me anxious at the same time. Suddenly the music had stopped. Steaming a bird or something? Yeah, I say it was all. So wolf or bear, fox and I don't know, maybe squirrel, who knows. Dancing shadows froze in place and, I could swear, pierced me with their eyes. One of the silhouettes immediately parted from the bizarre shadow carnival and sprinted across the field with a giant lips. It glided on squeaky snow without leaving any prints until it was devoured by the pitch-black shadow of my house, which became even darker and thicker. My heart was jumping around like the bird inside a cage. But why? There might be you new friends? I would never avoid something like this if I would be in such situation in my childhood, that's for sure. Shut the curtains with a swift motion and stepped back toward the bed. They saw me, so what? It's good? No. Why are you afraid of this? Recent torrents of fear washed over me. I stood in the middle of a perfectly dark room and listened to some unwanted guest move and scrub around, looking for an entrance. The sound moved to the right. So, looks like they figured out that someone else can see them, except themselves. So what? What's the problem is? Alright, some moved to the right. Then cycled around the house. Now my guest should be at the front door. No, I cannot say that this game is horror. Quite the opposite. I jumped in my bed and covered myself with the blankets as if it could protect me. The checklists of fear blocked my muscles. I remember the funeral, my grandma lying there, hands crossed on her chest, her facial features sharp like that of a teen dog. Ants running up and down the legs of chairs that held my grandpa's casket. Imagine those little creatures climbing up your head and pulling up your eyelids with their teeny legs. What the heck? Then her wrinkly eyeballs would once again move inside their sockets and she'll be able to see her grandchildren. I was chanting the spell she taught me, so in the whole procedure. And now, lying under the blanket and listening to squeaks and howls, I was repeating the same words.
На острове Буяне, в синем океане, стоит Думалина, в ней сам глина, волосы седые, чертям еда, раба Божьего Антона не тронут никогда.
Some religions. On the island Buyan, which actually Pushkin, underneath the blemished sun, in the sea of color blue, stands a cabin made of wood.
Бесы забудут дорогу к дому.
Okay, English was not related to religion. Even leave this house must.
Мертвый к мертвому, живой к живому.
Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Okay, this is related to religion. Bizarre sounds had disappeared. I cautiously peeked out from under the blankets and saw curtains waving around like a hungry man. And then the night dosed me with a new portion of boiling terror. The sound scratched at my eardrums. In reality, something or someone were scratching at the front door, hardly clawing at wood, demanding to be let in. The door was shut. Dad had become very cautious recently, so he installed a sturdy lock. I remember him staring at the force intently, as if he was looking for someone.
Мертвое к мертвому.
Ashes to ashes. Well, he's saying dead to dead.
Живое к живому.
And living to living. Dust to dust. I hugged my knees, placing my chin between them and drilling the door with my eyes was so flimsy and weak before the might of darkness. And then... What the heck is this? If they could enter, why they cannot open this door? Sounds strange. The doorknob twitched slightly. Then it turned away once, twice, as if the person who tried to enter had no hands. The doorknob tilted once more and then... started clicking wildly. It's very loud here, that's for sure. My jaw crumbled from hair, my wet fingers clutched the blanket. The door creaked and opened. The wind out at me, rolling inside the thin rains. Now, you'll see. The door was wide open. The darkness reset inside the carnivorous mouth of a doorway. To? I can't quite understand due to this music what he's trying to say. It was if the night itself was calling out to me, flapping its black wings and squeaking with rusty fingers. So he will become a teeny bunny at the end? Well, if they release the last 2 episodes, of course. I was trembling and snared by the web of darkness that hung in the corners of my room, waiting for the one who waved it to come out of the gaping black hole. They say Tosha. Ah, Tony, Anthony. So Anton. Kid's name for Anton is Tosha. Now I understand what's going on. Interesting. My abdomen tightens and my chest rose up, ready to exhale a desperate scream. But before I was able to do anything, the darkness asked me.
Ты спишь, Тоша?
It was his sister. Tosha, are you asleep? Well, you asleep. Okay. My sister's pale face protruded from the thick shadows. Obviously, they could not able to open the entrance door. How can they open your room's door? I almost screamed from relief.
Оля, я не сплю. Что случилось?
Oля, I'm not sleeping. Did something happen? Oля frowned and stuck out her lower lip, a clear sign that she was about to cry.
Оно опять прилетело и пялится на меня.
So again, staring at me. I don't understand why it's a problem, strange kids.
Прогони ее, Тоша. Прогони, пожалуйста.
Show her away, Tosha, show away, please. Okay, the missing words here. Translation.
Я так боюсь.
I'm so scared. The fear that was thrown at me just a minute ago crawled away and hid somewhere in my stomach. I needed to calm Ola down.
Это был сон, глупая. Не пугайся. Сны не кусаются. Никто тебя не обидит.
It was just a dream, Celia. Don't be scared, dreams don't bite. No one going to harm you. Ola sobbed. She was trying her best to believe me. But was I sure myself?
У меня есть идея.
I have an idea.
А пойдем к тебе в комнату, видик посмотрим. Спящую красавицу, например.
Let's go to your room and watch the video. Sleeping Beauty, for example.
Тебе же нравится этот мультик?
You like the cartoon, don't you? Obviously Disney.
Почему у спящей красавицы принца у меня эта страшная птица?
Why does the Sleeping Beauty have a prince and I have the scary birds? Because you judge everything and everyone by the image. You don't even know what is this bird. The question took me by surprise.
Ладно, давай посмотрим Золушку.
Alright, let's watch Cinderella. My thoughts became tangled further. By the way, this family is rich, they have viscera, I didn't have it until Zeros. What was that? What startled me with its eyes while dancing fairly on the moon? Animals! The darkness was clinking to the window, and it couldn't be fooled by Grandma's old chants. Not animals, sorry, furries. That's for sure. It couldn't be satisfied with a feast of large and long ashen hair.
Тоша, ты идешь?
Tosha, you coming?
Да, сейчас.
Yes, just a moment. What the hell? That was interesting. Is he dead now? Oh gosh, he was asleep all the time. So, he saw this outside of the window. Next, he fell asleep. Next, it was a nightmare, so it was not real. I think that these theories are good. Why not? That's why I didn't want to laugh at Ola at all in the morning. Who could be visiting us here? In the middle of nowhere. We don't know anyone around here. So persistent. I felt extremely unsettled. Maybe it's a postman? Felt extremely unsettled just from a silly thought that our morning guests could come from the woods. Could barely hear voices coming from the front door. My mind was arguing me to hide. In the closet, under the table, behind the curtains, where Ole always hides. What? But curtains are nearby the window, what?
Тоша, подойди-ка сюда.
Ah, maybe when they're playing hide and seek or something. Tosha, come here. I felt like kettlebells? Well, in Elverson summons I just use the name cutlets, but here kettlebells? What is this? We tried tied to my feet. Wait a second, what is kettlebells? Okay, guess it wrong. What is kettlebells? I thought he was talking about the food, but not something else. Stupid meal. Kettlebells. It's like dumbbells, but kettlebells, so usually you see it just bells? Kettlebells? Never heard this scene despite that I was attending gym in the past here in the United States. I landed on my feet but still dragging them toward the hallway. Police? Somebody died? They have crosshair, Yula? What else? Phone? Very old one? It's definitely 90s, despite the phone it's old. Nice. Seriously, I love this game already. I know what will be in the future. Couple of policemen toward over me in the doorway. Maybe I should, if I will not able to finish it today, I should continue it on Sunday? Why not? They smelled like frost and moray. My mom always winced and grumbled the moment she saw patrol cars. Worse than bandits. That's right. The moment though, she looked somewhat confused.
Здравствуйте.
Hello? The senior officer who wore green expression nodded.
Тут мальчик вчера потерялся. Вовой зовут.
A boy had gone missing yesterday. His name's Vova.
Глянь, пожалуйста. Ты его не видел?
Look at this, please. Have you seen him? The policeman held out a photograph to me. Nice animation. Very nice. There was a junior boy around the age of elementary school, pictured with a wall carpet at the backdrop. He had a striped cat in his hands and wore a wild smile.
Нет.
No, I haven't. Despite that, he just said no.
Точно? Посмотри внимательнее.
Are you sure? Look closely.
Где мне его видеть? Я тут никого не знаю, да и из дома-то почти не выхожу.
Where would I see him? I don't know anyone around here. I barely leave the house.
А может, видел в окно?
Well, maybe you've seen him from the window?
Да. У тебя ведь окна на лес.
That's right. Your windows look straight at the forest, don't they? The window.
Нет, не видел.
No, haven't seen anything.
Ясно.
I see. He sounded tired, but his eyes, his stare long and heavy, was full of suspicion. I squirmed unwillingly under the weight of guilt which his giant shadow cast over me. The policeman finally turned his eyes from me and glanced over the hallway, the stairway and the cracks in the ceiling which I haven't noticed before for some reason.
Вы, кстати, как на новом месте? Попривыкли уже?
How do you like your new place, by the way? Getting used to it?
Понемногу, только вот дочка маленькая по городу скучает.
Bit by bit, it's just our little daughter misses the city a lot.
Скучает, значит. Из местных вас никто не беспокоит?
Misses the city? Have the locals been treating you well?
Все хорошо, спасибо.
Actually, he said the opposite. Somebody treating you bad? Yes, everything is alright, thank you. The policeman burst through me one more time. With his grey eyes, my head started spinning.
Может, вам помочь как-то?
Can I help you somehow? I asked that in shaky voice to look like a polite boy and to end this unpleasant conversation sooner.
Я вот стою и думаю.
Now that I think about it, no, he's saying, I'm standing here thinking, maybe you're hiding something.
Ты, малец, на племеша моего похож.
You look just like one of my nephews, little fella.
Шустрый парнишка твоих лет. С такими же окулярами. Все книжками зачитывался. Детективами.
He's a witty... He actually said he was. He was a witty boy around your age, wearing the same type of goggles, always engrossed in reading those mystery novels.
Когда летом погостить приезжал. Говорит, что в школу милиции мечтает поступить.
He's constantly saying about past. Told me he wants to enroll in police school when his family visited this summer. Maybe he's dead already.
Как я. Хотел людям помогать. Смекаешь?
Wanted to help other people just like me, see? I felt uncomfortable, as if a distant relative and not a police officer stood before me.
Ох, ребятушки.
You know what? He definitely said something different. Like, oh, children,
Сидите-ка вы лучше дома.
sit
Не
in your house
ввязывайтесь ни во что.
and don't get
Жизнь
in trouble.
сейчас совсем другая пошла.
And let's see what he said. Little boys like you should stay at home, stay away from trouble. Almost the same. The time have changed so much. Well, he said the life have changed. Again, I shouldn't think about translation. Mom interjected in a cold voice.
Мне ли не знать?
You don't say.
Ну да ладно.
Well then,
Ты, Антон, в каком классе учишься?
what grade are you in, Anton?
В 6-м.
6. As I said in the very beginning, like 5 or 6.
Друзей-то на новом месте еще не завел?
Have you made any friends here so far?
Пока нет. Я только после каникул в школу пойду.
Not yet. I'll be going to school for the first time after the break.
Тогда вот вам на всякий случай мой номер. Звоните, если узнаете что.
Then I'll leave you my number just in case. Call me if you have any new info. Policemen were gone alone with their shadows, the smell of cheap cologne, and the photo of a smiling boy. His face still stood before my eyes. Yeah, very cheap look. If you accidentally close the door and if you have no keys, you'll never get inside after this. I wondered what it was like for him being all alone there. For some reason I thought of the forest swaying in the wind. What did his poor parents feel? And what would my parents do if I'm gone missing? Nothing, they don't like you. Would they cry and thrash around hysterically? Would they accuse each other like they always do and forget about me eventually?
Мам,
Yeah.
а Вова этот в нашем лесу заблудился?
Mom, that's for, did he go missing in our forest?
Выходит, что так. Бедный ребенок.
Seems like it, poor child. I look out the window at the road. The police bus drove off toward the village. It's definitely a car, let's see what they said here. Soviet and Russian off-road freight passenger car brand which was produced on the Ulyanovsk car factory. Yeah. The officer's nephew came to mind when I was splitting off all paint from the windowsill. I remembered all the all the teenage mystery novels from the Black Kitty series I've heard this summer. Also, I had only just one book from this series. Series of contemporary Russian origin or translated teen mystery books. It was Fred Hitchcock. They read about this Black Cat series. Your average boys and girls investigated all sorts of mysteries there, yeah. They looked for clues, spied on suspicious people. But I didn't like this series, they were much better than this. And after a set of amazing adventures, Bum solved any complicated case. They became local celebrities and must made their parents very proud. By the way, there was one single story that was not solved, and there were also clues to solve it by yourself. And when I was trying to find solution on the internet, nobody knew about the story at all. Like it didn't exist. Well, to check it out, I need to go back to the instant era and find this book and type it in the internet and find it eventually. But when will this happen? Who knows? They became local celebrities and must made their parents very proud. I noticed a trail of policemen's footprints that led to the forest. And then it clicked in my head. Why don't I start an investigation of my own? Maybe I'll find that lost boy. And I'll get a reward. I will be so happy. And not only Oля, Mom and Dad too. Maybe they'll even forget about their quarrels for a while. Maybe I'll even save us from the D-word divorce. I'm fantasizing about buying Olia a Tamagotchi and getting a cassette player and a bunch of tapes for myself. Obviously, Tamagotchi is just Chinese replica Bandai's game and a whole box of Kinder Surprise. It's actually a Kinder Joy in America. When was the last time our parents bought us any toys? Strange that didn't adapt this world and use surprise. Last autumn, I think my dad had lost his job at the time. There's that annoying song about it. Song? How can Accounted? A song by an all-female solid pop band by the name of Kombinatsiya that became wildly popular in the early 90s. Never heard about it. Oh, wait a second. Accountant, Бухгалтер. Бухгалтер, милый мой бухгалтер. I know this song. I had little to no idea what was the accountant's job like. They count money, I think. I also don't know. Neighbors used to envy us. But nowadays, Mom and Dad barely had money to afford sweets, and Dad would always divide a single chocolate bar between me and Olia. Sometimes I gave her my share to buy. No matter how much I wanted to eat sweets, she was still just a big squeak. I couldn't wait to go out, looking for clues.
Пойду погуляю.
I'm going outside.
Ага, сейчас.
Of course! She's definitely saying no.
Чтобы потом милиционеры с твоей фотографией по домам ходили.
You want the police to go around with your photograph next?
Лес вон какой густой.
The forest is so thick.
А если мальчика звери дикие утащили? Или того хуже?
What if the boy got snatched up by wild animals or something worse? Even worse, I got through the whole way.
Да я рядом буду. В лес не пойду.
I won't go far, I'll stay away from the forest.
Что я тебе сказала? Мне дважды повторять.
Do you hear what I said? Or should I repeat myself?
Лучше портфель собери или соли поиграй.
Better go pack your school bag or play with Olia. The sound of splashing water came from the kitchen. It meant that the argument was over and Mom had the last word. Okay, now we can investigate. And what is this? What does it say? It's like you can find the secrets things here that you can click. Okay. So it's like a hint, but why not to use it? You can find what you can click by hearing this sound. This cross had been so many people come and go in this house. It was back as if it absorbed all human sin on the long hairs it was hanging on the ceiling. After Grandma died, Mom was going to take it off and hang a horseshoe in its place as a lucky charm, but she cut herself with the cross sharp corner and almost fell from the stepladder. It called it a sign from above and ordered the cross to be left alone in its rightful place. Anyway, I think I'm going to use it because it's not a quest, it's a visual novel. My parents prohibit me from making long-distance calls, but from time to time I really want to hear my old friends. Sometimes I would just pick up the phone, listen to the low hum of the zoomer, and the distant crackling. Imagine the wind howling in the ice-laden cords. Mom's backed off. So you lie in English is backed off, okay. Family relic. My mom played with it when she was little, then she gifted it to me. When I was next in the succession line, the toy belonged to her now. She stared at the dancing spindle as if it could show her something, fairy tale or maybe even our future. Now even my little sister was a bit too old for the old squeaky backdoor. So what is it doing here? Is it all? Looks like any other hidden? So kitchen, front yard or Harry Potter closet. It's a dark, stuffy closet. Mom says it smells like mice, but how would she know that smell? She hates when I stick my nose in there. She's afraid I'll cut myself on the freshly sharpened axe. And Ola can't even be lured close to it. She thinks Baba is living there. I tried to help her find her first once. I opened the door and turned on a dim lamp, so she would see there was nothing but cobwebs, dead stools, and scratched walls. She still didn't believe me. And I liked to hide in the closet and listen to Ola count outside. 1, 2, 3, but hide from me. And then drag her feet on the creaking floorboards, hoping that she wouldn't need to look for me at the crumped monster's den. And if we click on it one more time, it will be the same? No, it's different. Hello, Sasoro. Don't get yourself your ass out of the closet immediately. One more time. Okay, what about this one more time? Well, let's try. So we can check it only once, and next it will be.
Антон, отойди от телефона.
No, there's still this voice. And don't get your hands on the phone. Okay, we cannot go outside. Or can we? What's the point of going kitchen? I don't want to miss anything here, but... Let's try.
Антон,
Yes, I thought.
сейчас 3 дня получишь. Ни шагу до порога.
Whip you if you make a single step out the door. Well, it was kinda obvious that we must go to the kitchen, but one more time. I need to distract Mom somehow. I'll get scolded and my ass riveted with that's less about. What? Scroll. Okay, there's more things to check. Check the calendar. The decrepit and stain-covered calendar was once my favorite form of entertainment in Grandma's house. I remember waking up and running to the kitchen so I could tear off yesterday's list. First thing in the morning, as if the coming day would get lost in the taiga forest without my help. Well, in the past I was reading everything on this calendar just in 1 week and that was all. One day closer to New Year's, one day closer to Grandma's funeral. I haven't touched this calendar for years now. Since the time they started writing dark and spooky death chants that only made me gloomy instead of funny prose and superstitions, to be exact. I grabbed a dusty calendar leaf with caution and I tore off effortlessly. Sadly, the spooky descriptions from my childhood were still there. 7 horses carry the log. If 7 can't carry, bring the 8 from a ferry. What? They will take it away and never come back. Is the fate the log cannot escape. I crumbled the grey leaf and threw it in the waste bin, hoping to get rid of the ancientness that washed over me. It was spreading inside me like an ink stain on blotting paper. Light them up, open, turn back. Won't touch it ever again. Alright, what about radio?
МЧС России объявила экстренное предупреждение из-за неблагоприятных погодных условий.
Amercom of Russia has declared the state of emergency due to adverse weather conditions.
По прогнозу синоптиков, к региону приближается циклон, из-за которого ожидается сильный снег, метель, снежные заносы на дорогах.
I see what's going on. According to the weather forecast, a cyclone is moving around the region. Everything looks like an Stephen King's novel. Expect heavy snowfall, blizzards, and snowdrifts on the road.
Будьте осторожны и берегите себя.
Keep your eyes open and take care of yourself.
Машина, в которой он находился, была обстреляна неизвестными вооруженными лицами.
Куплю жене сапоги.
Это просто Леня. АО ММС.
It's not translated. He's saying that Scar was fired by a gun from someone unknown group or something. Next some advertisement. Check again.
Прилети, сова. 3, 4,
It's related to the game, by the way.
Время поиграть. 6, да, 6. Ты получишь 6.
Сегодня так.
Why they didn't say it? It was related to the game, and of course, obviously. It was a song about, like in Freddy Krueger, by the way, the Night on the Elm Street. Like the all will come. What actually happened just recently. And it got the achievement. Secret message. How actually not Russians should play this game, they will not understand. But why didn't off the achievements? Why there's achievements? I thought that I turned it off completely because I don't like them. Yeah, totally the same message.
Раз, два, прилети, сова. 3, 4, 5. Время поиграть. 6, да, 6. Ты получишь 6.
Сегодня так.
What's in the end? I don't understand. Very strange, very creepy. Let's check this. I took a peek at Mom's crossword. She would get very angry when someone gave her advice, so me and Dad faked knowing the answer and being about to reveal it all the time. I smiled at the feeling so. Vertical, 9 letters, the name of the Philistine, what is this? Beauty that protected them from viper bites and had a nickname. The Lord of Flies? The Lord of Flies is actually Pighead. Second letter is E. I don't know. Only a refrigerator left. Check it. The side of an old ocean freezer was checkered with my childish drawings, Mom's receipts, and all kinds of stickers from bubblegum with dinosaurs that Oля liked so much. I also had them. Among that still life picture hung a piece of rolled paper with the phone number of the police officer who visited us. But we cannot see the number. Senior Lieutenant Tikhonov Konstantin Vladimirovich. I see. First Lieutenant. Wait a second, it was Senior Lieutenant Hates, First Lieutenant Tikhonov. I read inside my mind, looking at the officer's sprawling handwriting. Scrap of paper was held by 2 pieces of a broken magnet from some old Soviet toy, and those pieces just barely covered up the numbers as if to taunt me. I leaned toward it to unveil the mystery, and so it's actually related to the story-sided card. I thought it was card because nobody should use it in real life. Alright, I leaned toward it to unveil the mystery and take the piece to a safer place where it would wait for its time when I would finally find Vova and be the first to call the police with the happy news.
Антон!
What? Mom reproachful eyes stared at me.
Зачем тебе? Не трогай, потеряешь же.
What do you need it for? Hands off, you'll lose it. And my mom was the last thing I wanted, so I lowered my hand. But what if we try again? Because it won't be that easy. So I must figure out how to do this. One more time on the paper. It is the same. Okay, we can open, we can turn back or light them up. Let's open first. Ocean. Definitely. Paracetamol? Anything secret? X. Пельмени? Dumplings. Grandpa, they will explain what пельмени is? Funny. Grandpa kept ice cream for me and Olia there, but now I could only see meat bites for soup. And clumped together пельмени. I grew to hate them already. What? I love them. Let's see. A Russian variety of dumplings made by boiling thin, unleavened dough filled with mincemeat. One may even call it Russian fast food? Well, fast food should be fast, but you need to wait like 10 minutes before you cook them. Nice, nice. If I turn back, what will happen? Yeah, obviously. Let's lie to him. It was difficult to lie to Mom, but there was no other way for me to run away from home.
Мам, там что-то с телевизором случилось.
Mom, something wrong with the TV.
Картинка какая-то тусклая, и экран весь в полосах.
The picture is dim and there are strips all over the screen. Mom's face became visibly distorted.
Без ножа меня режешь. Дострелялся в уток своих.
It's related to the NES. Killing me there. So, have you had enough of shooting those stupid ducks now? It's Duck Hunt from NES, obviously. My first game on NES.
Говорила же, посадите мне кинескоп своей приставкой.
Tell you, the kinescope will go dim because of your console.
Где мы теперь мастера найдем в дыре этой, а?
Where will we find a TV technician? In this hall, huh?
Может быть, просто настройки сбились?
Maybe just the settings?
Сходи, посмотри, пожалуйста.
Just go see for yourself.
Нормально же работал с утра.
Should work fine in the morning.
Из-за снегопада, наверное, неполадки.
Maybe the snowfall caused it. Mom rubbed her hands clean on her apron and went to Ole's room. Why is the TV in the children's room? Very strange. So now we can go out. Might take a pause for just 1 or 2 minutes. Yeah, it's almost 8 p.m. Be right back. Right, I'm back. Just made some more tea. Alright, we like to hear, but it's very strange. Strange that... I don't know. Checking TV just 1 second and we just staying here like several hours. Anyway, let's go out. I opened the front gates and went into the field. Wait a second, this house is nice, like 2 stores, but the second floor it's huge. Despite that they lost their job, they still had money to buy it, or maybe... I don't know, in Russian also property outside the city is very cheap. It's not like in America. They have something like rancho with big house, it's very expensive. Outside the city, of course. Check the prices. In the San Antonio limits, house is much cheaper than outside of it. Strange. Very strange. What is this? Is it an owl here? Not sure. But really, they actually created a lot of animation here in this game. Usually in visual novels everything is static, but here, look! Crows? Nice, very nice. Carefully so mom wouldn't see me from the window. I know that this game is actually not very popular, not very many people know about it, so somehow we must spread the news about this game. It just very begin, but it's already very awesome. And across the humble distance toward the forest, the snow piles became as high as my knees. I remembered my nightly furs. I saw those silhouettes around here. They were jumping around, holding hands. So why did your friends, I don't understand still. The hypnotizing music started playing in my head all on its own. In the light of day, those distant figures felt like a simple dream. The sun turned my nightmares to ash, but the aftertaste was still there, distant ringing in my ears, distorted shadows crawling on the snow alongside me, and a barely audible whisper in my head, blurry and almost kind. Everything was silent. It's his footsteps? Might be. So silent, I felt like the world was totally empty. No ground, no sky, no parents, no Oля. The time reached its limit, a one-way trip that ended at the forest's being stocky. Sometimes silence was much scarier than any scream. Our parents would scream at each other while arguing, and both me and Ola turned to stone listening to them. But then always came the ringing silence. Our apartment became numb a couple of days before we departed. It was hard to remember the last time mom and dad joking around, laughing or spent time together, almost like all it was in a previous life. When they kissed with all the presents, she always frowned and snorted in a funny way, but one day it all changed. Something important had left our home. It's also very nice that they have here several plot stories, not just one, but at least actually 3. Our relationship with our parents, these strange furries, and now Chen, who just disappeared in the woods, might be interesting. It's not like this Doki Doki where just creating poems. Well, I know that many people love it. It was interesting to play, but really boring at the very beginning. Very boring. Here at the very beginning, it's already a plot, what I like a lot. And something scary I feel in the remaining void. It was as if a fire broke out, and our parents were hurriedly packing our belongings, trying to save themselves and us. It's very strange that many people didn't like Omineki Nakagoroni, by the criteria, because the beginning was boring, like 8 hours straight, you just reading a typical, like, I don't know, something, I don't know how to say, like, going with the with the wind. You know this book, just a dramatic story, nothing else. There's no mystery, no horror, nothing. You're waiting for it, it's not coming. But here it's at the very beginning. It was if a fire broke out, and our parents were hardly packing our belongings, trying to save themselves and us. From who, though? From the people with dead cold eyes? Oh, wait a second, so they're living in old granny house, I see now. That's why they have this house. They have no money to rent something or buy. Yeah, I do understand now. Stupid me. From the people with dead cold eyes who sometimes visited us in our previous home. The eyes that only saw balls of worms on the black ground in everything. And somewhere far away a siren was going off, trying to warn us of the coming menace. I shuddered, chasing away my delusions, and looked around. Sport was ahead. By the way, this hat is not from 90s, it's from much older times. Well, because the poor cannot buy new stuff. But only me, this white field, and the wind that was whipping up icy dust and belts of powdered snow. I squinted from the sun and turned my eyes to that sunless forest. It took especially dark in contrast with the blinding whiteness. Knobby tree roots slithered under the snow like fat snakes. Rotten leaves and coniferous needles froze into the ice. It's kinda sad that this game is not full, just first 3 episodes, because I really want to know what will be the end of it. Already. Look at this. Dry prickly branches intervened, bringing up uncomfortable thoughts about fences. Were they protecting the forest? Or were they keeping something from breaking out? Some object was coming from one of the pointy branches. I tried to get closer, drawing in snow, and when I almost got to the edge of the forest, I saw a naked mitten. It looked like a wounded bird among the hungry cemetery. By the way, this story is actually about the winter. That's it. It's very good to play it on Christmas night or something. Should I take it to the police? The senior officer looked gloomy, but he still reminded me of Captain Casanova from my favorite TV show called The States of Broken Lights. Never watched it, but I know what is it. A Russian mystery TV series telling a story of the daily life of Russian police officer in the longest running series in the history of Russian TV at the moment. What I remember about it, there were constantly like naked girls in it. Every single episode or something. He was also always anxious, with a tired look in his eyes, but still brave and strong. Will this midman help them find the lost boy? Whoa! I heard a distant shout, looked like it came from the river. Whoa! And the trees were calling out to someone. Whoa, it's a name. It sounded closer to me. Someone was standing there, behind the trees. Hiding. Yeah, you can actually hear it in the background. I knew someone was looking for the lost boy, but still, something was unsettling about that figure. Its stillness. How it was bent unnaturally toward the ground. Its blackness. Should I turn my camera black and white as well? There's no one there, just branches and roots. It's all just my imagination. Maybe I should, why I was not thinking about it. There are birds flap at its wings loudly. Wait a second, can I do it right now on stream? But chat will be colorful. I can make it uncolorful as well. Let's see, is it easy to do? Because I don't know which setting should I use. Maybe this one? Oh no, it's this one. What about this? BTS! Well, let's do the same with chat. Now? This will be very authentic. Everything is black and white. Let me check it on my phone. Nicely done, I believe. But maybe chat is unreadable. I don't really care. An herbivore flapped its wings loudly. What was this? Shadow slid from the tree and disappeared from my sight. I looked away for just a moment, but when I turned my gaze back to the same place, it was gone. So it was my imagination after all. Silence reigned for a painfully long time. Oh, by the way, I forgot that I closed the chat so I cannot see it. There it is. My muscles were tightly sprung, my heart was beating somewhere in my throat. Any noise, any little movement, any small whisper from the thicket, and I'd sprint. But nothing of the sort happened. I look at the mitten once more. Take or run away. Oh, there's important plot choice, so there might be different endings here, but it's episodes, so cannot be different. Well, for the police we shouldn't take something like this, we should left it, but it might disappear if you run away. Let's take it. I decided to take the lonely meter from the branch. Whoa, whoa. Just somebody looking for it. Him. I shout trumpet across the field and dissolved in the distance. No echo, no hope for a reply. Can we die in this game? I stepped toward the breezy trees and tried to claim my find. It didn't budge. I pulled harder. The branch cracked and the meter drove off, landing my hand with a squishy sound. Why it's so loud here? All too heavy, wet. I squeezed it without sinking, and something dark spilled from it, forming a tiny streak between the meter and the snow. Steam rose from the snow pile. What? Is it blood? A frozen place stood in my pulse in disgust. Or red. The sound of cracking branches invaded the silence. I didn't have to think twice before running away. Someone was chasing me from the darkness, picking pine branches, closing the distance with giant leaps. Snow is slowing me down, crazy thoughts flew around through my mind. I'll get caught. They'll get me. I'll get dragged into the figure. I'll be gone forever. But there was one more voice, probably one of a reason. It gave me strength, spurred me on. You can do it. Don't stop. I heard an animal roar behind me. It was so loud my ears went numb. It felt like the sound had come from a pack of hungry beasts rather than a single one. Their nostrils sucked in prison air, they sensed my fear. Two giant wings flopped above my head. An enormous shadow flew over the clearing. A hood, a beast. The rows were coming from all directions now. From the dried up raspberry bush, from twisted pines, from under the windswept. Hurry run! Don't look back! It felt like I was inside a nightmare. The snowy clearing became vicious, like quicksand. I was stuck in place. I pulled my leg from the mushy trap just to be caught in a new one, even deeper than before. I continued to drown, sinking deeper and deeper with every desperate push. Was snow ever this sticky? I screamed in horror after realizing this wasn't snow. Someone or something in the snow pile was clutching my pants. I gathered all my strength and rushed forward. Will this end? Let me make it not so loud. The pressure in my leg was gone. My boots slipped out of the hole and my soles were on hard surface again. I reached a clear path with one jump and from there ran to my house. Its gloomy facade didn't look threatening now. That house was my line of defense from the shadows that flapped their wings and the creatures that were hidden under the snow. I tripped over the doorstep and smashed into the door. In all my hurry, I still managed to notice the claw marks. As if a dog was striking the wood with its paws, it wanted to be let in so it could escape the cold. I hadn't noticed these marks when I was sleeping. The heartbeat in my ears was much louder than my surroundings. I couldn't tell whether someone was following me or not. What if they were already in our front yard and Mom had locked the door? Drawing fear, I pulled on the doorknob and it apparently gave way. But wait a second, you had the lock that's self-locking. Oh yeah, you can stop it, actually. Oh gosh. It's over. I rolled into the hallway and shut the door behind me. But what about this blood? Will you tell the police? What is this sound? So you left the door open and somebody could be inside of it now, isn't it? Hiding and waiting until the night to kill you. That was stupid. Orange plants creaked as my pursuers ascended the stairs. My fingers slipped off the lock and I couldn't click it into place, but there was blood on you. Hands, isn't it? I gritted my teeth and pulled hard on the iron knob, whipping it between the boards. I stared blankly at the door. Someone was standing on the other side of the pitiful, flimsy barrier that was probably less useful than blankets. Whipped breath reached into the house and crashed at me in waves. It smelled of pine and sweat. Mom peeked out of the kitchen, chastised me with the same frigid voice she always used when talking to Dad.
Что конкретно тебе не ясно в просьбе не хлопай дверьми?
What exactly didn't you understand when I told you to never slam the door?
Я случайно.
I didn't mean to. I snuck a glance at the door. The smell was gone, and the breath was too. If there was someone in the first place, of course. Here, 5 meters away from my mom, my fear was slowly weakening, melting like snow in spring. And with it, the last bit of stage had left my body too. My legs gave way. I brought myself up against the wall so I wouldn't fall over. Mom's expression had changed immediately. The cold mask of strictness and detachment was gone. Mom looked the same as before all those quarrels. She finally saw my condition. My wet pants plastered with snow.
Ты где был? Я тебе что говорила, а? Чтобы ты дома сидел.
Where have you been? What did I tell you, huh? I told you to stay home.
Я и для тебя пустое место.
I mean nothing to you too? I got afraid she would cry. I reached out to her like when I was very little and wanted her to cuddle me. But Mom regained her composure fast and put on her usual face. Her eyes shined like steel. Her voice rang out.
У отца сигареты пропали.
Your dad can't find his cigarettes. So it's me? Are you kidding me?
Признавайся, ты их стащил? Курить бегаешь?
Be honest. Did you snatch them? Are you smoking in secret?
Там за мной кто-то гнался. Я думал, меня...
She actually meant that she went out to smoke, but in this text it was not very visible. But anyway, there was something chasing me. I thought I stuttered as soon as I started to explain myself. What about blood? Tears welled up in my eyes. I leaned toward me and sniffed my clothes like a beast searching for the smell of tobacco. Then she squinted her eyes in suspicious and looked in the front yard. Her expression changed in an instant, and she covered her mouth with her hand.
Гляди, вон же они. Прямо у забора.
Look over there, at the fence. My heart started thumping as if I began prey once again, and my approaches were following me in the field. Could swear that I have heard something scratching the door, just like in my nightmares. What the heck is going on? My mom beckoned me with her finger, and I gathered all my remaining bravery to look into the kitchen window facing my farm. Dogs? Well, dogs could kill this boy. It's not related to the forest that we saw. I think it's not related. Could barely discern some hairy silhouettes swimming in snow through the icy winter patterns on the glass. Dogs. Just a small pack of strays with no name and owner, barely reminding of the hungry monsters that live on the edges of forest. I actually thinking that this forest would be good, but these dogs definitely killers.
Божечки, ты их испугался? Да они сами тебя перепугаются, Антон.
Are you kidding me? Dogs actually killing people, I know it for sure, especially in winter, during winter. Oh boy, were you scared of them? Since that, rather be scared of you, Anton.
Они гнались за мной, словно за зайцем.
They were chasing me like a bunny.
А вдруг они бешеные?
And what if they're a rabbit? The smile had slowly disappeared from Mom's face. Now she looked at the dogs as if it was her first time seeing them.
Что если они нападут на Олю?
What if they attack Ola?
Мам,
Mom?
Вот бы твой отец их всех перестрелял.
I wish your dad could just shoot them all.
мама, они живые.
Mom, they're alive.
А что?
So what?
Ты уж определись, они тебе друзья или враги?
Are they your friends or foe after all? Make up your mind.
Не маленький ведь уже.
You're not a little kid anymore. He's a little kid actually. Like, how old was him? 7, 8, 8, 9, 9, 10, 10, 11, 11, 12? 12 years old. Huh? Well, some detective I am. In reality, I wasn't risking my life among monsters, but rather my pawns among a pack of stupid strays. And what for? What use do I have for this? Mitten. What about blood? They already forgot about this. And if we didn't try to get it, I would never get it? There would be some different ending? Alright, of course. I darkened sticky mitten that belonged to the lost boy made a squishy sound in my hand. Seems like I was clutching the whole time. Well, I could save and reload, but I don't want to do this. That's my trump card as a detective. If there would be a different ending, obviously I'll get the best possible one as a true ending. But when will this happen? 2024 maybe? Not this year. Hard to present this clue to my mom.
Мам, смотри, это Вовина варежка.
How do you know that it's Bob's one? Mom, look, this is Boaz, Mitten.
Ну того, про которого утром милиция спрашивала.
You had never seen him, so you can't know. That boy the police were asking about in the morning.
Она вся в крови, на дереве висела. Вон там, могу показать.
It's drenched in blood. I found it hanging on a tree. I can show where.
Давай в милицию скорее позвоним, как нас участковый просил.
Let's call the police right away. She'll disagree, isn't it? Like the officer told us to.
Мам, гляди!
Mom, look.
Фу!
A shadow of doubt slowly crept into Mom's contorted face. Maybe it's not blood? As if she was trying to remember something distant, like someone tries to remember their dream, but the images slip away.
А ну-ка прекрати сейчас же.
Stop at this moment.
Оля тебя услышит, с ума сойдет.
Ola will go insane if she hears you.
Она и так не спит. На все подряд жалуется.
She already has trouble sleeping and whines all the time.
Еще и ты со своими шуточками.
Whines, and you joke around like this. What? It's all a joke. At that moment I realized the mitten was actually wet from snow. So actually he can see things differently, like this forest. There was no blood whatsoever. I see. I wanted to sink through the floor from embarrassment.
Иди сюда, паникер.
Come here, my boy who cried wolf. Shouldn't say this.
Да не стой столбом. Вот, таблетку на. Быстро пей.
Don't just stand here, come take your pills. She actually Your pills, it sounded like he must get medication every single day or something. No, it was different. A golden colored pill, with sense of dead wasp, fell into my palm.
Я уже пил сегодня, за завтраком.
I already took one during breakfast. It's vitamins, isn't it?
Попререкайся мне еще.
Vitamin C. Actually, I remember them as well. Don't talk over me.
Сказала дома сидеть, нет же.
Told you to stay home, and you.
Был бы отец, выпорол.
That would have given you a good weapon for that. Why?
Сейчас же выпей, а то ночью не уснешь. Тебе ведь в школу завтра.
Oh, wait a second, it's some other tablets? Maybe he has a disease. Oh, yes, that's it. That's why it was translated like this. Not like an original. Maybe that's why he sees sin, because he is... has some brain damage? Interesting. Come on, take it, or you won't be able to sleep at night, and you have school tomorrow. See, it's somehow related. Interesting. So I had to swallow the bitter medication, drink and down with similar awful water that gave off a taste of chlorine. So that's why he sees blood and other stuff. Maybe it wasn't Bo's meeting. Maybe it wasn't a meeting at all. Just like the forest monsters. That's right. He's not sure because it's happening to him all the time. But he sees things that do not exist. And all is all. Am I going mad? What's happening to me? His appeal had an immediate effect on my overexerted brain. Didn't let fear inside anymore. Serenity watched on me and bring me now on and different along with it. Yeah, those effects from the tablets when you have some mental disease, isn't it?
Антон, выпил? Можешь, если захочешь.
Turn you down? See, you can do it when you try.
Раздевайся. Уснул, что ли?
That's why actually the parents don't like the children. That's right. Take off your coat. Are you asleep?
Нет, мам, просто задумался.
No, mom, I was just thinking.
Интересно, о чем же?
That's why people didn't like, children didn't like him in private school. Not because of his glasses, as I said, it was a mental disease. Isn't it? It explains everything. But I think that's those for a burial. What about, I wonder?
Так, глупости всякие.
Just something silly. Man scrutinized me with suspicious eyes. As if she wasn't sure. She was looking at her own son and not some... doppelgangers that came from the forest.
Точно все нормально?
Is everything right?
У тебя такое лицо было, когда милиционер про окно спросил.
You had the exact same expression when the policeman asked you about the window.
Все нормально, мам.
I'm alright, mom. She heaved a deep sigh.
Хорошо.
Fine. It seems like the house had changed. The office fabric had become discolored. It's already discolored. Fingerprints appeared on the bathroom tiles. The light bulbs also felt different, dimmer and yellower. Even the saliva inside my mouth had a different taste. Melody from Aladdin could be heard from the upper floor while I was done watching your favorite Little Mermaid episodes and switched to other tapes. Slowly changed into my home clothes, stood before the sink and studied my reflection in the mirror, like I was trying to solve one of those spot the difference puzzles. Then I went upstairs. It's much brighter here. A robot? Nice, nice. Jafar's and Yaga voices died down. Yeah, it was pirate translation. Is the loud here? Still. Walked past Ole's bedroom and slipped into my own. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right, nothing else. Look at this! Look at this! What the heck is on the right? Can you actually see it? Might be not. I must hide. Is this scene? Who's standing behind the curtains? You see the legs? Might be Ola? But what the heck? Why? I don't want to click here. Not right now. Let's check this journal. Monsters, ghosts, UFOs. You reading this? The Encyclopedia of Paranormal Phenomena from Rossmann Publishing. Actually, my mother had it, and she never gave it to me. Maybe because it was too scary or something. I learned about the Loch Ness Monster, Medusa Gorgon, and Bigfoot from there. Ollie is always scared of the book. She could barely handle sifting through the monster and alien sections with me, but the middle part, where they start to talk about ghosts, already freaked her out. And I remember hunting ghosts. After I'd read the book, I measured the distance between items in my table every evening and checked if they moved due to some supernatural force come the morning. Okay. They didn't. But to be honest, what was I expecting? To meet Casper the Ghost? One more time. I know this book by heart already. I want to read it myself. My Triceratops figurine. Triceratops, they do not exist in the real life. Well, I mean, in the past they didn't exist either, right? I know about all sorts of dinosaurs. Velociraptors, Afrovenators, Hypsilophodons. I remember going to the movies to see Jurassic Park, never saw it. Back when we still lived in the city and taking pictures with the T-Rex in the hall. It turned its head and roared. It was awesome. And next to it was Robotech Transformer. I love this cartoon. Robotech Transformer? What is Robotech? Cartoon is actually was done by Japanese studio and next switched to American. Anyway, when a jet fighter speeds up in the intro among the sounds of blaster fire, you know your next 20 minutes will surely be amazed. I had never liked it, by the way. Very strange. Then try this space station is captured. Get ready for battles. Ready Transformers? Maybe not. Maybe it's something else. Two Triceratops and Robotech. Maybe it's something else, Robotech. I don't understand this. I have dreamed of becoming an artist since Dad bought me my first comic book. I had several of them. I had Mickey Mouse and some Belarusian one. Fly magazine was the Fly? Muha? Let me read about this. Never heard of it. Well, I lived in Russia. I was living in Eastern Europe. Not Russia at all. Well, ex-USSR, Soviet country, but not Russia. Fly is the first Soviet and Russian periodic adult comics magazine, extremely popular during the crazy 90s. Never heard about it. What made the magazine stand out was the refusal to use material from foreign counterparts. No, I remember that Mickey Mouse comics were very popular, but this? No idea. Slime magazine was the coolest, especially like the big space-related edition with alien monsters and that funny episode about gendarme. It's a French word for police, right? I'm not sure. Started drawing all kinds of stuff since that day, and I seems to be getting pretty good at it. One of my letters even got published in Fly once. Maybe someday they'll even publish my comic. My best works. Okay, let's check this. The forest didn't look as grim during the day. He didn't notice this person behind it? Wait a second, you want to say that it's himself hiding here? So he definitely has some mental disease, isn't it? Entangled tree branches in the distance, and the snowy field between our house and the forest brought sleepiness to my eyes. But sometimes I would still catch myself looking in the window at the icy treetops instead of doing my homework. Who the heck is this? How strange, I remember moving this cartoon. Okay, looks like it will be triggered when we try to open this. No, one of the drawers was empty. I hid the mitten there. Where you are? I got the achievement again. Seriously, it's better to turn them off. It's actually not good. It really lowers the experience of the game. A simple action drained the last bit of strange from me. I sat on the bed, and only then I noticed there was someone behind the curtains. Finally noticed this. If it's your sister, it's kinda strange and creepy that she's standing here. She tried to actually surprise you with the horror attack. Why waiting for so long? My tiny hand dropped it to the sheet. Or maybe it's Wawa? Where is it? If it's Wawa, it's actually really related to some Stephen King's novels. Whether it was due to medication I took or the stress and underwent, the room began to contort as if the wind was blowing the walls out like a pair of sails. The corners of the room bent and undulated. The only stable thing in the whole room was the figure between the window sills, not curtains, white window sills. And the, window sills, it's me, you mean podokонник in Russian, right? Alright, curtains. Flimsy piece of cloth was stuck to my hiding visitor. It remembered me of a burl sheets.
Оля,
Oля? Who else would be standing there? Yeah, I said you didn't lock the door so somebody could get inside. But it was open. I stood up and licked my dried up lips.
Оля, очень смешно.
Yeah, it's so funny. The silhouette was unmoving. It was enveloped softly by the curtains, as if there was a thick layer of darkness there, not a human being. Well, you trying to spook me with some screaming? I reached toward the curtains. Blum blum, beat my heart, controlled by medication. See, doing this accent of medication, it's somehow related. Maybe it's not related to the plot at all, just to make our minds go some different way. Wind sounded the fields with a chorus of voices. For a second I wanted to return to the bed, just lie down and watch the person behind the curtain, knowing full well they were looking back at me. They're looking without blinking, waiting for me to fall asleep. Last the cranes, rusted again the holder when I pulled open the curtains. And...
Попался!
Why are you waiting for so long, stupid kids? Gotcha!
Да я сразу понял, что это ты.
I knew it was you from the beginning. A blindly bright halo lit up above on his head with the setting sun as a background. My sister was shining. When she was just a baby, Dad always used to say she was shining with happiness. I always retorted, but Dad, she's not some flashlight. But I brought her to the window one day and sunlight poured on her smiling face. Felt like I was holding a light-on child.
А я все видела.
I saw everything.
Да ну,
Really?
Что ты спрятал?
What did you hide? She was just like my mom when she was little, before she put on her sad mask of tiredness and switched to her commanding tone of voice.
ничего, просто...
It's nothing, just... Olia ran up to the table, her eyes round and asked,
Ты что-то украл и теперь прячешь?
You stole something and hid it there?
Ты вор?
Are you a thief?
Что? Глупая.
Don't be stupid.
Ничего я не крал.
I didn't steal anything. A clear image came to mind, that mitten hanging from a tree branch. What if I did steal it after all? From the forest, from the tall figure standing behind black trees. Or I could be selfish and stubborn when she wanted.
Покажи тогда.
Then show me.
Поклянись, что никому не скажешь. Тогда покажу.
Swear that you won't tell anyone, then I'll show you. Olia wore a plotting smile.
Клянусь маминым сердцем.
Swear Mom's heart. And as she heard in one of the movies about the pioneers we watched. Pioneers? Parents movie. Okay, you're talking about parents. I was thinking you tell me about the movie. Obviously, we know what the pioneer we played her last summer. An umbrella term for communist children, white umbrella. Children organization existing around the world, somewhat reminiscent of the Soviet movements, of the Scout movements.
Не говори так.
Don't say things like that. Oya nodded and made a gesture with her hand, locking her mouth with an imaginary key. She was filled with curiosity that was splashing in her giant eyes. Opened the drawer and Oya leaned in, holding her breath. It looked like there was not just a simple mitten, but some sort of exotic creature.
Это чья-то варежка?
Is this someone's mitten? She said that as if she couldn't understand what she saw.
Один мальчик потерял. И сам потерялся.
A certain boy lost it and got lost himself. Why do you think it's... this boy's... mitten. It's mitten. Anyway.
Теперь понимаешь, как опасно гулять в лесу,
Is it really
особенно
mitten?
детям?
I'm not sure. Maybe some other word... Because... Wait a second. I actually saw this... scene in some other novel or something, and there was different English word for it. So which translation is better? Maybe mitten. Now you do understand how dangerous it is for kids to wander into the forest, right?
Ему, наверное, там очень холодно.
Must be really cold out there.
Его найдут?
Will they find him?
Обязательно.
They will.
Участковый по домам ходит, всем фотографию его показывает.
Police are going house to house, showing his photo to everybody. Olia turns the room with care and presses her teeny pulse against the window.
А почему он по домам ходит, а не по лесу?
And why is he going to the houses and not the forest?
Боится?
Are they scared? The question caught me off guard.
Милиционеры ничего не боятся.
Police aren't scared of anything.
И лес они прочесали.
They already scanned the forest. Yeah, right, flashed in my clouded mind. Did they really check every nook and cranny where darkness, cold, and whispers of icy branches dwell? If that's the case, how did they meet the mitten? Or did it appear later? For me? I changed the topic. As if trying to get Olia as far away as possible from the forest thickest.
Если я сам найду пропавшего мальчика, нам, может, награду дадут.
We may get a reward if I go and find this boy by myself. He states that we together with her.
Кучу всякого, как в поле чудес.
A lot of stuff like in the Wheel of Fortune. What, this explanation to Wheel of Fortune? Ah no, it's different. Field of Wonders, a Soviet... Wait a second, what? Field of Wonders? Alright, I got it. Soviet and Russian TV game show, still running to this day, coming out every Friday, can be discovered as partly adapted version of Wheel of Fortune. By the way, just recently they bought a license for Wheel of Fortune, so soon it will be the real Russian version of Wheel of Fortune, not Wheel of Wonders.
Клёво же.
Sounds cool, right? Olia wasn't listening to me. She was piercing the forest with incredibly adult eyes, and sharp and uncharacteristic for her. Cannot bear this for too long. Keep it much better.
А что, если эта сова его утащила?
What if they all got him?
Ерунда.
Nonsense.
Не может сова поднять человека.
And all won't be able to lift a human, but it was a furry owl.
Ну вот что...
Can furry owl fly? I don't know. But you know what? I was speaking my words with utmost care and forced them out of my overexerted brain.
Ты в лес не суйся. Мне кажется, он какой-то...
Stay away from the forest. I think it's somehow...
Как бы сказать... проклятый, что ли?
How should I put it? It's cursed or something.
Как в сказке?
Just like in a fairy tale.
Нет, скорее, как на той страшной кассете, что родители прячут.
No, more like in that spooky tape our parents hide from us. Spooky tape the parents hide. Let's share it and stole a glance at the window.
Я видела, как ты убегал.
I saw you running away.
За тобой кто-то гнался?
Someone's chasing you, so if she cannot see it, and only us, it's rather really strange things that only Anton can see, or it's his disease, mental disease, I understand.
Нет, просто чтобы мама не волновалась, спешил домой.
No, just I was coming back home so mom won't be worried. As I looked at my sister, my heart was tearing apart. She was so fragile. It was so easy to stifle her light. A gust of wind, her small fire would be gone.
Хорошо тебе.
You like it? Good for you, she said.
Меня вот мама не пускает даже на крыльцо.
Mom won't even let me go outside. Not outside, just standing near the door.
Как принцесса в
За
башне
патио.
сижу. Никуда не могу выйти.
It's not even letting her go to the party. I'm like a princess in the tower, can't go anywhere. So I don't really like how it was translated, but anyway, it's
Так
good.
и умру тут от скуки.
I'll die from boredom here.
Не придумывай.
You're wrong.
От скуки еще никто не умирал.
No one has ever died of boredom.
У тебя же есть я и мультики, а мама с папой скоро помирятся.
And you have me and your cartoons, and mom and dad will be good to each other soon.
Знаешь, что бы я загадала на следующий день рождения?
You know what I would wish for all my next birthday? By the way, birthday wishes, none of them came true, so I keep wishing.
Чтобы родители тоже в детей превратились. И мы бы все вместе играли, как раньше.
I wish for mom and dad to turn to children so we could go and play together like we used to. And what about money?
Ага. А если бы они стали размером с жука, то мы бы их в спичечный коробок посадили.
Yeah, and if you'd make them as small as box, we could place them into matchbox. It was a matchbox, not little box. Oh yeah, yelled and tugged at my sleeve.
Тоша, пойдем Аладдина смотреть.
Tosha, let's go watch Aladdin. See, in Russian it's Aladdin, not Aladdin. I like won over my desire to be with my little sister. I was watched over by some sort of enormous apathy.
Вымотался я. Что-то не хочется.
So tired, I don't want to.
Ну пойдем.
Come on.
Мне скучно одной, а мама занята все время.
It's so boring alone and mama's always busy.
Можно выбрать другой мультик, который ты еще не видел.
You can pick a cartoon you haven't seen before. What? Also, it's very strange idea to watch the same scene again and again. I never understand it. Like playing the same game again and again. It's very strange.
Да я все наши кассеты наизусть знаю.
I know all of our theories by heart at this point.
А вот и не все. Ты Питера Пэна не видел.
Not all of them. You haven't watched Peter Pan.
Помнишь, ты уснул на середине?
Remember how you fell asleep in the middle of it?
А там потом такое. Ну пойдем.
And so much happened after that. Let's go, let's go.
Давай попозже.
Maybe a bit later.
Рассказать тебе, чем все закончилось?
Should I tell you how it ends?
Утром расскажешь.
Let's leave that for tomorrow.
Утром не захочу.
I won't tell you tomorrow.
Придумала. А давай в прятки.
Are you kidding me? I know, let's play hide and seek.
Нет, Оль.
No, Oля.
Тогда нарисуй мне динозавра.
Then draw me a dinner.
Оля, блин.
He said soft version of the root world. Not, please, it's only a beach. But in like pancake, because it sounds familiar, the beach. Anyway, I'm not going to pronounce it, but blin is blin. So it was not please. What is this adaptation?
Нарисуй, нарисуй.
Draw it, draw it.
Да оставь ты меня в покое!
Leave me alone already. Yeah, was expected. Blur it out without thinking, and then I was immediately taken aback. I'd never screamed at my little sister like that. Olia stared at me in shock. Her lips started trembling, a precursor to tears. My chest was thin with disgust and embarrassment. What's happening to me? I hurried to prevent Olia from crying.
Ладно, уболтала. Давай смотреть мультики.
Right,
Только недолго.
You win. Also, I don't understand. How can you be win but it's happening in the past, not in the current time? But in English, it's always win, not won. Because she won. She won before you said this, so it cannot be in present time. Anyway, it's very strange English to me, that's all. Alright, you win. Let's go watch cartoons for a bit.
Уже не хочу.
I don't wanna. I came up to her, put my hands on her soft head.
Пойдем.
Let's go.
Питера Пэна посмотрим.
Watch Peter Pan.
Ага, ты опять уснешь.
You'll fall asleep again. I smiled and lifted your chin. Your eyes were wet and felt bottomless.
Не усну, обещаю.
I promise I won't.
А потом я тебе целого трицератопса нарисую.
And I'll draw you a full Triceratops later.
Ура!
Well, no need to say this.
Попса!
Ну, почти.
Well, close enough. Only rubbed her eyes with a sleeve of her pajamas, and a shining smile returned to her face.
Давай ты пока кассету перемотаешь, а я у мамы попрошу сгущенки с хлебом.
Cole asked for condensed milk and bread, and you ruined the tape. Why do you need to ruin the tape? You must rewind it after you watch it. And they left it unrewinded? Very strange.
Только утром свежий привезли, как ты любишь.
The bread is fresh, just how you like it.
Неси, только аккуратнее, а то разольешь.
Alright, just be careful not to spill the milk.
Опять ругаться будут.
You'll be yelled at again.
Спорим, не разолью.
Wanna bet I won't spill it?
Кассета где-то в тумбочке. Поищи пока.
The tape is somewhere in the nightstand. Look for it. So that you'll be next day, but we stuck here. When I disappeared in the doorway and I dragged my feet in the neighbor's room. There must be something spooky here, or... What was this? Or they will simply put a filler here. Chip and Dale, by the way. What? Just you? It was a bear sound. Where's Nintendo? Well, Dandy in this case. A piggy bank. Only saving money for real puppy. What? Because Dad said that taking care of him will take a lot of money. It is. But this saving will not help you. Too bad I don't have a coin on me. Only countless toys. An old teddy bear, the main attraction here, well, doesn't sleep without it. And she digs her nose into its fur when she sleeps. So she also has a curtains, not just regular one, but doubled. So why can't she see an all strange? Teddy bear. A scary window where all I see is that accursed owl every night, dark in the dark. Ola keeps curtains open during the day, but as soon as the twilight comes, she shuts them tight so she wouldn't see the pair of hungry eyes outside. There was no owl. Okay, that's all. Let's turn it on. The old Photon TV was gathering dust in the corner. Morian? Digital auto tracking, auto head cleaning. Oh, we actually can hide it. Oh, I see his reflection here, nice. All that was left was clicking the button on the front panel. Why don't you do this when you finish watching the movie? It's so easy. The tube wound up, and familiar white noise started dancing on the black screen. I almost reached out to turn on the VCR when the noise calmed down and Blue Image appeared. For a moment. It's not Russian, that's for sure. Nice. It was a dark taiga forest, just like the one outside my window. The picture splits the screen in half. Something creepy, resembling human speech, was coming out of the speaker. What, a channel for furries? Just a few moments later, the scenery was again overshadowed by noise, so it was not a filler, I was wrong. Did it catch some rock signal? Local TV station only really showed Soviet cartoons, and even that was pretty rare. And only just recently, I used to always watch Robotech before school. It was so awesome. What's Robotech? Maybe they removed word transformer, maybe Robotech definitely existed, I have no idea. Maybe I should tinker with the antenna. What if I catch the channel again? On the other hand, Olia had asked me to find the tape. It wouldn't be nice to disappoint her, but in my sleepy state, I didn't have the strength to do all of it. What will be here? You can set or search. If I set, maybe I'll find something, but she will be disappointed. Who cares about her? Let's set it. Nice! The picture finally cleared up. There's no regrets that we set it. Something. But the moment I rejoiced at finding that word signal again, the TV started coughing, a voice barely coming through the cacophony.
Видели его часто.
It was often seen.
Именно тогда.
At the moment when small snowy hills were leaning up on the screen, pierced with rickety crosses, and the male voice was narrating with a slow, mournful voice.
Стояла беспросветная кладбищенская ночь.
It's like just horror movie or something. It was a pitch-black night at the cemetery.
В то мрачное время маленькая Сеня встретила свою судьбу в лице чудовищного обитателя дикой чащобы.
Oh, it's like a criminal Russia about maniacs, pedophiles. In Soviet times there were a lot of pedophiles, by the way. That fateful dark time, little Senya met her fate at the face of monstrous thicket dweller.
Местные называют его не иначе, как хозяин леса.
The locals call him none other than the Forest Master. I froze and did my best not to move, as if by doing that I could scare away the narrator. I listened closely to his every word.
Зверь разобрался с беспомощной девочкой по-хозяйски.
The beast still with a helpless girl in a masterful manner. The camera panned across the snow with something black spilled over it, looking for ragged pieces of clothes that were thrown around all over the place. Yeah, it was very typical in the 90s to actually show the actual footage of death and killing children, etc. Nowadays, obviously, it would be forbidden, but in the past, yeah. I didn't want to think whether Senya's remains were wrapped in there, so shut my eyes without thinking. It was a hand! I saw a hand here! The voice continued.
Волки здесь редкие гости.
Wolves are rare guests in this part.
Вот что поведала нам баба Тамара, обитательница одного из местных склепов.
Another Tamara, just in Ninekone, we met some character with this name, I remember. And what Tamara, the old woman that lives in a nearby crypt, had to say. Gosh. Even I coughed myself. Close-up shot of the face of an old homeless woman, waiting from life and alcohol abuse, rated on the screen.
Да, бестия страшенная, хуже мертвеца отрытого.
Yes, such a fearsome bestial it is, worse than the rising dead. The old woman splattered saliva all over the rectangular microphone. You see it on the body. Oh, you must see it. It was not covered by my face. And the steam, it's like... That's very rude word here that was beeped. The rest of her comparison was followed up by the sound of horn. It was... I will not say. Like Dirty Dick or something.
Не припомню я такой вони.
I've never felt anything like that.
Стояла эта тварюга там, где ты, милок, сейчас стоишь, и таращилась на меня прям посередь дня.
Your speech is so awesome, but definitely they didn't set this accent here. Obviously, you cannot adapt it. It was just standing there, yes, right where you stand, boyo. Oh, boyo. And pierced me with its eyes right in the middle of the day.
Здоровенно такая, глаза стеклянные.
Was so huge, that one with glassy eyes. Absentees were covered by another beam. Here I didn't know what she said.
Говорят, что если тебе этот дьявол заприметить, то сунет в мешок к себе и дел с концом.
It's very funny. You know, they say if this demon lays its eyes on you, it'll snatch you, put it into his back, and you're done. Like Krampus.
Но меня он не трогает.
But he won't touch me.
Видать, нравлюсь я ему.
Likes me, it seems.
Вот и зовут меня чертовой невестой.
So they even call me the devil's bench. Braid, actually. By its wench. It should be bright.
Что правда, то правда.
And it's definitely true.
Опустившимися до звериного образа жизни хищник брезгует, предпочитая детскую невинную кровь.
The carnivorous monster will not touch those who fell to the level of forest beasts, going for the innocent child's blood instead.
Теперь все чаще хозяина леса видят в поселениях на периферии нашей родины.
The forest master's presence is felt more and more in the outskirts of our country. Don't begin believing in what was said and shrugging it away. I decided to record the remaining part of the documentary for some reason. Record it! Or Peter Pan! Quickly grabbed the tape that was on top of the TV. What is he doing? And put it into the VCR without even looking at the cover, so Peter Pan is gone. Press rec, turn the sound up and pay attention to the sleeping signal.
Хозяином леса его прозвали не просто так.
It's not calling the forest master for nothing.
Ему подчиняются все звери, пернатые и лохматые. Они предвестники появления самого чудовища.
All the animals obey it. Be they hairy or feathery, they're all precursors for its appearance.
Если слышите вой вдалеке, то, скорее всего, он знает, где вы живете.
If you hear howls in the distance, then it most likely already knows where you live.
Если порог дома истоптан звериными следами, а за окном караулят птицы, прячьтесь, он уже идет за вами.
If you find animal prints all over your doorstep and birds watching you from the trees, you'll better hide, it's already coming for you.
А если однажды ночью, проснувшись, вы увидите глаза в окне, то скоро.
And if you wake up at night and see a pair of eyes in your window, so very soon, they actually mean it.
Скоро.
Oh, then soon.
Скоро.
Then soon.
Скоро.
What's going on?
Скоро.
Are you kidding me?
Скоро.
What should I do?
Скоро.
Holy shit. Well, it looked like Krampus. But he suddenly went mad and looked at the last word over and over, piercing my eyes and my arrows. My eyes as well. I got goosebumps all over my spine. The tape ended and was rewinded to the beginning. But if you watch Peter Pan with this, it would be horrible. Sound of rusting tape reminded me of leaves in the wind and the low howl of the beast. I woke up from my stupor and pressed the button. The VCR ejected the tape. For a moment I thought it was stained with saliva. But that was just the light from the candelabra making the black plastic glossy. It was Peter Pan. And then I saw the cover. Oops, I coded it over Peter Pan. Holy shit. That's what I get for hurrying. It was bad enough that it ruined Olia's cartoon, but I also put this creepy stuff over it. Can't let you see this. You'll drown in tears. I snuck a glance at the door. I could hear the clatter of glass and the squeaky floorboards. Only appeared in the doorway.
Ты не смотришь без меня?
You haven't started without me, have you? My sister brought the tray with an only cut bread and a whole can of condensed milk.
Нет,
No?
я пока кассету ищу.
I was looking for the tape.
А ты точно хочешь Питера Пэна смотреть?
Do you really want to watch Peter Pan?
Хочу!
I do.
Включи Включай скорее, а то мама скоро сядет свой бразильский сериал смотреть.
Turns already. Mom will come watch her Brazilian drama soon. Strange. In English it sounds differently. If you at all, yeah. Come on, sing, fake detective.
Честно, мне как-то Питер Пен совсем не понравился.
You know, I didn't like Peter Pan.
Может, лучше «Русалочку»?
Maybe you should watch Little Mermaid instead?
Русалочку я уже насмотрелась.
I've already seen it so many times.
А ты обещал.
You promised me. She's so stubborn.
Придумал. Давай сначала пару серий «Черепашек-ниндзя». Согласна?
I know, let's watch a couple of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles episodes first, deal? Only up front, but ultimately gave up. She put down the tray and crossed her hands on her chest.
Если так сильно просишь.
I don't understand why he recalled it. It was stupid. He wanted so much.
Откроешь сгущенку. Порезаться боюсь. Края острые.
Can you open the milk can? I'm afraid I'll cut myself with a sharp edge. Why actually you're not completely cutting it? Also didn't understand it. Many people do this, but I always cut it fully. As soon as I stood up, colorful dots popped up before my eyes, and my sore legs were pierced by thousands of needles. Only when I reached the sofa, I realized that the can was already open. What just happened? Only had taken me, playing me for a fool. The stomach became heavy. I wanted to rush toward the TV, but my little sister was faster. She picked up the remote and proclaimed in a victorious tone.
Повелся!
Gotcha, what?
Владычица пульта приказывает смотреть Питера Пэна!
As the remote master, I command you to watch Peter Pan. What the hell? I couldn't even open my mouth, and the viscera had already eaten the accursed tape. She'll play it, and then black crosses on unnamed graves, empty crypts, bloody scarves on the snow, and the insane devil's winch. Maybe this will not happen? I'll better tell the truth.
Оля, стой!
Oля, stop.
Я тебе конец кассеты нечаянно стер.
I raised the end of your tape by accident.
Отдай ее мне и возьми любые две мои.
I'll trade it with you for two of mine.
Ты чего?
What do you mean?
Не мог ты стереть? Мы с папой всем кассетам зубики пластмассовые выломали. Отверткой.
Ah, you couldn't erase it. Me and Dad had broken off all those plastic pins with a screwdriver.
Teперь ни на один мой мультфильм ничего записать нельзя.
You can't record anything all my cartoons now. My little sister presses the triangular play button on the remote. I squeezed on the inside, waiting the out-of-this-world voice of the narrator. Wait a second, but it was at the very end. It's not at the beginning or the middle. That's it. And the second... How could you record if this... Wait a second, no. Can you actually record, and what will happen? No, if you press the record button, nothing will happen, right? Don't quite remember. But I cannot check it.
Нет, это нечестно.
Yeah, piracy translation.
Он летучий дьявол.
Gosh, but I saw the duel between Peter Pan and Captain Hook instead. It's very strange that maybe people like it because they heard it in their childhood, like nostalgia, but not funny. I'd never like it. Don't like it even now. I sat in relief. My head, heavy as a leaden ball, now rested in my hands. Ola smiled in joy. She put the tape on Rewind and started spreading milk over her bread. But again, Rewind, we already rewinded it, isn't it? Don't quite understand. I don't quite understand. It's definitely his problem with brain notes. Mine. And when the cartoon started, she forgot about everything in the world. As if she really got transported to the Neverland like she always wished. To be honest, I also imagined myself there, in a land where one never ages, where no one argues over little things, where no one listens to fights and the sound of broken plates at night. But now Peter Pan's land was especially far away from me. My thoughts dragged on, stumbled upon the horned beast that awaited me among the trees, and the narrator's mournful voice haunted me, sliding over bushes and ravines. like a winged carnivore would track its prey. It felt like I was dreaming with my eyes still open. Then my sister's scream pulled me back to reality.
Тоша, скорее, штору задерни!
Tosha, shut the curtains fast!
Зачем?
Why?
Никто же на тебя не смотрит.
No one's watching you.
Уже темно, а когда темнеет, прилетает сова.
It's dark, and when it's dark, the owl comes.
Я боюсь.
I'm scared. I got out of bed, fighting my drowsiness, and closed the curtains. Can we do anything else? Looks like no. Wait a second, Chip and Dale, now Chi and Doyle? What the heck? And this face is creepy. Was it like this before? Just happened recently. Didn't pay attention, but right now? That's strange. Look at the TV! What the heck was this? Oh, it was Crocodile. What's this strange music? I did my best not to look outside towards the treetops, toward the taiga forest, which seemingly drew closer and closer. What was just a visual effect from shadows of branches scraping the snow.
Тоша, мама думает, что я напридумывала про сову.
Tosha, Mama thinks I made the all up.
И папа считает, что раз я маленькая, это значит врушка.
And Dad too thinks I'm Lara since I'm small.
А сова
Yes.
есть.
But the owl exists.
Вот честная-пречестная, есть она.
Honestly, it does.
Ты же мне веришь,
You do believe me, right?
что она там и каждую ночь прилетает и...
It comes every night and... As if to grab at Olga's hand and look her in the eyes. I was trying to transfer at least some of my courage and determination. But did I really have those qualities?
Я тебе верю, слышишь?
Yes, I believe you, alright?
Ты только родителям больше не рассказывай про сову.
Just don't nag our parents about it anymore.
У них и так хлопот по горло, они только рассердятся.
They're already dealing with a lot, so they'll just get mad at you.
Ты мне говори, если что случится.
Come and tell me if anything happens.
И в окно не смотри.
And don't look out the window.
Но она хочет, чтобы я смотрела.
But it wants me to look.
Перехочет.
Doesn't matter.
Притворись, что ее нет и не было никогда, что она выдумка, как родители говорят.
Act like it doesn't exist and never existed, like it's made up, just like mom and dad say.
Ей ждать надоест, она улетит.
She'll get tired of waiting and fly away. Might be. So far, no fillers at all, but what will be next? We followed Peter Pan's adventures as if nothing had happened, as if the forest didn't kidnap kids, as if our parents were tearing each other apart bit by bit.
Хорошо, Крюк. Когда ты свободен, можешь уплывать. Никогда больше не возвращайся.
Captain Hood was running away from a crocodile. Captain Pen was headed to London on a gilded sailboat. Captain Pen? What? By some miracle, I lasted longer than my little sister. Luna's eyelids had dropped. She started snorting lightly, resting her chin on the side of the bed. The chorus was singing the ending song. The world of Disney was lit up by a silver moon. So you did record it. Another moon peaked from under the first one. Second one hanging over the taiga forest. The horrific report got recorded right over the credits, as I said, so it was right. And he is not a brain damaged kid. My throat went dry, my pulse became faster. I looked toward Ola. She smacked her lips in her sleep. I squeezed the remote with all my might, ready to press stop any moment. I rewound the recording, checked if it was intact, then carefully looked out the tape. Protective pin was still in place. So, it was possible to record. I stood up and left Ollie's room. Whether it was by providence or by curse, I hid the tape alongside the mitten at the exact moment Mom peeked into my room. Picot achievement curse step. I definitely must turn
Довольно
them off.
баловства.
Enough playing around.
Завтра первый день в школе.
It's your first day at school tomorrow. How can we turn off the achievements? It's stupid to have them. Steam turn off achievement notifications. I thought that I turned it off. Maybe not on this PC. Disable it through Steam or by individual game basis. To disable it in all games, go to Steam settings from the top menu. Steam settings. Let me save and do this really quick because I don't like achievements. Yes, if we get them all, we'll get 100%, but it's better to check it offline, not online during the game. Whoever decide to put in them, yeah. At the same time, I will be check if same is working. Oh, actually, I don't need to exit the game. Anyway, I will put on the back, be right back screen, and switch to my Steam. Last time when I actually didn't have my screen, was revealed some information that shouldn't be revealed. Well, I'll delete it first. Anyway, I cannot see. What is the settings? Steam settings. I open the Steam settings and says there's nothing here. Wait a second, maybe Steam. Steam settings. Got it. In game. And at the top, there should be a tick box to disable Steam overlay in all Steam apps. There's nothing to say. Enable the Steam overlay while in game. Disable it. Let's check some other manual in Reddit. Maybe something else should be done. Never added the feature itself to disable achievements notification, but I think this overlay will work for me. Let me check the full information in Coro. Yeah, looks like only this setting is okay, but it says alternatively you can right click a game. Okay, in game we don't need. I hope it will work. Who needs achievements? Okay. Close.
Ложись, тебе надо выспаться.
Okay. Go to bed, you should sleep properly. It is. We can continue.
Не хочешь же ты, чтобы тебя все дразнили Соней?
You don't want to be teased for being sleepy, right? Well, lack of horror in this game for me, because there's no action where you can actually die and start from the very beginning. Like if you have save point in every single screen, and here you can't even die. Anyway. It looks like a face here. Oh, you can't see it. That's for good. I don't think everything is so simple. As if sound sleep would ensure my classmates would like me. I covered myself with a blanket up to my neck and listened to the house humming, to something invisible rustling in the corners. My inner voice had a question for me. Do I want to hear that mysterious flute again? Yes. Yes and no, of course yes. Answer yes. Princess selection. Maybe just a part of growing up and I can't fully understand my own desires. The forest well behind the barrier, it was my walls. Some ethereal entity wandered the fields. Branches shook as if calling for me. The wind howled on and on in the night. My thoughts were like annoying flies that entered my head before becoming weak and tangled. I didn't notice how I fell into slumber. Why I still have achievements? True Detective, Jiven Look. Looks like I need to restart the game. Okay, next time. This time, I can't do this. But seriously, disable this overlay. Steven, that's achievements, gosh. Has come after all. They first the most. The first day of a new school term. Wait a second, achievements for the... It's like the first episode ended, and there's no like separation between episodes. Oh, episode 2. Time to play with you. Kid disappeared. Okay, so like 33% of this game just done. And I spent how much of time for this? Like 2 hours approximately, so 22:20. I will end it 1 AM. But I want to go to sleep earlier. At least at midnight. Okay, let's play 2 more hours, maybe continue on Sunday. And finish on Sunday. How can you finish on Sunday? It take a lot of time. And the next is working day. What is this? It's actually... oh, it's piece of hair and dust. Alright. New school, new teachers, and most importantly, new classmates who I always have trouble connecting with. So if you buy... it's free game or not? Doesn't matter. If you get this game and play only 1 episode, there's no conclusion of it. So if I finish all 3 episodes, you'll get nothing, and I really want to know where they prove it's real or not. Like most other kids with glasses, probably. Glasses. Forced myself to get out of my warm bed. That would usually drive me to my old school, but this morning the bedroom of my parents was silent. Did they sleep in? Maybe it was a good thing. I didn't want to get the daddy's boy reputation from day one. But how can I go outside alone? My parents were probably still tucked in, dreaming about the good old days when everything was so simple and easy. So they're not working? Sweet dreams, even if far removed from reality. Suddenly sneaked out to the first floor, so I wouldn't wake up anybody, especially as the peacefully sleeping Ola. Are you serious? He going out? Is it not a night? I did my best to step on the middle of every floorboard. Wait a second, how was usually waking up at what time? I can count, by the way. I was sleeping constantly like 10 hours despite that I was not able to fall asleep. At 9 PM. So 10, 11, midnight, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 AM. But it's winter at 7 AM, it's definitely dark. Alright. Yeah. I used to play like this in our old apartment. If my soles touched the space between floorboards, it counted as stepping into lava? I never did this. The clock was spurring me on with its hands. I need to hurry. Faster! Faster! I was too fast, so I needed to cycle the hallway once again. While lava was bursting out of the cracks between floorboards. I had no understood these cracks that you shouldn't step on them. What a strange game. I need to watch my step to survive at any cost. Maybe it's a hop, like a frog jumping on molehills, like a furful bunny in a grove full of wolves. I made a sandwich in the kitchen, shoved it down my throat, and drank it down with cold tea. My appetite was as good as of someone being led up the scaffold toward a guillotine. I lowered my gaze and saw that one of my feet was standing on 2 floorboards at the same time. Prone to a crisp, huh? I moved my foot. Disgusting little snakes whistled in my belly, the fear of getting hit and being called nasty names. The clock clicked. I need to go. It was dark outside, feeling for an early winter morning. This darkness never fully left the houses around here. I took my time, tying my shoes, buttoning up the puffy down jacket, trying to delay my unpleasant exit into the semi-dark, into the unknown. I rubbed my glasses for good luck, so I couldn't remember a single time these thick pieces of glass brought me any good fortune. The sky was akin to a giant bruise. On the east side of it, a black cloud was swelling up. It licked up stars from the sky and extinguished the rising sun. Darkness was plastered all over the treetops. The cautious cries of birds got tangled up in the thickest. I looked at the front door with a long key that I wore around my neck. My parents made me wear the snooze, afraid that I'd be in a total klutz that I am could lose the key otherwise. The wind whisked on the other side of the gate, invited me into my new life towards dubious adventures, and tugged along like an old body, pushing me in the back. White shadows that pines throughout covered a sort of the clearing. Upon reaching the edge of the forest, I hit my nose in the coat's collar. I was squeezing through the... Why did I click it? I was squeezing through the thin firebrick, my hair ruffled up and my back hunched over. Tall trees stood on both sides of the teeny trail. A snowy blanket rustled under my feet, and the canopy of intertwined branches above my head cut me off from the already sparse starlight. The night had no plans of moving away from the forest. In this darkness, trees reminded me of shaggy old women that smelled of burnt earth. Their trunks turned into crooked, wrinkled faces with holes in the middle at their mouths. If I lost focus even for a moment, mold-covered witches would drag me into the forest depths. Then my parents would be walking around these parts, screaming my name. But the dead can't answer the living. Or can they? A sense of panic was growing in my chest. I was fine with Dad carrying me into the school in his hands. By now, it would save me from watching the darkness rise up in the ravines like black dove. It felt like someone jumped into the bushes behind me, so I turned around. Could be her. As soon as I started walking faster, I heard the snow squeak behind me. The forest took a deep breath with its giant lungs. The windfall cracked. The wind and the birds were left behind in the field. Now I could only hear the forest creak. I walked, listening closely, and the unseen presence grew stronger. As if someone was following me, trying to match the pace of my footsteps. Nothing here. I threw my head so fast, made my neck crunch. The teeny trail behind me disappeared into the darkness. 3 branches overlapped, forming a natural tunnel. It's your first time going to school, and do you know where is it? Strange.
Есть здесь кто?
Who's there? The question escaped my lips and dissolved into the unending, creaking sound of the wooden idols. The pines around me. Why did I think going through the forest alone was a good idea? I'm either going mad, or someone had intentionally lured me away from home. Distant lights granted me a smidgen of hope. A country road. I ran there as fast as I could, as if afraid that the trail will shrink. Cold hands will grip me by the shoulders, turn me around, and make me look at the faces of hungry forest denizens. What is this? In the end, nobody stopped me. I almost flew to the decrepit wooden bridge, disbelieving my luck. The bridge supports bathed in a spring, tarry and ice cold. I put my hands on my knees and looked up at the forest. I snorted, trying to calm my breathing. A thicket was pretending to be asleep. It looked peaceful, lifeless. The remaining part of my commute led through a snow-laden road, illuminated by sparse lamp lights. I chased away bad thoughts and ran as fast as I could from one circle of light to another, seeking protection from electric lamps. Just like in that game where you need to be the first to proclaim and protect it. Game? Tag? A kid's game where one player needs to tag other players, yeah, but what about protected? By touching them with their hand, making them eat. Certain zones normally call up the ghoul? What? Players can stay safe from tagging? Never heard about that. Safe from tagging. You never save. It just, in this case, that protection was flimsy at best, with darkness written outside its bounds. Ah, it's a fully. Then I noticed something remarkably eerie. In a place where the light from an inclined lamp couldn't reach, a hairy, crooked shadow came alive with a guttering roar. It almost felt like its features deterrent light, its unnatural pulse, instilled fear. I asked almost, wait a second, but he's wearing clothes, so it's not like wild animal or creature. My eyes almost poured out of their sockets as I just stood there, blinking, trying to chase away that illusion. Who is this? It could be... doesn't matter. But the shadow didn't disappear, and even got closer. I mean Fox from Star Fox. My insides were gripped by horror. I stepped back and almost fell into a snow pile. The black silhouette, on the other hand, straightened up and addressed me in a sweet voice.
Чего крадешься? Душу мою украсть хочешь?
Sneaking around, huh? Trying to steal my soul? Words got stuck in my throat. Who could be talking in such a silky voice here between the forest and the dormant village? Obviously Fox.
Чего молчишь, несмышленыш?
Will you say something, Nami?
Язык вырвали?
I got your tongue?
Слушай, а я тебе еще и нос откушу.
Alright, in this case I will bite off your nose as well. Actually, this will be proper translation.
Будешь знать, как совать его в чужие дела.
I'll teach you not to poke it in places it doesn't belong. A girl stood before me, judging from the voice and the silhouette. But I couldn't even reprimand myself for getting scared by a girl before noticing a gaping mouth under her hood with something dangerously shiny inside. I was stunned. It's actually Fox. From the cavity of her foot, a friendly, real fox face was staring straight at me. It's just her jaws went moving and her eyes went blinking. A mask? Just a girl with a fox mask on it. At least I wanted to think that. After a surprise like that, a narrow smile involuntarily crept into my face.
А я...
I was just...
Просто в школу иду, а тут ты...
Going to school and then you actually say Thor, not you like for someone unknown.
Что я?
What about me?
Никогда не видел, как лиса собаку кормит.
Never seen a fox feed a dog? And indeed, there was a small dog cycling the girl's legs. One of the strays that were chasing me yesterday, probably.
Извини, я не хотел.
Sorry, I didn't mean to. Hearing my voice, the dog whimpered, lowered its ears, sniffed me out, and then started wagging its tail. I guess I still smelled a bologna that I ate for breakfast. I was shifting my gaze back and forth from the dog to the girl. She didn't seem scary anymore, just weird.
Значит, не хотел. Ну-ну.
So you didn't mean to, huh?
Как тебя зовут?
What's your name?
Меня Антон.
I'm Anton.
А тебя?
And you?
А меня нет.
I'm not. She's weird, definitely has a couple loose screws. But she has a nice voice. My astonishment has turned into a mix of happiness and relief. This girl, I didn't know, was definitely human, if a bit eccentric. I was also a bit angry at myself. This foxy girl was walking through the darkness without power, and I shuddered from every little sound. I could just walk away, but this girl had piqued my interest. Next time a police officer asks me about my friends at the new place, I'll tell him that I befriended a talking fox.
Ты здесь живешь?
Do you live around here?
В поселке?
In the village? The fox giggled and purred. She spun around so hard, the hem of her coat lifted up.
Нет, глупый.
No, dummy.
Лисы не живут в поселках.
Foxes don't live in villages.
Хочешь сказать, ты живешь в лесу?
So, you want to say that you live in the forest? Then,
Из какой норы ты вылез?
have you been living under a rock?
Конечно! Лисам среди людей не выжить.
It's obvious that foxes can't survive anywhere near humans. What? They can.
Пока они лисы.
As long as they foxes. Your jokes were also word. Just like your carnival mask, papier-mâché with through glued into it. A dog reminded us of its existence with a loud bark. I unfastened my backpack. That would sometimes throw food in there without my knowledge, cookies, apples, or even my favorite crab sticks. He called it a gift from the bunny. Treat from the bunny, the uneaten part of a business lunch, or a treat specifically bought for children. Parents would tell the children that a bunny asked them to deliver said treat, but it could also be any other animal, squirrel, a bear, for example. A stray strolled toward me, with mincing footsteps, with a pleading look in his eyes. Foxes definitely tried it to something, but it was probably still hungry.
Зачем ты так вырядилась с утра пораньше?
Why you dressed like this so early in the morning?
На утренник идешь?
Going to... He said not a custom party, it's like a lane... Okay, it's party but not custom party. Doesn't matter. If they adopted it like this, it's okay. The girl shrugged, throwing silvery snowflakes off her nose, and her human form along with them turned into a genuine beast. A real fox, agile, cunning, dangerous. A moment of hesitation and you'll be ripped to shreds. She'll chew you up and gulp you down without breaking a sweat. I couldn't help but just stand there as a stump. Until I held her calm, melodic laughter, hiding underneath the beastly mask.
Видел бы ты свою маску, сладенький.
I wish you could see your own mask, sweetie. He's a bunny, isn't it? So she sees him as a bunny right now. I'm more than sure about this. Did she say sweetie? I got embarrassed, went right up to my hair roots. We'd seen a fox in a zoo once, when we went there with Dad, but it had patchy fur, was grey and skinny. But this girl was of fairy color and furry, just like in fairy tales. I was still rummaging through my backpack. My fingers, that were searching for the dog's treat, stumbled upon some soft, crumpled object.
Ничего.
You'll see? She said like, okay, or something.
Скоро проснутся настоящие звери.
The real beast will wake up soon.
Спроси-ка лучше у них, где они взяли свои человеческие лица.
You should ask them where they got their human faces. Wait a second, so animals, fruits, killing people to get their faces? Girl's shadow was dancing in the lamp's light, and our main character is actually same as them. He's not a boy. Why not? Maybe he was adopted? The girl's shadow was dancing in the lamp's light. Dog yapped in agreement. Freaked out and dropped my finding in the snow without getting a proper chance to examine it. Cold wind instantly covered the hole created with snow. Dog rushed to dig it out, wanted to get it straight. And the fox just snorted. I was so embarrassed I wanted to sink through the snow. It was still dark outside of the electric cycle. On the contrary, the darkness seemed even more thick. all the boring houses were sleeping deeply in its inkiness. I did my best to continue the conversation with the bird girl I didn't know.
Так ты в школу идешь?
So I'm going to school?
Ах, ну какой же дурачок!
Oh my, you really dummy.
Так ничего и не понял.
Don't you get it? Well, I was trying to be friendly, but she can't stop mocking me. Call me a dummy and all. I shouldn't just move along without paying any attention to this murder and her stupid dog.
А ты чего обзываешься?
Why are you so mean?
Не хочешь отвечать, и пожалуйста.
Don't answer if you don't want to.
Никто не требует.
It's not like I care. Still, something froze me in place, tugged me towards the dark figure. Mysterious appearance, a voice that was velvet there and just languid enough. I was intrigued and excited. I watched her as people watch fires burn.
Ой, да не дуйся.
Now stop pouting.
Гляди-ка лучше.
Look here.
Ты нравишься Жульке.
Julka took a liking to you. Dog was digging through snow with sharp movements, snoring loudly. Fox turned around and looked at the windows of nearby house, at its temperate front through the white mist. The tip of her fake nose was shining under the lamplight.
И не только ей.
And maybe someone else too. I went red again, like a boiled crayfish this time. Is she talking about herself or someone else? I hope that the semi-dark would be able to hide my embarrassment from the girl. I cleared my throat before asking.
А кому еще я нравлюсь?
And who's that person? I waited, counting my heartbeat. The fox didn't reply. A sly stare was scanning the frosty patterns of someone's windows. She was reading them like a glassbook. I wonder what she can see in those winter paintings. The stray stopped rummaging through the snow, turned to me holding my object in her jaws. A mitten? Could it be the one I found in the forest? What is it doing here? When I looked closer, I realized that it was just my mitten. Maybe Mom stuffed it in there when I was asleep. Sudden missing boy immediately came to mind.
Эй, ты знаешь что-нибудь про Вову?
Hey, do you know anything about Vova? I imagined the scene, silhouettes dancing in the clearing. The dance on the night when Vova had disappeared. A boy who, when found, can provide a big reward and maybe save my family. I remember at my birthday when our parents promised to take me and Oля to Disneyland in Paris. But instead of a long-anticipated gift, they gave me a simple brick game console, visibly embarrassed. I was crying my eyes out back then, demanding to take me to the promised amusement park. It was the first time when Mom and Dad had a big fight. My greediness shattered their relationship. Only I could fix everything, gather everybody I love and take them to Disneyland.
В ночь, когда пропал Вова, я, кажется, видел, как кто-то похожий на тебя плясал под моим окном.
The night Vova had disappeared, I think I saw someone looking like you dancing under my window. It couldn't be true, but I felt like your mask became even more sly. The fox was sniffing me out.
А что? Ты тогда испугался?
Oh, that got you worried?
За себя или кого-то еще?
For yourself or for someone else? Oля, as soon as I thought about my sister, my chest tightened and cold sweat streaming down my spine.
Ну так слушай меня внимательно, мальчик по имени Антон.
Well then, listen closely, boy named Anton. Anton, gosh, why'd say that different?
Это большой и страшный лес.
This is a big and scary forest. The first girl stepped forward menacingly.
И я не единственный его обитатель.
And I'm not its only tenant.
Другие звери уже знают о тебе.
The other beasts already know about you.
Берегись нас. Этой ночью Мы опять придем.
Beware, we'll come again tonight. She meant this night, exactly, this day. I shouldn't have talked to this evil and child room. I thought, panicking.
Пока ты со своей семьей будешь спать, подкрадемся близко-близко и станцуем.
It didn't sound very evil. When you and your parents will be fast asleep, we'll sneak really close and dance?
Макарену!
Macarena.
Чё?
What?
Эй, Макарена!
It's a very famous song from 90s. 90s. And I believe it was European, so maybe it's not known in America, but of course I can't be wrong.
У тебя прямо челюсть отвисла, Антоша!
Look at you, your mouth is agape, Antosha.
Видел он меня ночью у своего окна. Ага, как же!
He saw me near his window at night. Yeah, alright.
А ты случаем не местный дурачок, нет?
Are you by any chance dimwit?
Меня не отпускают гулять так поздно.
Nobody would let me go outside that late.
Здесь, знаешь ли, дети пропадают.
She didn't go missing here, you know. I touched the plastic frame of my glasses, puzzled by her silly joke. She got me scared to death.
Ой, да не тереби ты окуляры свои.
Hey, why don't you stop holding your glasses?
Я раньше тоже близорукой была.
I was also nearsighted once.
Лучше послушай меня. Может быть, ума наберешься.
Listen to me and maybe you'll become smarter.
Лисичку как обычно называют?
Remember, what do they call foxes?
Плутовка?
Cunning? My words seem to hurt her.
Ох ты ж! Да
What
как ты
did
меня...
you...
Ой, прости.
Sorry. Her laughter was akin to the jingle of a pair of silver bells.
Да шучу я!
You're spilling your leg.
Конечно, плутовкой.
Of course we're cunning.
Если ты ловкий и смелый, не боишься с плутовкой водиться, я, так и быть, помогу разыскать этого Вову.
If you're agile and brave enough to befriend a cunning fox, I'll help you for your Vova. So it's our quest actually find this Vova.
Ты же неспроста его ищешь.
There's a reason why you're doing it, right? I shrugged in reply. Her insight was alarming.
Знаю, почему дети повадились соваться в наш лес.
I know why children have been swearing our forest recently.
Порой там можно найти много всякого интересного.
Sometimes you can find a lot of interesting stuff there.
Я вот однажды нашла целый сугроб конфет и купалась в нем. Да так что челюсть слиплась.
One day I saw a huge pile of candy once and I swam in it until my jaws covered. A pile of candy? I couldn't deduce whether she believed in what she was saying from the tone of her voice. I showed her a nasty smile, a fake one this time.
Посмотрите-ка, какой недоверчивый.
Oh, so witty.
Ну-ну, а что ты на это скажешь?
Well, what will you say to this then? Bubblegum from 90s again. She held out her hands in a furry mitten. There was an assortment of sweets in her palm. In the city where I used to live, sweets like this were sold at markets in kiosks. What's so strange about kiosks? That we need a glossary for it. Small container-type shops selling a wide assortment of products from bubblegum to vodka, clothing, or even home appliances. These types of shops were popular in 90s Russia and more often than not tied to criminal organization. And they're all forbidden now. It's very sad. I saw my favorite bubblegum in a vivid wrapper among the tasty treasure. A female name was on it, Turbo. A twinkle of fox face poked her nose toward me.
Угощайся.
Take some.
У меня их полные карманы.
My pockets are full of them, of this. Refuse! Oh, take. Obviously take, of course. I accepted the threat, and catching a whiff of the girl's smell. Fur, fireworks, and citrus, the smell of holidays. The fingers tingled while I was carefully unwrapping the gum. Peachy aroma entered my nostrils, and something else, something unfamiliar but pleasant. A fruity cube ended up in my mouth. I started moving my molars, chewing the gum. It tasted like your usual Turkish gum, only my tongue went a bit numb. I couldn't believe my leg after opening the insert. What, we need glossary for insert? Are you kidding me? Then why are you so surprised about Mercedes-Benz? Bubblegum insert games? Games? What? The type of game where players put bubblegum inserts into their palm and try to flip it by throwing it in the air? What? The player who robs to flip one or more inserts claims them as a prize. Those inserts were often considered as collectibles. Obviously, the collectibles. You can sell them for a huge amount of money on eBay. I look at the Mercedes-Benz, an extremely rare and hence desirable collector's item for any boy from my previous neighborhood. My heart skipped a bit. I was barely able to tear my eyes off the insert, still stunned.
Это же... Это...
This is...
Теперь понял, что можно найти в лесу?
Now do you see what you can find? Can be found in the forest.
Только на твоем месте я бы туда в одиночку не ходила.
Still, I wouldn't go there alone if I were you.
Тебе вон от жвачки в забу дыханье сперло.
You get so flustered over simple bubblegum after all?
А представляешь, что с тобой будет, если найдешь чемодан таких фантиков?
Imagine what would happen if you find a travel case worth of this.
Голову напрочь снесет.
To surely blow your mind.
Пропало.
Unusual threats, just like everything else about you. Carefully hid the insert in my back, as if I was putting a rare butterfly in a can. The fox giggled. This is not how things are supposed to go on a Monday morning. Who are you? I refrained from asking that question. She wouldn't answer anyway. She'll just lie. I really wanted to see what's behind her mask. I was becoming more and more sure that underneath it wasn't just a simple young girl.
Может, Вова тоже нашел сугроб сладостей и теперь кувыркается в нем?
What if Vova also found the snow pile with sweets and is now rolling in it?
Слушай, вдруг он решил остаться в лесу?
That's what I was thinking, like in Peter Pan story. They actually decided to stay in the forest, all of them, and they become furry animals? Actually, what if he decided to stay in the forest?
Тогда, наверное, ему очень холодно в одной варежке.
He must be so cold without his second mitten then. She knows. The wind caught her words. And what if he didn't pick it up, what would be here in this conversation? Okay, the wind caught her words like smoke from a fire and carried them deep into the darkness, into the creepy thicket. The trees behind me creaked with their bony branches.
Или с ним что-то случилось в пути.
Or what if something happened to him along the way?
Что-то страшное.
Something terrible. The forest reacted to her words, became alive. It sniffed me out, breaking up its earth, just like a curious beast. Those girls pierced me with your eyes again.
Дикие звери?
Wild beasts?
Это, по-твоему, страшно?
You find that scary?
Ну, не знаю.
Well, I don't know.
Не знаю.
He doesn't know.
Уж не с двоечником ли я подружилась?
Oh my, have I befriended Dons? I didn't like being called Dons, yet being friends with her sounded nice.
Я хорошист.
My grades are good.
Бел да пушист.
Really now?
Пойдешь со мной, хорошист Антон?
Will you come with me, good grades, Anton?
Найдем твоего Вову и сам его спросишь, что он нашел в этой пуще.
We'll find you Vova, and you'll be able to ask him what he found deep in the forest.
Ведь пока мы вместе, никто тебя в лесу не тронет.
As long as you're with me, nothing can hurt you in the forest.
Вот увидишь.
You'll see. Won't stop worry with it in my belly. Better run, whispered my mind. No!
Я тебе не верю.
I don't believe you.
Ты думаешь, я врунья?
Do you take me for a liar?
Да и пожалуйста, мне никогда никто не верит.
Whatever, you're just like everybody else. You all sounded hurt, although I didn't know if she was genuine about it. She turned around as if she had immediately lost all interest in me. The gown felt bitterer. I remembered my dead favorite saying, "Where are your manners, son?" Indeed, this fox was kind to me.
Не обижайся, пожалуйста.
Please don't get mad.
Лисы бывают и добрыми.
Foxes can also be nice,
Ну, как в сказках.
like in fairy tales.
Мне бы только понять, что ты за лиса.
Just need to know what kind of fox you are. The girl giggled, hiding the nose of her mask in her hands.
Тогда пойдем со мной в лес, и ты все обо мне узнаешь.
Can we go? Then follow me into the forest and you'll get to know me.
Но не сейчас, а когда рассветет. А то тебя, бедного, всего аж потряхивает.
But not right now, when it gets bright. I mean, your whole body is shaking, you person.
Того и гляди, кондрашка хватит.
I don't want you to get a stroke.
Ай да, провожу тебя до школы.
Hey, let me accompany you to school. After hearing this, the dog barked in agreement and stopped messing with the mitten. I leaned in, trying to grab the piece of handwear that almost ran away from me.
Ну, если тебе по пути...
Well, if we're going to the same direction... How can it be a mask? Anyway, it might be. We went to Rose's school, and there, those down. And there, the lights came on in the windows of houses we passed, as if their inhabitants were sending us warning signs. Silhouettes lurked behind curtains, dogs let out occasional barks. Spirals of grey smoke rose from chimneys, TVs busted, and dishes clanked in kitchens. We watched the village slowly rise from its slumber, while carefully treading the snowy wheel trails. I walked in the left one, and she took the right one. The dog was following right behind us. I expected the fox to bring up something weird again, but she stayed silent all the way to the school, as if playing with me some game only she was from it too. She would only giggle from time to time when the dog squeezed from the snowflakes that fell on its nose. I was the first to break the silence.
Так как тебя зовут?
So what's your name?
А, ну конечно.
Here it comes.
Имена, имена, имена.
Names, names, names.
Людям непременно надо вешать ярлыки на все подряд.
You people always need to put labels on everything.
Ну и как бы ты назвал такую лису, как я?
What name would you give to a fox like me?
Даже не знаю.
I don't know.
Но я читал про лису по имени Алиса.
But I've read about Alisa the fox. Regina, Alisa.
А что?
You know what?
Я не против.
I don't mind.
Пусть будет Алиса.
I'll be Alisa. I couldn't understand if she was joking or not. I turned around as if looking for an answer, on the dog from the dark sky, devoid of dawn. My silent questions were left unanswered. She's totally the same time like Alisa from Everlasting Summer. Totally the same. The school's outline was already in our sight. A giant brick box stuck in the endless night. Lights in its windows. Didn't bode well for me. It sounds like Max Payne game. A warden trees were guarding the schoolyard, and basically I need more tea. Skin's childish laughter and someone's whistling tore up the silence. I went here with Mom when we just moved, and the place looked cozy at that time. Empty corridors that smelled of polished, puffy snow outside. Second time I came in alone to get the books and just kept on imagining my peers rolling down their railings. Great scores. I wasn't sure that he will hate the school. Ran to the library, and teachers marching down the corridors with the air of self-importance around them. High schoolers were smoking at the entrance, in track pants and wool caps perched on their foreheads. It's another high schooler here? So there was like, I don't know, guard or something. The appearance destroyed the last hopes of a cozy school. The stingy eyes and the teeth, yellow from nicotine and smirks, all of it had the same gloomy effect at the cloudy winter morning. Absorbed by my thoughts, I completely forgot about my companion.
После уроков жду тебя на заднем дворе,
I'll wait for you at the backyard after school.
возле повешенного.
Near the hanged man.
Возле кого?
Now, what? You just ignored my question.
Не опаздывай.
Don't be late. I hesitated. Blowing hot and cold again, Mom always said that when I would have trouble choosing between two options. Thinking about, Mom helped me reply.
Я после школы сразу домой.
I'm going straight home after school.
Эх, Антоша, Антоша, это я тебя так просто отпустила.
Well, Antosha, it's me who let you off the hook.
Другие же незаметно подкрадутся со своими улыбочками и вцепятся. Клещами не оторвешь.
But the others will creep up to you with their smiles and sink their teeth into you. Won't be able to shake them off as easily.
Попомни мои слова.
Remember my words. You saw it, it was not a mask. Fox opened her mouth in a white yawn. What kind of trick is this?
Антоха!
Someone running in the distance called out my name. I instantly turned around. A huge snowball whizzed past my shoulder and hit the dog. It whimpered and ran toward the spring. The darkness devoured it. The fox girl was also nowhere to be seen. She dissolved into forest air. Or was she hiding in my shadow? Okay, we'll go and grab some more tea. Definitely I'll spend here like 30 minutes. At least. I think I will not able to finish it today, so it will be Sunday. Be right back. Alright, I am back. Whew. It's very hard to have a long hair. What's she hiding in my shadow? I gulped. And swallowed the gum. Oh gosh. Swallowed the gum. I remember the first time when I got a gum in my life, I also swallowed it. By the way, it was no. Not a regular gum, not like Turbo. It was Steamroll. That I'll never put it on. Come on. Steamroll that does not exist in America. I had never seen here. There was Orbit and other stuff, but never Steamroll. Very strange. Why not? Unlucky. Unlucky? You said unlucky? Unlucky. After taking a deep breath, I went towards the school, toward the cutlets in dog, what? Towards the light raining down into the snow. Let's see, we can check other stuff. This fool. Whose nest is this, I wonder? A thieving magpie? Then it probably has all sorts of shiny things in it. Pieces of colorful glass, bottle caps, polished coins, or child braces? What is this? Raven nest. Volga. There was a fresh-looking Volga parked nearby, with one of its front wheels pierced up on the icy curb. Black like soot, as if it was straight out of the horror story that loved to tell me when we hid in the attic during a thunderstorm. I remember him always wearing a sad smile while mentioning the black cars that snatched children. He would say, "Looks like a funeral car on the inside, white curtains and all, and it has DSC, what is this, in its license plate." What? What does this mean? Do you know what this means? Death to Soviet children? SSD. That's it. Yeah, I know this. Finally, I was born in the USSR too. One more time. Black Volga. It's the same as here, SSD. You see it. What about you? Who are you? The old man was standing near the gates, puffing out clouds of smoke into the wind. He didn't look like a teacher. Was he a PE guy, maybe? Oh, there were no guards in USSR, yes. Well, there was like old woman sitting somewhere inside, but how can we call her a guard? Carefully studied his face that looked like it was cut from a piece of granite, and his hair lip that was holding down a cigarette. Wait a second, I don't remember my school inside very clear. Why? Maybe I hate it so much that I totally forgot it. He was playing around with car keys and staring back at us. A light from the cigarette was reflecting in his eyes that were sitting deep in his eye sockets. A frozen place. Haugen man lazily tore off his eyes from us and walked toward the road. Maybe he's the real killer. By the way, it's possible. Nothing here. It can be that the spirit is not related to the kid disappearance. Dozen crowd of upperclassmen with their winter hats tipped to the side. I'd better not draw the attention. Okay, that was all for sure. Center. I could hear muffled noise behind the doors, saw blinking lamps. Darkness crept along the windows, and it felt like the school was drifting in open space like a lonely, lost spaceship. Schedule. Attention, child missing. Matyushkin, 10 years old. Police wolf. Okay, now we can see the number of the police. But I remember it was 2. The freezer. Oh, Matyushkin, 10 years old. Maybe we'll be able to check it closer. Grade 4B. Well, it's actually V, not B. Oh, wait a second, it's in English, so it's B. He left his home on January the 5th, around 16. It's 4 p.m. and never returned. Was last seen in the bridge over the Smorodina River. He was wearing an orange coat with a hood, so we saw the bridge, a black wool cap, scarf, and mittens with green strips. Well, we cannot see colors here. And had a plastic toy gun on him. What? Features: 142 centimeters tall, skinny, brown hair, and green eyes. Please call these numbers if you have any information of us whereabouts. Well, 142 centimeters. Well, 178 is 5'10" in inches and feet. Let's listen to the voice. Is it Russian? I cannot identify them. After going up to the second floor, noticed crowds around the notice board. Everyone was taking part in a lively discussion, but this schedule usually it's for college and university, not for schools. Never saw them in schools, but doesn't matter. I moved closer and took a look at something everyone was interested in through a wall of backpacks. There was a piece of paper with something printed on it, glued to the left of the notice board. We already read it. But here we can read it again, okay? Yeah, I read it completely. Nothing new.
Я же говорила.
As I said, there was said, child missing. Vova Matyushkin, that was his name. A 4th grader. Okay, so 4th grader, how old is 10? So 7, 8, 8, 9, 9, 10, 10, 11, yeah? 10 years old? That's great. On this grainy print, Vova looked dead, with a black mouth and dark, empty eye socket. I know that many children went to school at 6 years old, but I was 7 and mostly everyone else in my class. Anyway, could it be that the darkness dwelling deep in the forest invaded his pores and mutilated his face? A plastic toy gun couldn't protect him from the whispering branches and the howling wind. Empty eyes of the lost boy pierced through my soul as if pleading. Unable to meet his stare, I turned around and rushed to the window, took a seat on the windowsill. So it's actually windowsill, never heard about this in English. Yeah. Super old school bell. It's pretty nice. And this is PK. Пока. Пожал экран. In Russia. Gunnar was slowly filling up with children, in groups of few. Nobody paid me any mind. In the darkness of school toilets, child voices were hammering a nursery rhyme. Toilet?
Для медведя, для лисы, зайчик кушать принеси.
For the box and for the bear, Bunny tasty meals prepare. Very nice adaptation. I turned my head towards them, trying to get better look at their features, but then my attention was stolen by a loud clicking sound. A female teacher marched down the corridor with her chin raised up high. Her heels were hitting the floor like miniature hooves. He was trailing her every step. She was also looking pompous, stopping along the way and whispering some secret in her friend's hair. She was probably a class rep, since she was carrying an attendance register book.
Екатерина, возьми, пожалуйста.
Екатерina, take this, please. Teacher opened the classroom door and the crowd of children swarmed in, screaming in passion. What's the with your face? Out of all of them, a tall, red-headed fat boy caught my attention. His face was full of blisters. He looked like the insiders of pomegranate. A bad feeling rising up the hair on the back of my head. I've seen boys like him before, and settled eyes, cackling laughter. A girl who was a smaller copy of the teacher warned the boy with a wave of her hand and entered the room through the clearing in the crowd. Some other guy stood in the way of the crowd, and the redhead immediately showed him. Move your legs, moron. The boy flew headfirst, flailing his hands, trying to keep his balance. The father burst out laughing, and a couple of kids joined his nasty cackling. Their laughter sounded like someone was snipping with huge garden scissors. The classroom sucked all the kids in. The corridor stood empty. I wanted to grow roots and stay in the windowsill. It's actually Bunny's Hope's steps, isn't it? It is. And also pretty well. Was trying to find bunnies a lot in the forest, but always saw foxes. Bunnies were constantly hiding. Well, just a handful of lampposts outside were battling the darkness, written like fluorescent fish in the black ocean. By the way, here also... No, I saw a lot of hares here. And bunnies. Rabbits. Yeah, a lot. In Europe it's very hard to spot them, but here it's very easy. Foxes as well, deers, etc. So, in Texas you can see a lot of wild live animals outside. In Europe, if you try to find them, they will run away from you. Constantly hiding. Here, they just don't afraid about human. It's actually sad because, you know, humans are horrible. Maybe I can still run away. Go outside, the sun's dark. Yes, I thought he'll decide to go with all this furry stuff instead of staying in school. I imagine myself running through snow, how it squeaks under my boots, and how I'm becoming lighter and lighter with every step. A ringer stream blue. It was ringer, not schoolboy, but ringer. Blew that illusion away. I tore myself from the window with great effort. Then took a couple of deep breaths, trying to at least calm down my mad pulse, and entered the classroom. Классная работа. Книга духовное завещание одного поколения другого. Герцен? Should I say that? No, it's like classwork? Book is, what? Soul inheritance from one generation to another. Okay, maybe. Dostoevsky, Google, etc. Дефин. Nice. Look pretty nice. The prim teacher looked at me over the frame of her glasses, clearly annoyed.
Я новенький.
I'm a transfer student. He said like I'm newbie. In this class.
Мне вот сказали к вам подойти.
I was told to come to you, he said, not here. The snowy forest trail was winding in front of my eyes. The pines rustled, but it didn't sound predatory anymore. She buried herself in the register and flickered through the pages.
А фамилия-то как?
And what is your last name?
Петров.
Petrov?
Громче говори.
What a moment there! Speak up!
Чего мямлишь?
Say it clearly.
Петров.
Нет такого.
You're not on the list. He might be not a boy, but really Bunny who turned as a boy and now singing that he must go to school or something. Of course not. She measured me with a long and heavy stare, as if trying to see if I was lying. I wanted to sing through the floor. As of faces observed all of that from the left. The classroom breathed and snored in unison, like a living organism, like a dangerous beast.
Ты не ошибся?
Are you sure?
Нет такого в
I
списке.
don't have any in my register. My knees chose the worst time to start shaking, and I felt dizzy. I clutched my fist so hard, my knuckles became white.
Мне сказали, 204 кабинет, Лилия Павловна, 6 В.
White 6th grade. Oh yes, 6th grade. They told me to come to the classroom 204 to ask for Lilia Pavlovna class 6th where? It was not C. Hello, Orange Cat. Apparently everyone in the classroom took my words for some sort of joke because they were all laughing.
Что за бардак?
What's wrong with this school? The classroom fell silent. The kids hid their smirks for a bad occasion.
Понаберут студентов.
Why do we have so many interns?
Только знают, что губяки свои малевать. А я разгребай, значит.
How do you like this dub? Russian dub? Oh, voiceover, no. Yeah, it's voiceover. They all know how to put lipstick all over their bulging lips, but when it comes to real problems, I have to solve everything.
А бумаги-то кто заполнять будет? Не первый раз ведь уже.
How did they... Medicine, she said so short sentence, but here, how did they send you here without any proper paperwork? You had the same thing happen so many times already.
Подожди здесь. Сейчас.
Wait here, I'll be back. She said. Right now. Okay, she's going somewhere.
Сейчас
No?
я им устрою.
They have a little chat with them. The chief flew past me and mumbled something to herself in righteous anger, and I was left standing in the center of the classroom. Yeah, because his last name must be in the middle of the list, isn't it? So you must recreate the whole journal. It's horrible. Like a convict in front of firing squad, I lowered my gaze, feeling the mocking stares from all around the classroom directed at me. They blackened my skin, danced on it, like laser sights. Once again, I imagined running far away from this place, finding the glowing wind, soaring how about the pines in one long jump. Wait a second, I know this music. But I can't recall from which place is it? Oh gosh. Where did I hear it? Some cartoon? No. But I heard it, that's for sure. With the wind in my back as my only companion, the eyes of my future classmates were asking, this new boy, is he one of us or an outsider? Somebody whispered something, and stifled laughter rolled through the classroom.
Доску вытри!
Wipe the board! It was easy to guess who was the main prankster here.
Эй, очкарик!
Hey, Four Eyes.
Ты чё, не только слепой, но еще и глухой?
Hey, not only blind, but also deaf.
Доску вытри, говорю!
He must be killed, this guy. Might be. They will kill it. I said, wipe the board. My knees weren't the only shaking part of my body anymore. I was trembling from head to toe, and I prayed for the teacher to come back sooner. My prayers were answered by the powers that be.
Ну что мне с тобой делать-то?
And what should I do with you now?
Куда сажать, а?
Will you sit?
Давай-ка сядь, наверное, с Семеном.
With this prankster? Well, you can sit with Simeon, I guess.
Он все равно один.
He's alone anyway.
Еще чего?
No way. Fatsa put his backpack on the seat beside him in defiance, scratching his belly and smirked. It's kinda strange because usually bullies always have a pair. Everyone wants to sit with them. But here it's different.
Ты опять за старое?
Are you back to your old tricks?
Снова бабушку в школу вызывать?
Should I call you grandma here again? The classroom went silent.
А чё она мне сделает?
And what she's gonna do?
Не она, так я тебе сделаю.
I'll be the one to do something if she doesn't.
Рюкзак убрал быстро.
Put away your backpack now. Simeon didn't move a muscle. he started studying the portraits of writers on the wall, looking bored. I needed to do something to resolve this somehow, to save myself. I cleared my throat and continued in stifled voice that sounded nothing like me.
Я могу за последнюю парту сесть.
I can sit in the last row.
Там, кажется, свободно.
I think there's a free seat. Teacher snorted loudly. She looked at me, then at Semyon, then back at me.
Ладно, садись пока туда.
Fine, go there for now.
А с тобой, Бабурин, мы еще поговорим.
And you, Baburin, I'll have a talk with you later.
Чтобы подошел после уроков.
Come to me after classes.
Будешь по классу дежурить, ясно?
Will be on cleaning duty, got it? By the way, this cleaning duty, it's only in Japan and post-USSR countries, right? Such thing does not exist in other schools. Well, I was reading other manga and there was explained that it's only in Japan, but of course not. Well, I know nothing about other schools. Simon forced out a twisted smile. Juicy pimples were growing on the tip of his nose. Ripe for the taking. I walked carefully, afraid to stumble and fall, causing another outburst of laughter from everyone. Took my seat at the back, at the last table, where I was met with a pile of old posters. And what is this? Hello, Tim. Thank you for the rate. Nice to see you again. And I'm playing a horror game, that's why I decided to put my camera to grayscale. Because the game is grayscale. Hello, ma'am. Rats. The outcasts took their seats and the class was ready to start. And what was you playing? Don't remember that I saw you streaming. Looks like you started after me. Kena? Oh yeah, this one. I remember this game that you played. Yeah. A girl without salary, doing all the stars for all girls or something.
Вот и хорошо. Начнем урок.
Now this is settled. Let's start the class.
Тема. Традиции русской и мировой литературы в рассказе Зощенко «Не надо врать».
Today's theme is traditions of Russian international literature in Zощенko. Don't lie. It actually was you shouldn't lie. No. The thoughts turn back at me to me. He's staring in front of me of the coming days, weeks, and months of Berlin. I've got my eyes on you, said his watery look. So you'll meet with this fox? What the heck is this? History? If you're not a gay, draw a car and another one. Same here. So. Actually, it's readable if I slightly change the angle, etc. But I'm not going to do this. After just a couple of periods, I had already noticed a huge yellow speed stain in my notebook. Then at the cafeteria, this Semyon accidentally spilled a glass of compote on me. Why do you need glossary for compote? And it actually was an error last in summer already. Compote, a dessert drink, brewed from a mix of dry fruit and berries, obviously. And then he flailed his hands around after exiting the toilet so some of the liquid from his hands would get on me. Funny scene. Just before the final period for the day, Semyon pushed me into a buzzing crowd of girls from our class. They made way, coursing, but I couldn't hold my balance and ended up ramming my face into the girl I took for the class rep before, right in her chest. Immediately I stepped back, dying from embarrassment.
Прости, ты в порядке?
I'm sorry, alright?
Я...
Then she suddenly put her hands on her hips.
Нет, ну вы посмотрите на него.
Will you look at him?
Облапал меня прямо у всех на глазах.
Grabbing me in front of everyone.
Я сейчас все маме расскажу.
I'll tell everything to my mom.
Тебя из школы выгонят, извращенец.
So I'll expel you from school, pervert. There was some sort of sadistic pleasure in her eyes, as if she was a child who was about to put a lid up, much to the chaperone beetle? What? What
Я
is it?
нечаянно, меня толкнули.
I didn't mean to. He pushed me.
Все видели. Слепых среди нас нет.
We all saw that, you know? No blind among us. She stared at my glasses while showing me a creepy smile. I started to feel on the inside, but Simeon's laughter cooled my head.
Толкнули? Чё, правда?
I pushed you? You sure? He swaggered up to me, enveloped me in the smell of sunflower seeds and rotten teeth, and then pushed me to the ground.
Вот так, да?
Like
И
this?
чё ты сделаешь?
What you gonna do now? The bullet turned over me, as if saying, "Come on, hit me, let me see you try." We can endure, or fight back. It's an important choice. That will affect I don't know what, because his game is not full. And I'm going to fight him back.
Слушай, ты...
Listen, you. My throat went dry, my lips were moving on their own, my voice was aching to a stifled squeal. Simeon wore a mocking smile.
Давай, давай, продолжай, очкарик.
Go on, Four Eyes.
Чё примолк-то?
Why did you stop?
Нам всем очень интересно.
We are all waiting, we are all interested, he said, actually.
Если еще хоть раз меня тронешь...
If you ever touch me again. Simeon slowly stuck out a finger and poked my forehead.
Натронул и чё?
I did? So what?
Еще хоть раз!
If you ever do it again.
Тронул.
Here.
А вот еще.
Once more.
И еще.
And again.
И еще.
And again.
И
And
еще.
again. He was poking me with his fingers so hard that my hair tilted backward. I must not cry, or I'll be done for.
Чё ты мне сделаешь, мямля?
What will a wimp like you do to me? My vision went blurry. My soul tore off from the floor. I rushed forward and threw a random punch without looking. Oh, wonderful. What I saw when I opened my eyes was beautiful and horrifying at the same time. Simeon, I got an achievement. Simeon was holding his ear and blinking in amazement. Was I the first person to rebel against his absolute rule?
Стопэ!
Лена!
I needed to run, but I was already surrounded by his cronies.
Лилия Павловна! Лилия Павловна! Петров Бабурина ударил!
Petrov just hit Baburin. Simeon's cheeks grew even redder, and his pimples even whiter, like the heads of who? I don't know what is O-R-Y or R-Y, doesn't matter. But a smile flashed in his face that was only noticed among his comrades. He got really close to me. The smell of rotten teeth washed over me.
Тебе
It will be the end for you, he said.
пиздец.
They didn't give it! Oh gosh. Yeah, kick him down. He really said this. His voice was, you actually heard right now a Russian swear word, which has more swears than any English word. Much more. That's why it has a separate category known as mud. His voice was even dangerous, like someone tore off the lid from a kettle with boiling fat. I was waiting to get hit, counting the thumbs of my heart and guessing where his fist will go. The solar plexus, the jaw, the nose. But he just turned around and walked off. A thought, cold and sober and extremely rational, popped up in my head. I'm going to get killed today. I was late to leave the school after classes and on purpose. Simeon didn't attend the last period, so I was hopeful. What if he decided to dodge the cleanly duty and ran home, forgetting all about me? What, you heard it, Range Cat? I had a sigh of relief, like someone on death row whose execution was delight by a day. But I didn't let myself forget his tone, his vengeful gaze, and his scary, electrified smirk. While the other students were leaving the school, laughing loudly, I was pretending to skim through my books near a window. I was staring outside, nervous, but what about the fox? She can be here. Simon was nowhere to be found in the front yard or near the school gate. I didn't really believe I was this lucky, so I decided to be extra cautious and stayed for some more time in the corridors that was gradually getting less crowded. All of the bustle moved to the first floor. There was a skeleton peeking out of the biology classroom. Some jokester put a cup with the American condor on its head. The sound of running water were coming from the bathroom. I was the only person left in the whole school. I'm not alone. A sudden thought came to mind. I remembered the missing boy. His portrait was on the notice board near the schedule. Wait a second, his face has changed? I remember his smile. Him looking at me. In the fact that he's mostly likely already dead.
Привет.
Hello? I shuddered and turned around. At first my eyes stumbled upon the black velvet case. Then I noticed a girl from my class was holding it. She sat in the first row of the second column. I could swear I caught her looking at me a couple of times. And I was sneaking glances at her myself. Sometimes it just feels nice to look at something pretty. The spring, the sky, or a girl that's not in the crowd that laughs at Semyon's jokes. And she wasn't whispering the dirty laundry of other people to Katya. She spent all the breaks just like me, staying in the classroom or looking in the window or drawing something in her green notebook.
Здравствуй.
Hello? Well, I don't really want to be friends with humans here in this game. Anyway, I turned red and pretended I was studying the pattern on the wooden floor.
Круто ты ему врезал.
It was cool, the way you hit him.
Это вышло случайно.
It was just an accident, almost. I started showing books in my backpack to at least put something in my hands.
Вроде Семён раньше таким не был.
Semyon wasn't like that before.
Он к нам недавно перевелся.
He also transferred here, just recently.
Бабушка мне его по секрету сказала, что он словно взбесился.
His grandma told me that it almost felt like he went mad.
Семёна даже старшеклассники побаиваются. Представляешь?
Even the upperclassmen fear Semyon. Did you know?
А ты вот молодец.
But you're different.
Не струсил.
You're brave.
Угу.
And Mama would reply, if I actually didn't fight him back. Anyway, until this game fully be released, doesn't matter what we'll select here. Alright, me, brave. Hero that has been standing around in the hallway to avoid a beating. A girl look at me with your clear, attentive eyes.
А ты за рекой живешь?
Do you live over the river? By the way, yes.
В том деревянном доме?
In that wooden house?
Ну да.
Yeah.
Там, наверное, страшно.
Must be scary living there.
Да еще через лес идти.
And you also have to cross the forest?
Я бы так не смогла.
I wouldn't be able to do that. Well, we didn't cross this forest alone. I shivered at the mention of the forest. A set of intervening branches of a snake-like trail of endless darkness that spread like mold among the crooked trees. So I straight up light.
Да не так уж там и страшно.
It's not that scary.
А что тебя так пугает?
What's so scary about it for you? She smiled after a brief pause, as if brushing off a daydreaming.
Да так, ничего.
Well, actually, never mind.
Меня, кстати, Полина зовут.
My name is Polina, by the way.
А меня Антон.
And I am Tom.
Ну, это я знаю.
I already know that.
Слушай, Антон.
Hey, Anton. She stumbled, as if trying to decide whether she should continue.
А что ты делаешь после школы?
What are you doing after school? After school we're going to the forest. You forgot? My chest felt pricky after her innocent question, yet somehow it felt pleasant.
Ничего такого.
Nothing much, why it's darker now. I stumbled and didn't finish my sentence. What? What does it mean? Yes? Alisa, predatory smile flashed in front of my eyes. Can I be the single? Her playful eyes in the slits of the mask were probably just a product of my imagination, so... Well, if I screenshot this girl and check the eyes? What if that fox ghost is waiting for me after the school? Or was it another of her word jokes? I wonder if she's hiding a big red tail under her coat. I suddenly got covered with wets of sweat, like after a PE class. I wanted to take a shower, as if just thinking of the fox girl made me dirty, soiled my clothes, thrust me into the forest embers.
У меня сейчас занятие,
Not the same.
скрипка, а потом я свободна.
Have a violin lesson and then I'll be free.
Дедушка мне репетитора нанял.
My grandpa hired me a private tutor. By the way, if there will be a choice, better safe and not go with her.
Наш учитель музыки, он же скрипач. А здесь, в поселке, ему некому преподавать. Только мне.
Well, he didn't promise that he will go to forest. He said that he will go straight to his house, but hey, if he go with her, it will be a lie. Our music teacher is a violinist, and he doesn't have anyone to teach her except for me. She waved her free hand in the air, imitating the movement of a bow on violin strings. I could almost hear the music. It chased Alisa out of my head. I looked at Polina's lips, catching her every word, and was frozen from the unusual sensations. They were warm, soothing, and tingly. It felt like I was very small, and the feelings were immense, and they couldn't fit inside me.
Тут говорят, что у нас в поселке маньяк завелся.
They say there's a serial killer on the loose in the village, so it was not the first boy? Wait a second, it's the first one, isn't it?
Раньше со школы меня всегда дедушка забирал, но в последнее время ему не здоровится.
Normally, Grandpa would escort me home from school, but he's been sick lately. I snuck a glance at Wova's photo. His eyebrows were studying me. His lips were wearing black lipstick. It definitely was different photo before. Just like the portrait on a gravestone.
Ты не подумай, я не трусишка, просто...
I mean, I'm not a coward, it just...
Просто мне кажется, что с тобой будет безопаснее.
I think I'll be safer together with you.
Антон, ты сможешь проводить меня до дома?
Will you go home with me, Anton? I can't. That was what it was. We cannot go with her. Finally, everything that I read about in the adventure books, everything that I dreamed about was seeping into my life. A mysterious crime, a beautiful stranger, a heroic duel. A duel. Think of Semyon instantly soared me up, returned me back to earth, and it started shaking under my feet like a deck of ship. If only I could rise to the occasion in front of Polina. Because no matter how brave I was trying to act, it was obvious for both of us that I wouldn't be able to stand a chance against a big guy like that. And him knocking me out won't even be able to do the worst of it. The worst part is that Polina will see all of that. She'll laugh at me like everybody else. No, I don't need anybody to see me in such a shameful state.
Сегодня вряд ли получится.
And I won't be able to do this today.
Ты же знаешь, Семен, скорее всего, караулит на школьном дворе.
You know, Simon is waiting for me outside.
Лучше мне с ним разобраться лично, по-мужски.
I need to deal with him one-on-one, like a man.
Глупости какие.
Nonsense. Polina brushed off some hair off your forehead and scented a big aroma of blackberry. Polina was like water when you were thirsty. You gulped it down and still wanted more. Not for me. Remember the summer evening at the country house? The fire's pungent smoke, the berries hanging over our fence from the neighbors, the soft cover of pine needles under my soles. Those few peaceful days when I felt completely safe. My mom resting in the hammock, my dad putting meat on a skewer. Could have I foreseen the upcoming catastrophe in the crackle of the coals in our parents' laughs, in the smell of the fleeting July? Could I have seen how fragile that world was?
Думаешь, этот дикарь будет честно драться?
Do you really think that savage will give you a fair fight?
Со своими дружками набросятся всем скопом, опомниться даже не дадут.
To just swarm you with his friends without giving you a chance to catch your breath. Polina suddenly flashed a devious smile.
Но если мы пойдем вместе, это их ошарашит.
But if we go together, they will be put off.
Я же не только первая скрипка на деревне. Я ведь еще и девочка.
I'm not only the first violin of this village, I'm also a girl, so what? I should take
Слышала от
care.
знакомого хулигана, что он никогда не нападает на кого-то в присутствии девушки.
I heard from a delinquent. I know that he'll never attack someone when there's a girl around.
Представляешь, у них кодекс чести такой.
Can you imagine they have their weird code of honor? No, it doesn't exist. What are you talking about? Wait a second, he just attacked us in front of girls. Just before, you forgot about this. Sweet girl, delinquent, you know. I thought, worried. Is he better than me? Taller? More handsome?
Ой, мне на музыку пора.
Oh, I have to go to a music class. She made a couple of steps and stopped. Amazing, Polina didn't look like those beauties from the magazine posters of the actress from the movies. Did it? It's the opposite. But in the flickering light of the ceiling lamps, she looked much more alluring.
А ты играешь на чем-нибудь?
Can you play anything? My parents brought me a guitar a couple of years ago. Why it's always guitar? In every single game. I immediately remembered my meager attempts at making music. Change, we're all waiting for change. It's forbidden song right now in the Eastern Europe. So I soon echoed my thoughts and my desire to change something. Let's check the glossary. But it's forbidden, that's for sure. Igor Tsoi, singer and a frontman of popular Soviet rock band Kino, had played a mix of new wave and post-punk. The hit song Перемен Changes is one of the most popular rock tracks of the new Russian era. Died in car accident. The guitar got lost somewhere as if refusing to move to the old house near the forest. Still, my parents gave it away to someone that needed it more.
Увы, не играю.
I don't, sadly.
Жалко. Ну ладно, я побежала.
Oh well, I'll be going. But we cannot
Пока!
wait 45 minutes. Or what is... Yeah, it's 45. Bye. The shot was captured by the loud echo. Your shoes also echoed through the school hallways.
Пока!
Bye? I wasn't sure if Polina heard me. I looked out the window again. The schoolyard was empty, just a couple of great scholars throwing snowballs at each other. Nobody who looked like the hulking Semyon, Mrs. Krunis. This was giving me hope. What should I do? Polina could become my friend, the first one in this new place. And besides, she may be in real danger of meeting a killer, and I'll be her defender tonight. And even so, my inner voice was hesitant and whispered about running away from the killers lurking in the woods at night. Polina was worth the risk. But the red cunning fox was also intriguing. Obviously it's a fox, what else can it be? She promised me to help look for Vova, and this will bring me a reward. More money will almost guarantee a peace in my family. Gifts for honor. I imagine my sister happy like those girls who get prize from Suponev in the finest hour. Wait a second, what was No, it was Stars Hour. Not the finest hour. To get the point of, a Soviet and Russian TV host, the most prolific showman of the Russian kids TV in the 90s, he hosted teen quizzes, as well as computer entertainment shows. Spoon died on December 8th, 2001, when he crashed his snowmobile into River Pearl. Maybe not by himself. She'll be dancing with the famous singers, maybe new popular boys band like Ivanushka International? What about this? Ivanushka International, a Russian boy band that was popular in the 90s and early 0s and consisted of 3 singers. Its songwriter and vocalist Igor Sorin died to fall from the 6-story balcony. The official police report claimed it to be a suicide. Oleg Yakovlev substituted him in the band and later died from cirrhosis? Is it the illness for someone who drinks vodka? Mom and Dad hugging in the Stankina pavilion. What? And then all of us going to Disneyland? I don't think the reward will be so high. Obviously it will be a fox, why should I select something? But let's check the other things. An abandoned sink bucket with a rack on the bottom of it, filled to the brim with market tap water. A trick of salty chemicals, and the stench was so intense that I felt sick. I stepped away from it, praying that I don't meet the same fate as a person of clean duty. Turn me around and I'll tell you who's stupid. I bet something offensive is written on the other side. I wonder how long would Semyon keep turning it around if it fell into his hands. It will be the same actually, turn around, turn around. Famous joke. Smell bucket, paper plane, and only this same left. Somebody left their school shoes on their windowsill. Judging from their size, they belong to a boy my age. Okay, we are not staying with Polina, why should we? After closing my backpack, I ran down the stairs. I scanned my surroundings through the window in the main hall. Nobody suspicious inside. The scooter creaked. The sound was similar to the music from a thriller. The high note that comes before an intense scene. I ran around the school corner, trying not to catch anyone's attention. The smell of pastry and burnt sugar wafted from the school cafeteria. At first, when I saw a silhouette in the second floor window, it must be Polina, landing a bow on violin strings, with your head slightly tilted to the side. I wish I could hear the melody she played, but Polina was only a dark outline on the widow's yellow sheet. Why he didn't say that he has another meeting here? I don't like this. Different, separate ways, like we escaping from here, because we are not escaping. We had a meeting. Hello there, yellow buffer. Good morning to you. I dragged my feet forward. Who is this? So I leave. Fine, and what about you? The net on the football goal is a yard flutter in the wind. Who is this? It might be this serial killer. Oh, it's a squirrel here. I doubt you can see what is on the wall here. Well, it's nothing special. The same wind that hurled small white whirlwinds through the field. Somewhere nearby, an invisible tractor was humming, scaring away the crowd of cawing birds. The hound's engine sounded like the house of hungry bees that chased me through the snowy desert. Alice and her scary mask also came to mind. Right now, in the light of day, it was really hard to believe she was real. What did she say back then? At the backyard, there's a hanged man. Oh, this hanged man! But what about this man? What did she mean by that? Oh gosh, you see this? Okay, there's no obvious choice. Where should we go? But should we check this man? What about squirrel? Let's check the squirrel first. For a squirrel, jumping on sunflower seeds. Someone from the school is probably feeding here. Interesting. A used syringe among the cigarette butts. I hope somebody just needed an insulin shot. Oh, hope, of course. So if we check this, it might continue the plot. If we check this... What was this? Okay, let's check this, man.
Извините.
Excuse me? The silhouette turned around the corner and walked deeper into the dead end. It's definitely a serial killer, leaving cigarette smoke in its wake. It was an adult, a teacher maybe? I really doubt about this. Okay, this left. I look at the wall. There was a candle man drawn under the thin black line of resin. Saying like horror, running. What? Why should you? What? Where should I start learning English? You know, by playing video games. Something untranslated, like I did. If you're thinking about a teacher or some class or something, it's all a waste of time, I believe. You'll never learn it. You can learn if you actually have a reason to learn. That's it. There's no other choice. Wait a second, what I'm saying you understand, right? I hope. So... that's it. I look at the walls. There was a hanging man drawn under the black line of resin. Oh, actually, I can say it in Russian, so... Switching to Russian, it's so hard. Единственный способ изучить английский язык — это найти что-то, что заставит тебя изучать. То есть, не какие-то учителя, не какие-то уроки, ничего. Только одна единственная вещь, одна цель. Мотивация. Поэтому это может быть игра, которая никогда не была переведена на русский язык. Ты захочешь ее изучить. Сначала ты попытаешься найти словарь и перевести это со словарем. Но в конечном итоге тебе это надоест, как мне. И ты будешь просто читать и сопоставлять текст с тем, что происходит на экране. И в итоге ты поймешь, что значат все эти слова. Поэтому с любой игрой возьми любую игру, возьми Google Translate и переводи слова, которые ты не понимаешь. Через 2 часа ты отбросишь словарь, будешь просто читать и пытаться догадаться смысла. С этого я начинал. То же самое, что и я. Кстати, благодаря аниме я начал изучать японский, но потом я начал изучать его в универе. 1 год. Поэтому я знаю его только частично. Вот и все. Поэтому просто играй в игры. Смотри фильмы. Сначала с английскими субтитрами. Не с русскими. С английскими. Ну вот, так и надо. Просто продолжай смотреть. Просто продолжай читать. И вуаля. Будет легко весь текст понимать. Правда, единственная проблема, я не могу переключаться, не могу переводить. Если кто-то попросит меня перевести с русского на английского или с английского на русского, у меня не получится. Это невозможно. Ты либо говоришь и думаешь, и читаешь только на английском, либо только на русском. Кстати, да, и думаешь. А думать на русском, говорить на английском — это невозможно. Я не знаю, как другие могут это делать. Но переводчик, говорил мой учитель японского, это самая высшая ступень знания языка. Ты можешь переводить только когда в доскональности будешь знать 2 языка. Alright, let's switch to this. I look at the walls. There was a hanging man drawn under the thin black line of resin. Someone played the hangman here. Something was screamed on the both sides of the man. Escape, fair, truth. It was fair. Truth? Escape. Alright.
Ближе, мой сладкий.
Come close. cozy, sweetheart. It took me a while to release where the sound was coming from. Coming from what? I see nothing here. I strolled through the cul-de-sac, and the school backyard through windows and snow. Examine? There's nothing else examine except this. She's inside the snow? What? Why? One of the snow piles started trembling like a volcano before it erupts.
Отдай свое сердце!
Give me your heart. In the blink of an eye, the white cursed comet and a fox jumped at me. She made a gracious bow and joined the effect her parents had on me. The silver of snow shined on her coat. I couldn't even imagine that singing about girls with tails can be at this. Don't know what to compare it to. Something infectious? Toxically sweet?
Отпор не дал, сердце потерял.
Fight back or your heart is in my back. Alright. She giggled so enthusiastically that it forced me to smile.
Да ну тебя!
Come on. I quickly rolled a ball of snow and threw it at Alyssa. She opened her mouth. So, it cannot be a mask. How's it possible to be a mask? Anyway, I don't know. And wait a second, look at her eyes now. Wait a second. She's more furry now than before. Before it was like a mask. Now it's definitely not a mask. Can she turn to human? And who is she? What if she actually is Ispolina? It can't be. No, not possible. She tried to dodge, but it was too late. A hit to the shoulder.
Ох ты ж! Гадкий мальчишка!
Oh, her insolent boy.
Да, вот такой я!
Yes, it's me. The fox slowly backed down, trying to arm herself.
Ты хитер, да мы хитрей.
You're sly, but I'm a fox? Very strange translation.
Ловок ты, да мы ловчей. Ха!
I think out of the box? Her retribution was swift. A snowball arced its way above the snow yard, and there are ravens flying in the air. I wanted to duck, but slipped and fell to my knees. And while I was getting up, I caught a huge chunk of snow with my face burned up from the cold. I swore loudly from immense disappointment.
Блять!
What was this word? Using the word I had in Sector Gaza songs on the cassettes. I hid from my parents. Okay. Sector Gaza, a Soviet and Russian rock band that played the so-called kolkhoz, hillbilly punk. Founded by songwriter and singer Yuri... wait a second, what is this word? Klinsky? Oh yeah, it was Klinsky, of course. Hirokoi. The band often paid homage to popular Western rock bands and used a lot of profanity and fairy tale themes in their lyrics that mostly died from overdosing on drugs, same as usual. If Dad heard this, he would definitely give me good women, but he had very low tolerance toward up-tense words and always communicated in clean Russian.
Да ладно тебе.
Can't believe this. Come on!
Не больно же совсем.
It can't hurt that much. She brushed off my hurts as if to show compassion, took me by the elbow and helped me get up. With care, uncharacteristic for a child, she took off my glasses, blew away the snowflakes that were stuck to them, and handed them back.
Вот так.
Now I can see that
Тоша.
those are eyes. It's very strange, because from the distance, definitely not. Now we even Tosha. Only people who were close to me called me that. And I haven't even seen her real face, didn't know her last name, what class she was from, and if she had a real tail under her coat.
Желаешь отыграться?
Want to get ahead?
Мы хотели поискать Вову, помнишь?
We were going to look for Vov, remember? And by the way, it's very hard to say now that this game is actually horror, like it was the first 2 hours that I played it.
Лучше поторопиться, а то меня родители станут искать.
We'd better hurry before my parents start looking for me. The fox let out a lazy yawn.
Родители.
Parents!
Как скучно.
It's
Да не
so
будь ты
boring.
таким занудой.
Don't be so nerd. Why is it didn't translate this?
Давай чуть-чуть поиграем.
Let's
Все равно тебе дома тоскливо.
let's play for a bit. You're always bored at home anyway.
А ты откуда знаешь?
And how do you know that?
Тоже мне тайна.
It's not even a secret.
Со взрослыми да в 4 стенах. Тоска смертная.
It's always
Всегда.
way too boring being locked up in a house full of adults when it's full of adults, just two adults.
У меня от стены взрослых нервный тик. Вот.
Get all jittery from both houses and parents. See? Your Firefox browser started twitching. I faked a laugh in reply, unsure whether being able to move parts of your mask like that was genuinely funny or not.
Ну уже, Тоша, решайся.
Come on, Dasha, don't be scared.
Я же вижу, ты хочешь поиграть.
I can see you want to play.
Если победишь...
And if you win? The fox girl got dangerously close to me and stood on her tiptoes, almost touching my face with her rough little nose. Playful fires danced deep in her eyes. She smelled nice, like berries in saccharin. Oh yeah, but why saccharin, not sugar? Is it the smell of independence and true freedom? I mean, the kind where all you have to do in your life is run wild and it's sweet. A whisper poured into my ears like scalding hot water.
Если победишь, буду твоим провожатым.
If you win, I'll be your guide.
Поверь, мне есть что тебе показать.
Believe I have lots of things to show you.
Найдем твоего Вову.
You'll surely find your Vova for once. Is he still alive? And we definitely saw twice his strange adults. This means there's really serial killer here. I felt as if a giant invisible spring went inside me. But wait a second, how could be he a killer? If the boy is still alive. He could be alive, yes. I read several stories about these killers who kept children for like several days before killing them. Possible. My tummy hurt, but the sensation was somehow not exactly unpleasant. It was so weird. I just had a conversation with Polina and now Alisa was going to drag me along with her. I felt like my mind was becoming blurry, splitting into two like those gravestones on the TV record.
А если проиграю?
And what if I lose?
Душу из тебя выцарапаю, неженка.
I claw out your soul, softer.
Давай, скорей!
Come on, let's go. She burst out laughing, whipped the hem of your coat and ran toward the roads we used to come to school in the morning. Your promise. That sounded almost like a threat. Hypnotized me. I bent down and scooped up some snow. I wish I had a device that could tell whether Alisa was joking or being serious. Or is there always a third option with people like her? Between her jokes, her laughter, and her hot breath on my arm, I wanted to win. Wait a second, they will be... I'll save. If it will be like an everlasting summer. If you lose the game, yeah, this was a card game. We cannot get the ending we want, despite that there's no endings right now. I punish her for the lightness and freedom she possessed that was carried too much for an average girl. When I, on the other hand, was possessed, or rather intoxicated, by the thirst for adventure, by my curiosity. Just like that time when I ate the cherries from Mom's Nalivka and lied down with my eyes closed while the bed was spinning underneath me. Well, I checked the glossary for obvious words. A sweet alcoholic drink made from fruits and berries, often called berry vodka. It normally contains only 25–30% of alcohol only. I spat, then cleaned my lips. Do you want to play, little sister frogs? Well then, let's play. I armed myself with a snowball and chased the fleeing fox girl. On the mage. I saw familiar streets with their wooden posts that didn't look scary anymore. They were just logs covered in snow. If I were to shout now, the guard dogs would start barking and their owners would peek out of their windows. Alisa's small silhouette was mocking me from far away, so it was useless to try hitting her with a snowball for now. Waste of ammunition. Witches, mutilated by the cold, peeked out to view along the clear road. A giant snow pile towered near one of the trees. This was probably the place where the tractor brought all the snow from the village. A whole family of foxes would fit in such a pile. No, I said. She's the only fox around here. She alone is already too much. My second morning acquaintance was running around near the edge of the forest. The stray dog with a mangy tail. She sniffed around and marked the naked berry bushes and underworld the other ones. Alisa showed up from under the hill.
Жулька! За мной, девочка!
Julka, follow me, girl. The dog's ears perked up, it barked in agreement, and followed her lead. We ran farther and farther, exchanging snowballs, laughing and stumbling. The winter forest towered in front of us, reaching for the low clouds. We were at the edge of its shadows, bony and almost. The fox hid behind the huge pine, clearly trying to get closer to me and show some snow down my collar. It was a good plan, but Julka, who was running circles around her, gave her away. I broke off a dry branch and decided to act even trickier. I put my... what was this? I put my hat on it and peeked at it from the side of the pine. I'll make you think that it's my head. I bit my lip to stop myself from laughing, then jumped out from the other side and performed a point-blank throw. Alisa probably cracked my plan right away, but still let me win 3-1. I was wounded in the leg and she got shot in the chest and in the stomach, losing imaginary blood in front of my eyes. Pleading for mercy, but also choking from laughter. Please, mercy. I'm dying.
Да все, живи!
Here, I'll let you live.
Спасибо, добрый рыцарь.
Thank you, valiant knight. She pretended to bow to me, then grabbed 2 full handfuls of snow and, like a dying warrior, threw them my way in a last-ditch effort. I dodged her attack easily, laughing uncontrollably and being mad at the same time. I finished her with 2 precise shots.
Живи.
He'll let me live, huh?
Научил бы меня жить, раз умный такой.
Tell me how to do it, if you're so smart.
Молчи, ты умерла уже!
Shut up, you already did.
Тоже мне помеха.
When did that stop me?
Давай сыграем в кое-что поинтереснее.
It was actually something. Like, she was already dead in the past. Let's play something more interesting. She dashed behind the trees after blowing snow in my direction.
1, 2, прилети, сова!
1, 2, time to play with you? Wait a second, she said all will fly. Well, obviously it's adaptation, but all is related to the beginning of this game.
3, 4, 5, время поиграть!
We heard us on the radio, isn't it? Yeah. 3, 4, 5, they all will arrive. Now it's a wall. Okay, so all still here. Hesitantly moved toward the windfall.
6, да, 6! Дыбом волчья шерсть!
6 on end, the wolf's grey fur will stand. I thought I was a real tail gliding across the bushes. I was. I rushed to the intertwined branches that helped Alisa to hide as if something was pulling me down. I had to move them, tear them off like spiderweb. Branches sprang back in my face, but it felt like they were caressing my cheeks and not hitting them. I was sweating but still had a lot of stamina left. I'll make sure to catch you, little folks. Alisa's voice was wandering among the windfall.
7, 8, бьем копытом озимь!
7, 8, stomp your hooves in wait. Some hours, she said. Hours.
А я тебя недооценила.
Seems like I underestimated you.
Думала, ты просто мальчик.
I thought you were just a boy. Confident that she was behind the dry pine, I rushed to intercept her. But the local acoustics tricked me. Her voice was already echoing from the other side.
А ты зайчик!
And you're a bunny. Definitely is what I said.
Шустренький, хорошенький.
So nimble, so cute. A snowball flew at me from the shadows, missing near my ears. What if all these animals actually dead children? Bo was still alive, but he can turn into something, but Anton definitely into bunny.
Я тебе дам, зайчик!
Show you, bunny.
Дай мне зайчика, дай!
Yeah, do that, show me. A bright fox fur coat flashed near a rotten stump. I rushed there, jumping over a raven.
Зайчик, выходи скорей! Мясом накорми зверей!
Bunny, show yourself, be brave, give the beasts fresh meat they crave. This foreign color that flashed from every tree was the most important thing in the world for me. My lips started trembling, as if I was a cowboy that was chasing his prey. One jump and the fox was in my arms, so smooth and desirable.
Ой, все, ты победил!
Fine, you win. She leaned against the scratchy bark and started puffing.
Пожалуйста, давай немного отдохнем.
Please, let's have a break.
Ты слишком быстрый, слишком сильный, лакомый, слишком.
Too fast, too strong, too tasty. Satisfied, I put my hands on my sides, waiting for the spoils of war from the defeated girl. But what I got instead was a sly snowball in my smug face. The cunning fox ran away, roaring with laughter, but I wasn't even mad about it. I needed to catch up to Alisa, to tackle and subdue her, tear off her mask and see everything. I don't think it's a good idea.
Прыгает
Poor little bunny jumps around
возле мокрых сосен.
in the wet pine forest,
Страшно в лапы волку, серому попасть.
afraid of getting eaten by the big grey wolf,
Думает о лете, прижимает уши.
thinking of hot summer, keeping his arms low,
На небо косится, небо не видать.
sneaking glances at the hiding sky. The sky really did disappear under the trees. I moved using the barking of Julika as a guide, since she was closely following her owner, and I was getting closer. And the same trail I imagined back at school, blinking under my feet. It turned out that running like the snow tomorrow was so easy. Faster, higher, faster. Felt like there was a well of untapped potential inside me, and I drew from it. My muscles were buzzing, my lungs left bigger, and I felt much stronger overall. Even my vision became sharper. I saw every icy branch, every dent in the bark. Definitely he's turned into the bunny, isn't it? It's kinda obvious. Something colorful was lying near the bushes, a piece of clothing. Another colorful spot to the right. Alisa was losing her clothes on the run, like shedding her skin. I also used my teeth to take off my mittens, excited by all that. I'll get naked and feel all the wind to the last drop. Faster. I reached out to take off my hat, to throw away everything that stops me from running wild in this endless forest. The backpack slowed me down, so I threw it in the snow, along with all the pens that were inside, with all the notebooks, all of my drawings on the sidelines, and a dinosaur For Oля. What's going on here? Ola. Suddenly a clear picture appeared in my mind. My sister, standing still near a window, basking in the dusking sun. Her small childish palms are pressed to the glass, leaving marks when they warm it up. She could warm up the whole world like that. She's looking at the tiger and saying my name.
Тоша!
Tosha. I stopped, took a deep breath, and realized how rushed and stupid I was trying to undress in the middle of the forest while chasing a fox. I returned to get my backpack as if it was a part of my being I dropped. I remembered again how my sister didn't like to be left home alone, how she asked me to come home faster. What kind of brother am I? Running in the forest that I used to scare my sister with. And having fun while she's not even allowed over the doorstep. Sit in your cage, Ola, and watch the same cartoons over and over.
Тоша!
Да, Оленька.
Yes, Ola?
Тоша, а куда?
Tosha, where you?
Куда так скачешь, чмошник?
Where you hopping to? What the heck? Wait a second, what is he doing here? Why did this happen? Is he part of all of this? From the darkness behind the pines, just like cavemen from their cave, appeared smirking Simeon with a bunch of his cronies.
Ну, здорово, Антошка.
Yo, Antoshka. Yo, коза.
Не вышло сдрыснуть, да?
So that you could slip away, huh?
Очкарик в зубе фарик на.
Check out this four-eyes frag, huh? Wait a second, they looks like from the South Park, isn't it? With all this, their hearts. They surrounded me like a colorless sprite, making me step back. A smell of sweat and tobacco attacked my nostrils. The inside of my mouth felt salty, as if I'd licked battery.
Алиса!
The name of my companion turned to stifled scoff. Pines were swaying back and forth like solemn guardians. I was frantically looking everywhere. I dreamt of finding that fox among the trees, expecting her to come to my rescue. But only the wind replied to my pleas.
Где Алиса?
Where's Alisa?
Что вы с ней сделали?
What did you do to her? I shouted after her in my own voice. It sounded unnatural, or rough, and scary.
Какая еще Алиса?
Who the heck's Alisa?
У тебя чё, кукуха поехала?
Did you hit your heart?
Не ссы, ща вмиг вылечим.
Come on, Tama, we'll fix you right up. The father spit through the gap of his teeth and pushed me so hard that I hit my back against the tree.
Ну как, полегчало?
So, feeling better now? It can't be. Did Alisa really lure me into this trap? To these bastards? No, I can't believe this.
Глядите-ка, пацаны, а здесь он не такой борзый, как в школе.
Look at her, guys. He's not so brave here, compared to the school.
Ага, вылитый терпиловна.
A total whim, huh?
Ты, сука, приезжая, не на
What
того
is this?
руку поднял.
So you're using... Ah, that's why some men wearing rings, isn't it? To hit somebody in the face. I hacked with the wrong guy. Transfer student. Simeon was moving toward me, readying his fist. In that moment, the other delinquents in track pants made a loud whistle, and the honking boys lowered his hand. It was unexpected. Seems like Baburin wasn't the leader of this gang. In reality, they were all listening to the boy who was looking like a small carnivore with very strong and sharp teeth. Oh, I see what's going on. Probably decided to have some fun at my expense first. That's why he changed.
Слышь, Гондон Батькович.
What was this? The good shit. It's different, of course, in Russian.
Это что ли твоя Алиса?
Is this your Alisa? Actually not. Only then I noticed Julka, besides my legs, trembling from the cold. Snow plastered all over its fur. The delinquent squatted in front of the dog and beckoned it with his hand.
Ой ты, батюшки.
Oh my.
Алиса, ко мне, сучка блохастая.
Lisa, come here, flare-ridden bitch. The others let out nasty laughs. The dog's ears perked up and she started carefully moving closer.
Иди сюда. Иди, дам кое-чего.
Yeah, come here, I've got something for you. The dog didn't even have a chance to sniff him when this animal abuser caught it by the ear and kicked it right under the tail so hard it flew into the nearest snow pile, squealing. The whole gang burst out laughing, and my heart caught and crusted in ice. Even the birds that were perched up on tree branches let out frightened calls. At the edge of my vision, I saw something flash in the illusory twilight of the sleeping forest. Or were they just bushes moving their icy branches in the wind?
Ромка, она ж больше срать не сможет.
Romka, it won't be able to shit after this.
Давай теперь я.
Let me kick the hacking scene one more time.
Второй раз ебану минус на минус даст плюс.
This voiceover is very funny. 2 negatives will make a positive. But the strain was already nowhere to be seen.
Чего ты, баран?
What? Are you an idiot?
Втолкуй его на очкарику, где его место.
Go and show the Four Eyes his place.
Только так, чтобы он понял.
In a way he'll understand.
Ага, за ним кофякна.
Yeah, he's hacking also.
Этот очкарик тебе при всем классе всек.
This wimp, like a yeah in front of the whole class.
Да без Б.
Shoots him. Come on, can you hit him? Semyon brought a sizable signet ring with some geometric shape carved in it up to my face.
Ща, парашник, я тебе этой печаткой так заряжу. Клеймо на всю жизнь останется.
In a moment, I'll hit your fuck's face so hard, you'll leave a mark for the rest of your life. Where did all of my inner strength and bravery go?
Стой!
Stop! A wheezy whisper left my lips, and my head tilted forward, hitting Semyon's fist, sorry. Red sparks flew from my eyes.
Бяша! Подсоби!
Biasha? Give me a hand? Biasha is the name? Strange. Semyon gave me a rope push forward, towards the bastard, with the slanting eyes, and he tripped me. I felt on the sharp crust of ice, and the fatsa stepping on my hand, preventing my from getting up. Me, maybe. A painful groan escaped my throat.
Слыхали, как заныл?
Did you hear him whimper?
А ты случаем не педик?
Is he actually faggot or something? I started to lose breath from anger and resentment. The pain was growing, and he didn't take his pills, isn't it? My ear was hot and pulsating pain was shooting through it, like it was cut off and a ball of metal was thrown in its place.
Чё молчишь, Антошка?
Why so silent, Toshka?
Отвечай, ты педик?
Come on, tell us, are you a faggot? At this moment, I felt pure, unbridled rage, an amalgamation of my anger. Like the sprouting, it rose up from the depths of my mind, filling all my thoughts.
Твари!
Morons!
Знаете, что мой
Did you know
отец
that my dad
Кто-то педик!
is also a fuck? Semyon burst out laughing. Very funny. This became the last straw. Fan and Angel were grabbing inside me like mad dogs.
Он айкидо занимался, поняли?
He knows Aikido. Got it?
Он еще воевал.
And he's a veteran, that's wet.
Таких, как вы, с закрытыми глазами убивает.
He'll kill the likes of you with his eyes closed.
Я только слово скажу, он...
One word from me and he'll... Romka lifted up his arm, stopping my turn of lies, and made a couple of steps forward. Semyon slowly backed off, giving me an opportunity to stand up. Did he believe me? So this one is main. Or was he confused? I mean, the lead. Was he confused by my face, twisted with rage?
Воевал, говоришь?
A veteran, you say?
Мой батя тоже воевал.
My dad also fought in the war.
В Афгане.
In Afghan.
А твой?
And yours?
И мой.
Mine too?
Да, и в каких войсках, интересно?
Oh, really? In what force did he serve in? I stammered. Fern chomped at my rage throat and made it bleed. Doesn't matter which one, why should you know?
Да он фуфло гонит, Ромка.
He's full of shit, Romka.
Бля, будуна.
Sure as heck.
Думал, меня так просто развести?
Did you think I'm so easy to trick?
Я тебя, сучонка, насквозь вижу.
I can see through all your lies, little witch. And so what if both of your parents were in Afghan, so what? What does it mean? What's a nasty smile on his face now? This didn't bode well for me.
Ты сам себе приговор подписал.
Everyone's an equal. Doesn't matter who your parents are. Well, you asked for this.
В школе тебя училка спасла, ну а теперь все.
A teacher said you'd go, but here...
Хана тебе.
You hacked.
Во-во.
That's right.
Давай, Антошка. Молись, чтобы твой труп по весне нашли мне.
Pray that ye find your dead body come spring.
Сидел бы ниже травы, был бы целочкой.
If only you stayed silent, you'd have lost a hair. He actually said, lost your virginity.
Жирного стукнул одно дело.
Hitting fat says one thing.
Сёма, ушатай-ка его.
But saying that your parent was a veteran? He's idiot. Why do we have this in glossary? Ah, it's checks. Dash the Margoch? Who? A desert region of the southern province of Helmand in Nemruz in Afghanistan. Its name can be translated in English as Plain of Death. During the conflict in Afghanistan, the Soviet army destroyed countless drug caravans headed to Iran now. Give him a good punch, Sёма. What? The nose fake? See it. She's facing. Nice. The linguist closed in on me again, and I ended up in front of Semyon. Blood was pumping in my temples. Branches went back and forth as if whispering something, giving me hope. I gritted my teeth, fighting the thoughts that I looked silly. To the boxing stands I often saw in the movies.
Хера ты, Майк Тайсон.
What are you? Hacking Mike Tyson? This was my first ever fight. I'll remember it for the rest of my life. If I don't kick the bucket, of course. Kick the bucket? Photo says, back edge of my vision I noticed the darkness, with again, as if someone was walking back and forth there. I sensed Roman's claws grab my backpack.
Манатки, Антошка.
Give me a shit, Antoshka.
Махаться мешает.
I'll get in the way. I was about to refuse, unwilling to cooperate with the bastard, but then he fished a butterfly knife out of his pocket with one smooth motion, spun it as if showing off, and put the blade to my neck. What the heck?
Слышь, фраер, расслабься, а то больно будет.
I'll let out a cloud of steam instead of words. Say it like relax, so it will be painful. Romka pulled it with all his might, and my backpack ended up in his hands. Calm and relaxed. An insidious smile on his face. He looked into my backpack.
Ты от нас что-то скрываешь, да?
Are you hiding something from us?
У меня в школе какая-то крыса сменку подрезала.
Some rat stole my school shoes.
Опачки!
And what's this? Romka gave me a double smile. It was bunny.
Так, а что это у нас здесь?
So what we have here? My texts and notebooks fell in snow. It's what we saw on the window, isn't it? His school shoes, or just gibberish what he said. Anyway, He was holding my backpack in one hand and something bird in the other. It looked like a mask. I said he's one of them. He is one of them. The game is very nice. Roman lifted it high, as if showing to someone else, to someone in the treetops, in the twilight, among the trees. An old bunny mask. Long, worn out ears, barely visible nose and whiskers, many fur on the sides. Where did it come from? Who put it there? Семен laughed.
Новый год уже прошел, мудила.
It's way past New Year's, moron.
Или ты реально поехавший?
Oh, are you really a loony?
Это не мое!
It's not mine.
Да как не твое, В твоем портфеле лежала она.
How come it's not? It was in your backpack. Ромка was watching the scene unfold with an evil smile on his face.
А знаешь что?
And know what?
Надевай.
Put it on.
Зачем?
Why?
Надевай, говорю.
Cause I'm telling you to.
Попрыгаешь перед нами.
You'll hop like a bunny for us.
Давай, давай!
So what will happen if he does this? Interesting. Yeah, come on.
Или без штанов домой пойдешь на.
We'll leave you pantless. Anything by this? What if someone from our class will pass by?
Не надену.
I won't.
Сёма, надень-ка на него.
Sema, put it on him.
Хе.
Dasha rushed to his friend's side and took the worn-out mask from him with a buffonish bow. Then he passed it to Semyon, who was already rubbing his hands in anticipation. I look around the pine woods, as if waiting for help, as if the shadows that wizards around us would take pity on me and take my side. Branches looked like arms, twisted in unusual angles. Blackened bark was there, charred skin, and the darkness was the smoke they produced. I can't run, won't get away, they'll catch me. And then...
Только учти, Сёма.
Let me warn you, Soma.
Если он скакать не станет, ты сам за него поскачешь.
If he won't hop, you'll take his place. Got it?
Этот чмошник и не станет?
This piece of shit won't?
Да погляди на него, он же дурик конченый.
Just look at him, he's totally loony.
Этот дурик тебе уже раз в жбан зарядил.
This loony had already smacked you in the face.
Ромка прав.
Ромka's right.
Давай, толстый. Восстанавливай авторитетно.
Come on, Fatsa, assert your hacking dominance.
Или сам у нас запрыгаешь так, что тетяндра отцепится.
Or we'll make you hop so hard, your big tits will fall off. You must indeed be scared of Romka. Semyon swore silently and glared at me.
Вот.
Here. What a small actually hole for the, you know, mouth.
Это чтобы маска хорошо налезла.
I'll fit better this way. Come on. He hurled a huge ball of spit on the inside of the plastic bunny face and put it close to mine. To me, maybe. His spit looked like a squished spider. Yamka's face twisted. He spasmed like a beast. Like he wanted to tell Semyon something, but then he suddenly stopped. What's going on? Semyon was still close by. He said disgusting smirk on his face and a terrible smell coming from his mouth.
Надевай, бара!
Put it on, fast!
А ты урою!
Or you're dead. The mask almost looked even more disgusting now, yet despite everything, I felt like it was a chance for salvation. It could become my second skin, if only I was to put it on, if only my face was to touch its bumpy surface. I'm sure the fur will glitter, the earth will tremble like they're alive. I just need to put it on, and Semyon and his friends will be gone. Forever. Oh gosh, that's a very hard choice now. I definitely don't want to grow with this speed, but Something will happen if you put it on. Or he can borrow it. Now I really want to check the boss options. Well, if there was no speed, obviously, I would wear it, but now let's tell to hack off and see what will happen. Some reason, Ronka's disappointment with Semyon made me feel brave. Something was wrong in the crew, some old disagreement. I should cut this old wound open. I need to get into the hair head, widen the skull, the warm brace.
Знаешь что, Семён?
You know what, Semyon? My own voice, smooth and determined, was a huge surprise. I stepped forward and calmly proclaimed,
Иди нахуй.
Heck off. It felt like the whole world was paused for a second and then unpaused right away. Semyon's pupils widened. The mask fell off of his meaty hands. It took a while to process my words, looking stunned as he was trying to solve a difficult math problem, but the answer he got made him mad, judging by the long veins on his forehead. The others just observed the scene silently, waiting for the inevitable payback.
Ты
You!
труп!
You're dead! His voice tore off icy crust from the nearby branches. What is it, French cat? It rained down with a melodic laugh, and then I heard whispers from the treetops, from holes in the ground, from animal lairs, as if Alisa was in one of the snow piles, like a prompter in his booth, trying to get through to me. With no sign of fear, rather with a thing of playful rage. That's how this low hum sounded to me. I stared into the clearing between the trees. It was a fox. An orange spot flashed there. A fox, an absolutely regular fox, stepped out of the bushes. I blinked in bewilderment. The animal fell on its stomach and was staring back at me with its burning eyes. Its furry tail was sweeping snow left and right, rising the white powder.
На меня смотри, падла!
Look at me, bitch! I was still looking past him, at the fox that was smiling at me. She grinned with all her teeth, while digging a hole in the snow pile, moving her paws as if dancing. Her sharp face was covered in snow, the whiskers were trembling. The fox put her face to the ground, shining bladders of her eyes filled up with liquid silver. I turned my gaze to Semyon's twisted face. He was growing something unintelligible. Okay. The fox backpedaled and disappeared into the darkness. And the forest braced at me, whispering, Tell the pig to shut up. I slapped my own cheek to chase away the unfamiliar voice, but the message still lingered in my subconsciousness. This hint was my chance. I stared intensely at Semyon's nose. He was almost pointing from anger. I directed my words at him, so he's a pig?
Заткнись, свинья!
Shut up, pig! Semyon looked paralyzed, as if from medium Alan Chumak hypnotized him, stripping him of his will. Okay, let's check this word. Soviet and Russian TV personalities that represented himself as a healer and a medium claimed to acquire his healing power during his investigation into fake measures. He had invented the idea of charging all sorts of items for the viewers through their TV screens. Jars of water, waters, or cosmetics died from an unknown cause. Oh, it's kinda interesting. I felt the aftertaste of Alisa's gum in my mouth. Berries. It felt like I pulled a card from some greasy deck and it turned out to be a trump. My brain was at its limit. Polina's words about Simeon getting worse since he moved here flashed in front of my eyes, like subtitles in a movie. All the pieces fell in place. My joker went flying to his pimpy face. I was speaking slow on purpose, dragging out every syllable.
Есть у меня подозрение. Ты не просто так перевелся в новую школу.
I suspect that you had a reason to transfer to another school.
Сбежал, да?
You fled,
Как крыса сбежал.
fled like a rat?
Потому что сверстники бывают жестокими с теми, кто не такой, как они.
Because kids can be cruel with those who are different.
С теми, кто толще их, например, слабее.
Whose father or weaker than them?
И ты решил издеваться над другими, как издевались над тобой.
So you decided to bully others, just like they bullied you. I saw Simeon's Adam's apple twitch, like it was a pump-action rifle getting reloaded.
Ты отыгрываешься за старые обиды.
You're trying to get payback for the old ones.
Хочешь казаться тем, кем не являешься.
You want to pretend that you're different now.
Но знаешь, ничего не меняется по щелчку пальца.
But you know what? Nothing changed at the snap of a finger.
Знаешь, кем ты был?
Should I tell you who you were? The forest held its breath, listening fascination. Is it the same Simeon? No. And this is not Simeon, and this one is Anton. Simeon is the fat one and definitely younger than Simeon from the Everlasting Summer.
Знаешь, кто ты есть?
Should I tell you who you still are? It's definitely not Simeon.
Пацаны!
Guys!
Что?
Dasha was about to come to his friend's aid, but Ronka stopped him, waving out his controlling look. Dasha turned around and put his hands in his pockets.
Продолжай, Тоха.
Go on, Toha. Ronka's words ricocheted from the rough trunks.
Знаешь, кем ты будешь всегда?
Should I tell you who you will always be? Simeon looked around helplessly.
Второе имя, настоящее имя, которое дали тебе одноклассники.
Your second name, the true name that your classmates gave you.
Откуда?
What do you? Ronka and Dasha looked at Simeon like he was their brain out. Having thought, I saw them with their arched lips. The wind was also full of anticipation, dragging my scattered textbooks across the road.
Свинья!
A pig. So he'll turn a pig? And wait a second, all the forest will eat it. My thunderous scream echoed through the forest. Trees and ravens enjoyed it. The echo repeated it over and over, doubling, even tripling it. Ronka grins with all his teeth. Simeon's hands fell to his sides. He was on the brink of crying. I used this to my advantage. I threw the strongest punch I could muster. No pain, no gain. Why those achievements keep popping up? It was much stronger than the one in school. I rammed my fist in his scarred face and produced its cracking sound. His pumping cheek danced like jelly under my fist. Simeon let out a sigh and plopped on the icy road. He was touching the place where I hit him, still oblivious to what just happened and how did it come to this. After looking at him for a while, or at least I was smiling. Butts returned to his senses and threw himself at me, his face twisted with anger. But I dodged his charge quite easily, after the great practice I had playing with Alisa. Dog shit? He fell into the snow and landed right in the pile of dog faces. Shit. This made him squeal in agony.
Ай, красава, Тоха!
Это тобой, Тоха.
Думал, ты сосунок, а он как жердяй уделал.
I thought you were a wimp, but you've given the farts a good moment. Simeon started sobbing after he realized the darkness of his situation.
Сука!
He said bitch, not this.
Что я бабушке теперь скажу?
What will I say to Grandma?
Она меня убьет, когда увидит.
She'll kill me when she sees this. It's your problem now.
Чего ты там скулишь?
What are you reading about?
Тебя с параши не слышно.
Get your head out of your ass. Simeon's futile attempts at cleaning his clothes caused a fit of what genetics from Biashka. I also smiled, angrily twisted my lips.
Мастёвина!
Lucky her.
А ну вставай и скачи, как зайчик.
Hey, get up and hop like a bunny.
Только желательно подальше, а то от тебя уже дерьмом несет.
But stay away from us, you stink of shit.
Фу!
Oink?
Идите вы все нахер!
Go hack yourself, guys. Just say it. His eyes red from theirs. Stop it on me. Still trying to fight me? I didn't even have the time to raise a smile from my face when Simeon lunged at me like a hawk and clawed at my face with his twisted fingers with gnawed fingernails. Threw a kick toward the layer of fat under the coat. At the same moment, the world became fuzzy, the black trees and the faces of my classmates all blurred.
А чё на это скажешь, сука?
How do you like that, bitch? He threw up a hand holding my glasses victoriously, but his triumph was short-lived. Two blurry silhouettes rushed forward. Simon's former friends. I had this familiar sound of someone being slapped around.
Не по-пацански поступаешь, гнида.
It's against the rules, asswipe.
А ну гони линзы назад!
Give back the oculars, just glasses. Oculars? No.
Дерись по понятиям, на!
Fight like a hacking man. Actually, they use this stupid
Так, на!
criminal term. Not like a man. Much worse. What time is it? Oh, I must finish it now. Judging from Simeon's sighing and grumbling, he didn't agree to his friends' terms, but I don't want to become their friends, sorry.
Вы чё творите?
It's a heck.
Ой, бля! На лоха позорного меня променяли! Ой,
Try me for
ой,
this
ой,
piece of
ой.
shit? Well, in 19th, as it would never happen. No matter what, you would continue bullying. This
Да
way
пошли вы в
sage, never
жопу,
had
тоже
roses.
мне друзья!
Heck you, are we even friends anymore? Wink? Huge figure, tumbling in the snow, barely managed to break out from the rain of punches and run for the hills, so into the twilight.
Завтра в школе тебя выцепим, хрюндель!
We'll get you at school tomorrow, Porky.
Точно, точно!
That's right.
За базар ответишь, на!
You answer for this.
Горло тебе перережу, слышишь?
I'll cut your throat, you hear me? Romka and Biashka started throwing pieces of ice at the fleeing Simeon, but then switched to howling mockery.
Свинья!
Porky. The snow rusted. Two boys, clearly out of breath, approached me. I was finally able to make out their faces clearly.
Мои очки.
My glasses.
Блять.
Romka cursed under his breath.
Гондон этот стащил.
The hacker got them.
Зато мы ему всыпали одну сына!
At least we whipped his ass real good.
Завтра вот с таким фуфелом припрется, отвечаю!
You come to school with a general this big. You shall let out a throaty laugh. Ines in The Lion King would envy a laugh like that.
Ну и дела.
Oh boy.
Тоха, ты без очков хоть что-то видишь?
Can you see without your glasses, Toha?
Немного.
A little bit. A hand holding a red rentacle. Protruded from the mist, Romka was offering me a cigarette.
Угощайся.
I don't like this encounter at all. I squinted trying to make out the brands, even so I didn't know anything about cigarettes. I haven't tried smoking yet, and I didn't really want to start. I wonder if they keep hanging out with me, if I won't adopt all their habits. After a moment of hesitation, I shook my head.
Спортсмен, что ли? Ха.
Into sports, huh?
А ты в глаза долбишься?
I'm blind or something?
Не видел, как он Семёна четко вмазал?
Did you see how he trashed Семен?
Да базара ноль, Mortal Kombat на.
Real deal Mortal Hacking Combat.
Тоха у нас Рокки Бальбоа.
Toha is Rocky Balboa.
Тогда уж Иван Драго.
More like Ivan Drago.
Курим 1 на 2, гони жигу.
We'll split this one. Give me a light. Ромка pulled out a cigarette with his lips and Biashka scrambled to find a lighter inside his pocket. What would happen if I actually wear this mask?
Тоха, что я сказать хотел?
So Toha, back to what I was saying.
Не держи зла, брат.
Don't be mad, bro.
Мы тебя на вшивость проверяли. А то очки эти, еще и маска.
We were just testing you, I mean, your glasses and this mask. Biashka lit a giant Belize, and Ромка smacked his lips, taking a long puff of his cigarette.
Меня, кстати, Ромка зовут.
I'm Ромка, by the way. He squeezed my hand so hard that my fingers hurt. His palms, full of dry, torn blisters, implied that he wasn't wearing a tracksuit for nothing.
Это вот Бяша.
And this is Biasha.
Ты не очкуй. Со свиньей мы лично пообщаемся.
Don't worry, we'll have talk with Parker. He let out a cloud smoke in my face, which instantly made me cough.
Ага. Пойду пока сумку соберу, а то темнеет.
I'll go get my stuff. It's getting dark. I bowed to pick up my now empty backpack and look for its contents, hoping that my new bunnies will disappear when I turn around. But they just stood there, passing a cigarette back and forth. Two small silhouettes with a small light burning between them, with the pine trunks at the backdrop. They were waiting for me to finish picking up my textbooks while whispering something to each other. Romka was the one talking most of the time, though Biasha was just constantly sniffing with his runny nose and mumbling in agreement. At that moment, I saw that old, battered bunny mask from papier-mâché among the snow-covered notebooks. Its empty eye sockets could be filled with anything, with any eyes, but this mask... Is it real flesh here? Looked like it only wanted mine. So what would happen if I actually wear it? Where did it come from and why was it in my backpack? I picked it up with utmost care, as if it could bite off my finger at any moment. It was just a carnival mask with a frozen spit on the inside. Still, something felt wrong about it. Something was written inside it, underneath the layers of old newspapers. I could hear 1,000 of tiny bodies rustling in the trembling fur. Something was trying to chew its way out. What the heck? Magus!
Готов, Тоха?
You ready, Toha? Ronka's voice pulled me out of my nightmarish delusion, and I threw the mask away in horror. Somewhere I won't be able to see it anymore. My innards were twisted from disgust, but I stood up trying not to show it. Whether those maggots were real, or just one of my delusions, I didn't care. All of this was too much for a single day. I wanted to get home as soon as possible.
Ладно, пацаны, мне пора уже.
Right, guys, I need to go.
До свидания.
See ya. Held out my hand towards the two silhouettes to say goodbye. A couple of dark, thin lines traveled in front of me. They stood without moving, as if studying me.
С кедрами закорешиться решил.
He decided to body with a cedar?
Мы здесь
Cedar,
вообще-то.
actually, Cedar Park. If over here, I realized that Ромka's voice was coming from behind and turned around and burst.
Деревья хреновые кенты.
These make for shit buddies.
Ты не ссы. Мы тебя до дома доведем, а то ты как слепой котенок.
Relax, we'll escort you home. You're as blind as a newborn kitten.
Так здесь живем и сгниешь.
Without us, you'll end up dead around here. Cigarette butt hit against a stump with a flurry of sparks and started sizzling in the snow near my feet. voice let out a strange laugh and took me by the arms. So what was better? To wear the mask or not? Because, okay, we saw Lisa and Lisa, but so what? When we were leaving the clearing, I turned around in hopes to see Lisa. Or at least some orange dots. What if... But I only saw rumbling tractors that was creeping out from the corner. Tractor driver can actually kill children. Well, so far we know only about one missing child. It's possible. We were going alongside a still fire road in silence. The silence felt oppressed, coupled with my lack of vision, so I spoke.
А почему тебя Бяша зовут?
Why do they call you Biasha?
А,
The Buryat kids just smirkled in reply. Is Buryat? Okay.
Потому что я волк в овечьей шкурине.
Because I'm wolf in a sheep's clothing. What? What do you mean by this?
Брешешь.
Bullshit.
Пургу гнать, это он умеет.
Hanging around is what he does best. And hello, elegant weapon. Thank you for the raid.
А звать его так, потому что блеет как овца.
He's got his nickname because he plays like a sheep. So he's a sheep here. It was big and sheep and this one.
Все после того, как из черного гаража живым выбрался.
It started after he returned alive from the black garage? Black garage? What the heck is this? Biasha's face contorted at those words. I could see it even through the veil of blackness. I don't know actually. What the choice did? We actually now have some progress in the plot. But the other choice? I'll definitely need to replay it and check all the choices. He swayed and started mumbling something unintelligible.
Видишь?
See?
С ним так всегда, как об этой херне заговоришь.
Happens every time someone brings it up.
Ты сейчас о чем?
What are you talking about?
Ты серьезно про эту страшилку не знаешь?
Do you really not hear that horror story?
На черной улице,
On one pitch black street,
в черной подворотне,
in a pitch black alleyway,
стоит черный гараж.
there's a pitch black garage.
И он знает о тебе все.
It knows everything about you. What the heck is going on?
Где ты живешь, что любишь, с кем дружишь.
Where you live? What you like? Who are your friends?
Наверняка слышал о пропавших детях.
I'm sure you heard about the missing kids, so they have several kids, not just one.
Это тут не первый год происходит.
This has been going on for a while here.
Все местные знают, кто здесь замешан.
The local folk know who's behind all that who.
Даже взрослые.
Even the adults.
Вообще, везет тебе? Ты вон в лесу, считай, живешь.
You got lucky. You live right on the edge of the forest.
Он к тебе так просто не сунется.
This thing would come there without a good reason.
Тупо сечет, что среди деревьев будет выделяться.
It knows that it looked too foreign among the trees.
А у нас эта хрень может где угодно поджидать. Иногда в конце переулка или возле дома.
So it's definitely not these animals. Well, in our era, this piece of crap can hide anywhere, be at the end of the alleyway or near your house.
А еще
Also,
идешь такой себе ночью, и тут раз!
you'll be just going somewhere at night and bam?
Он стоит, где совсем недавно пусто было.
Is it about this man? We saw several times. You see it in some place that was empty just a while ago.
Дверь открыта, внутри мрак.
Oh, you mean about the garage? It's door open, pitch dark inside.
И тут как?
And then... Biasha pulled his cape over his head and started howling on a high trembling note, trying to silence Romka.
Ладно, проехали.
Fine, forget it. I was trying to process Romka's story, but I couldn't figure out what to think of it. During the short time I've been in this snow-laden village, I realized one thing. A lot of people here had some sort of experience with something they couldn't explain. I look at Biasha, who was speed-puttering to the side.
Тоха, а вот скажи, нахрена вы-то сюда переехали?
Tell me, Toha, why the hell did you move here? I heard a deep sigh while looking at my feet. Somewhere down below the tips of my boots scooped up fog. I spoke words that are recited countless times.
У отца тут новая работа.
It has a new job here.
И мама в поселке раньше жила.
And my mom used to live here
Давно еще при Союзе.
back in the Soviet days.
Здесь же нечего делать, только гнить.
Just nothing to do here but rot away.
Ну или как Бяша, по лесам шастать.
Oh, well, like Biasha here wander around the forest, so he's wandering around the forest. So safe in the forest, right? Biasha fearfully showed his face from under his hood, like a snail growing out of its shell, and listened in.
Он у нас турист.
He's a camper, see?
Летом целую неделю в палатке жил.
Spent a whole week in a tent last summer.
Здесь, рядом.
Here, nearby.
Прикинь?
Cool shit, right? But actually, he didn't say shit, but okay.
Хотя от мамки его звезданутый я бы сам в лес сбежал.
I mean, with a crazy old woman like his mom, I'd also flee to the forest. We kept on going, but it felt like it was the forest was sliding by. Pines were the black keys, and the space between them, the white ones. The thicket was playing its old creaky melody, the melody of roots, rare caves, and forgotten tiger skates. Snowflakes flew around, creating a disturbing illusion that somebody was wandering the forest. Somebody tall and noticeable, ready to camouflage as a tree or a snow pile. And then, when nobody paid attention anymore, they just continued moving along the road. But it was just a trick of the light. There was no one there. At least, I wanted to think that. Seriously, it will be midnight very soon. Rohan suddenly stopped and said,
Слышите?
Heard that?
В лесу кто-то бродит походу.
Someone is snooping around the forest. The skin under my clothes started itching. The stomach started aching. We looked the way Romka was pounding.
Высоченный, причем с нашей скоростью идет.
Really tall, matching our speed. There were no tall silhouettes behind the mass of pines. Just shadows creeping in the semi-dark, but you cannot see actually. Slow shadows. Fast shadows. Hungry shadows. The snow that fell silently from the branch made me shiver and bite in my lip. As if something huge lifted off the tree and flew away. Maybe even toward us? Romka picked up a pine cone from the ground and threw it into the thicket.
Эй!
Hey! His shout ricocheted as if it hit a tiny spring drum. The echo mocked Romka. The silence reigned again.
Кто-нибудь видел?
Did you see that? I shook my head. The only thing I could see were the vertical strokes of trees, the darkness, the snow, and the hazy silhouettes of my companions. I remember the raw texture of trunks, the spongy leech, and the icy beads of the bottoms of the ravines.
Пойдемте скорее, а то вечереет.
Let's move faster, the sun is setting. Isn't it already dark? I was again grabbed by the elbows and dragged along towards the forest, toward the pointy spurs of branches. The sun had finally sunk behind the green peaks. The darkness, spread its shoulders and started spreading like smoke. It started snowing, thick, sticky flakes, white flies, following the scent of dead meat. My vision had become a small island, awashed by dark waters. I was grasped by the same worrying feeling I had in the morning. I felt that somewhere far away, at the edge of comprehension, I had a very calm and silent flute playing. The sun was fragile, like ice all immersed above the dormant waters of bottomless lake. I scrubbed inside of my ear with my finger to get rid of that auditory hallucination. The forest was silent. I imagined a child walking at night under the watchful eyes of pines.
А вы знали Вову Матюхина?
Did you know Vova Matyukhin?
Мальчика, который пропал недавно.
The boy who went missing recently?
А разве мы не его ищем, сладкий?
Weren't we looking for him, sweetie? Oh, how did you happen here? How? And shuddered and stopped, staring at the person who was guiding me. When did they switch? Это Lisa in her unchanging fox mask. The girl was gently holding my elbow.
Что ты здесь?
Why are you?
А ведь я тебя потерял.
I lost sight of you.
Потерял, потому что зазевался.
You did, because you were careless. Squinting in suspicion.
И давно ты за нами идешь?
How long were you following us?
Что значит давно? Я всегда была рядом.
What do you mean, how long? I was always by your side. It was her illusion, what?
Да и за кем? За вами.
Who? Us? Stunned, I looked around, but couldn't find Roma or Biasha. And then I felt her cold finger on my wrist.
Пойдем же.
Let's go.
Мы собирались искать Вову.
We're going to look for Vova? By the way, very nice travel. Without a chance to catch my breath, she started dragging me along through the forest. I was enveloped by the smell of tangerines, coffee, and firecrackers. I felt like I was a small kid again, being led into the unknown. I saw the dark silhouettes of trees ahead. The bushed hedgehogs were waiting, showing us their spikes. Something rectangular appeared in our way like a small box. I became petrified. I touched the edge of my eye, pulling back the eyelids, as if I was trying to correct my vision. Wait a second, he will be able to watch without glasses? Garage? Garage made of metal rose up right from the windfall. Well, Volo definitely would be inside. But how can we do it without glasses? It was big, no, huge, impossible to move without special equipment. Its walls were painted black, even blacker than the darkness around us. The fox sniffed around, and it seems like your mask twisted in disgust.
Это здесь.
This is the place. The worried voice of my companion scared me even more than this horrifying metal box. Will we be able to save him in this episode?
Здесь?
Yeah?
Я слышу его запах.
I can smell him.
Может, Вова играет с нами в прятки, и он решил спрятаться.
She's not aware about this garage? Anyway, I mean, she doesn't know that it's dangerous. Maybe Vova is playing hide and seek with us and he decided to hide.
Внутри.
Inside? I felt like I saw smoke from tentacles that split off the garage, searching for something in the vaulted sleeves. Its tentacles slithered along the snowy blanket, getting close to our feet. And there was a scary screeching sound coming from the other side of the huge black metal gates. Somebody or something definitely waited for us inside. Knock? You can only knock? There's no other choice. Knock. I thought that my nervous movements were similar to that of a marionette dangling in the hands of a puppeteer. I stepped toward the garage, holding my breath. Tell me, why is the best plot twists only from Japanese and Russian authors, and never from anyone else? And gave the sheet metal door a small knock with my knuckles. And then jumped back. For a moment, it seems like someone growled in pain inside the metal walls. I heard plastic metal hooks jingle on thick metal chains, awakening someone huge who crawled to open the black gates. Nothing happened. My heart was racing. Why are you hiding back? Still nothing. Knock, knock. I hesitated to turn my back to the and what the heck? I I was not able to read it, and it was super loud. Let me check the backlog. I said to turn my back to the garage, so I took a couple of slow steps back, unable to tear my eyes off the stench. Uzin's crevice, and was about to call Alisa when? Run! I had a big scared voice resound in my head. Stumbling all over the place, I still rushed into the night that was swimming with shadows. I ran behind the crooked trunk of pine, sure that Alisa was by my side. But after a moment had passed, I realized that the girl was nowhere to be found. The forest was mumbling its ancient chants, squeaking, ticking, rustling. I froze. I didn't know how much time had passed before I realized that I was standing in complete darkness in a circle of trees that were shooting up their trunks high into the sky. Everything around me moved, trembled. My ears went numb from all the rustling. The treetops melted into the darkness of the cosmos. The bushes became empty cells whose occupants were suddenly set free. One second. Feel like a cloud funk could fly out of the darkness into my stunned face at any moment. I heard a scream somewhere far away.
Anton!
Anton? Someone's looking for me, just like that boy who went missing. There stung my eyes. A big drop fell from my lashes.
Anton!
The scream was closer now, and for a moment I even believed that I was about to be saved.
Я здесь!
I'm here. It's a bunny, but we know that bunny are ourselves, so should we care about this? One of the trees moved. It wasn't Romka, nor was it Besha. An adult, tall with long arms. Many shadows that looked like dogs snuck around behind his back, but those beasts were much larger than Julka. Why so loud? Can you change the sound? The forest was dark. No longer it hid its face behind the fake masks. I stood still like a deer pierced by the lights of an incoming truck, and the beasts all stared at me. In this semi-dark, without my glasses, I could see very little, but it was still more than enough for me to freeze in terror. A foul smell of animal piss and wet fur enveloped the clearing when the creepy procession with a giant at its head moved toward me. My legs gave way because of fear, and I fell to my knees, into the snow. It looked like I was praying to that figure, to the trees, to the darkness. Krampus, is it you? I didn't dare lift my eyes, so when he got closer, showing me with his stench, for a moment I thought that his legs were covered in grey fur. I shut my eyes so tight that red circles started dancing on the inside of my eyelids. I don't want to look, but I could still hear everything. His breath was akin to sandpaper that was scratching at my ears. His voice was deep, hoarse. No, it wasn't a voice, a roar. I fished my grandma's chant out of the pool of my memory.
Мертвый к мертвым, живой к живому, мертвый к...
Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. It's definitely Krampus. I got his stage and roaring in reply. Words could never protect against claws and fangs. I was helpless. He has no claws and fangs. And then I heard a familiar sweet voice nearby.
Ну же, скорей! Попробуй его на вкус!
Come on, do it. Get a taste of him.
Не надо!
No. Something hot slid across my throat, like a meteor sticky rope. Someone's tongue.
Я же говорила, хозяин!
I told you, master.
Это наш зайчик.
He's our buddy. He's actually not saying that he must eat us. Just make sure that he is one of them, that's for sure.
Позаботься о нем.
Please take good care of him. And I believe this, he's one of them. He's not human. On the narrow embrasures of barely lifted eyelids covered by my trembling fingers, I watched a horrifying silhouette tower over me. was taken in the smell of canals, compost pits and moss, and garage it's totally different plot, it's not related to them. In front of me stood a scary horned beast with the presence of a monarch. His posture told me of his electrifying nobleness. His horns supported the clouds, and his popped out leucomas pierced my ready-to-pop eyes with a thorny stare. His hands were full of gifts. Candy fell to the snow, sparkling with its fancy wrappers, cereal packs of chocolate bars, and a chupa chups sticking out from a snow pile with its plastic stick. For you? Snickers, Mars, Bounty, look at this picnic. Candy rained at my feet. A doll fell nearby and then it started raining toys, a spinning top, a teddy bear with torn-up nose, red-headed Carlson without a propeller, a tin toy soldier with a flag, firefighter truck, and a crop duster plane. The toys went covered in blood, but my imagination was painting them with red spots and crimson licks all on its own. The horned shadow of the beast moved over the treasures that once belonged to unknown kids. Take! Hairy hands reached into surrounding darkness, took out a mangy bunny mask that was haunting me. So he's wearing it now! But there was a spit on it. I decided not to put it on because of the spit, and forcefully pulled it over my face. Body. Shadows of beasts around us slowly and gracefully stood up on their rear legs. But what about your vision? No? Will not be fixed? It's kinda sad. And then light hit my face, shattering the monster's figure in two. I put up my hand to protect myself. Flashlight's ray slid down.
Антон! Вот ты где.
There you are.
Ты совсем сдурел?
Are you out of your mind?
Это вообще как понимать?
What is this all about? I was staring at my dad, completely stunned, in the space where the monster was just a moment ago. Clement was enveloped in darkness again. Well, I'm more than sure that at the end we figured out that he was adopted. That's why he's not human. But I could still barely make out the outlines of toys and candy in the snow. And I'm sure if I was brave enough to get close to the bushes, I'll find animal prints there. But what about the garage? Cat got your tongue?
Одноклассники твои к нам пришли.
Your classmates came to us.
Сказали, ты сбежал от них в лес, в самую чащу и...
They said that you ran away from them deep into the forest and...
Что это за дрянь ты напялил?
What the hell are you wearing? I pulled the mask down from my sweaty face and threw it into the heap of toys. Branches cracked in the distance. I braced myself into my father's chest, engulfed my fur, and he started looking around, alerted, and spoke in a tone of voice that was much more nervous.
Так, пойдем отсюда скорее.
Okay, let's get out of here.
Мать узнает, такой нагоняй нам устроит, мало не покажется.
If your mother learns of this, she'll be so mad at us that we'll never forget this day. I reached out for my father, still feeling the chilling embers of fur. I grabbed his firm hand, felt his quick pulse with my fingertips, and stood up and wobbled a little long behind my father, following his barely discernible footprints. Back to civilization, back to light, back to the road where my dad parked his car.
Чтобы дома ни слова, ясно?
And not a word about this at home, got it?
Ни единого намека, где я тебя нашел.
Don't even hint at where I found you.
Да, пап.
Alright, Dad. He was holding my hand as if it was the most precious thing in the world and kept telling me how afraid he is to lose me or honor. But it wasn't that stinky like an animal tongue fur. His fur was a noble, crystal clear diamond. Just nodded in reply, and I just nodded in reply and kept moving my feet. I think it will conclude this chapter. And then I heard a familiar voice coming from behind me.
Помни,
Remember?
пока ты со мной, никто Никто тебя здесь не тронет.
As long as you're with me, nobody will lay a finger on you here. I agree. Why should I disagree? The car sped towards our house. Well, we are now familiar with others, so they should not kill us as well. Garage? You didn't see it, or what? Well, Vova might be already dead, who knows. I pressed my cheek against the window and saw a short building among the trees, a shack darker than night. And how Bashka escaped it? The garage that was hidden inside the thicket, a crypt made of metal. It almost felt like it was following us. A moment passed and the building disappeared around the corner. I gulped down my dollar. Well, in this case I think I will simply unlock every single achievement in this game. Because there's no guides or whatsoever to know how many endings for each chapter here, because choices were simply different, so it could end differently. And how do we connect those chapters? So many questions. And the white snowflakes just kept dancing in the starry sky. So looks like I need to separate saves files. It's all already. I want to sleep. Look what the cat dragged in. Mom was going down the stairs, piercing that with your trademark glare. Your face showed something between rays and condensation. Suddenly, your gaze shifted to me and stayed for a dangerous long time.
Так, я не поняла. Антон, а где очки? Потерял?
Hey, what's this? Where are your glasses, Anton? Did you lose them?
Да в школе поди забыл, простофиля.
Stan probably just forgot them at school. Don't tell him the truth, I don't understand. Venomous pulse followed.
Весь в тебя.
He's your son, alright? Dad glared at Mom and then mischievously winked at me, reminded me of our deal.
Ну ничего, есть же запасные. Проживем как-нибудь.
Well, we have spare glasses, so we'll manage somehow. My parents stood in silence a bit longer, and then both of them went to mind their own business. Hola threw herself into my arms before I could even take off my coat.
А я лису видела!
I saw a fox. The real one? Surprised again to a shotgun blast. I could only flap my lips in reply. A cup shattered into many little pieces with a loud thud. My mouth let it fall from her hands. Her face was pale and her eyes were glued to the ground. This pause, just a split second, felt like an eternity. Then my mouth spoke with disappointment. First it was an owl, now it's a fox. You'll ever get tired of this? By the way, they live in the middle of the forest. You can see owls, you can see fox, what's the problem with you?
Правда,
like
правда.
they know something. By the way, it's possible. But it's true.
Такая пушистая!
She was so fluffy, so it was the real one.
Она у забора стояла на задних лапах, совсем как человек.
She stood on her back legs near the hedge, just like a person.
Она меня позвала, а тут мама вышла, и лиса убежала.
The fox called my name, but then Mom came and she fled.
Не было там никакой лисы.
There was no fox.
Не выдумывай.
Stop making things up.
Не подходи к ней.
Don't go near her. If it was necessary, I was ready to shake my sister, as if she was a doll made of cloth.
Ты чего, Тоша?
What's wrong, Tosha?
Не подходи, слышишь?
Don't go, you heard me. But what if she's also another animal? Well, I think not. Mom entered the hallway and gave me a surprised look. I hesitated.
Ну, лиса ведь укусить может.
Well, a fox will bite you. Among fairy tales where foxes used to kidnap children. Imagine my Alisa, liberated, carnivores, running through the night forest with a dangling sack in your hands.
Это ж была не настоящая лиса.
It wasn't a real fox.
Расскажи ему, Оль.
Tell him, Oda.
Она на двух ногах ходила, а еще была в платье одета.
She stood on two legs and she wore a dress.
Только она была взаправду.
And she was real.
Видишь?
See? Mom showed us a tight smile as it was the only explanation needed. I also forced myself to smile. My smile was like a thin piece of soap right before it dissolves completely on your palm. But when I was left alone with my sister, I whispered,
Еще раз увидишь ее, беги.
"If you see her again, run." So it's okay for you to stay with the fox, but not for your sister. He's just jealous. Thoughts of the forest, beast, bombarded me like a rain of canteen toys. There was a hairy silhouette standing in front of me, towering over the treetops. Who was he? What happened in the forest? What happened to me? Shut my eyes and threw the vitamins in my mouth. I came to this music, but I can't recall where I heard it first. Gosh, I can't remember. Wash it then down with water. So it's vitamins? Or drugs? It might be using drugs. Please stop driving me mad, please. I barely managed to force myself to do homework, but those math problems just refused to be solved. Numbers in my notebook tumbled around and mixed in a whirling dance, sometimes running over the lines. My head became heavy from that pandemonium, and I almost dropped it into the chain of numbers. Come on, complete this chapter. We'll continue tomorrow. My eyelids felt like there were tiny weights tied to them, the type used in grocery stores. And right at the moment I surrendered and closed my notebook, the memories of my day started flashing before my eyes. I was in the middle of the stuffy school corridor. I could see the literature classroom from here, faces of dead classical writers on the portraits, the prim and regal pose of our homeroom teacher, Lilia Pavlovna. And around that corner was her daughter Katya, a snitch and a gossip eagerly waiting for me.
Эй, новенький, новенький.
Hey, transfer student.
Чего тебе, Кать?
What do you want, Katya? She got on her tiptoes and started swaying while hiding her hands behind her back, and then asked me, with a fake smile on her face.
Скажи, пожалуйста, а чего это тебя к нам перевели?
Can I ask you something? Why do you get transferred here? Might have told the truth about this to Polina, but Katya will sell it on the market for 3 kopeikas. It would be the same as printing all my thoughts and hanging them near Vova's picture for everyone to see. So reverted to an answer I knew by heart.
Это все из-за моих родителей.
It's all because of my parents. Wait a second. It's all about parents, but it's the truth. There's some other truth about it?
У папы тут новая работа, а мама... Мама...
He has no job, so they just transferred to live back in the old house. Dad has a new job here, and my mom... But Katya didn't even listen to me. Just rushed toward the perked up ears of her friends, whispered something while stealing glances at me and giggling.
Да-да, конечно.
Yeah, right.
Он нас тут совсем за дурачков держит.
He takes us all for fools.
Я вот слыхала, что это все из-за его отца.
I've heard it's all because of his father.
Он недавно кому-то крутому дорогу перешел, и теперь они всей своей семейкой в нашем захолустье скрываются.
Oh, I see. He crossed the road of some big shot, and now their family is hiding in our remote little village.
Неправда! Ты все врешь!
That's not true. You're lying.
А слышали, как он Бабурина просто так стукнул?
And did you hear how he hit Baburin out of the blue?
Это каким надо быть уродом, чтобы в первый же день так над одноклассником измываться?
What kind of wreck must you be to start bullying your classmates from day one?
Прекрати! Ты же знаешь, он первый начал!
Stop, you know he started.
И будто этого мало.
And if that wasn't enough.
Ходят слухи, что он спутался с ворюгами из шайки Ромки Пятифана.
There are rumors that he's hanging out with a delinquent from Romka Petifan's gang.
Ой, девочки, сумки проверяйте.
Be careful with your bags, girls.
Того и гляди, в гардеробе вещи начнут пропадать.
I wouldn't be surprised if things start disappearing from our wardrobe.
Будем знать. Это Петров с дружками постарался.
And we'll know who to blame, Petrov and his friends.
Да-да-да.
Yes, yes, yes.
Замолчи! Заткнись!
Shut up!
Ха! Вон как раскричался-то, будто ужаленный.
Look at him scream, as if something bit him.
А зрачки-то, зрачки какие широкие.
His pupils, look at how wide they are.
Опять чего доброго с катушек слетит и руки распускать начнет.
How he's won't go insane or resort to violence again.
Не зря же его мать с таблетками пичкает.
I mean, there must be a reason. His mom always feeds him those pills, right? Wait a second, which day is this? What's going on? I just stood there in confusion, trying in vain to understand how she found out about my medicine. And what scared me even more was the possibility that her nonsense had some truth mixed in.
Да-да.
Maybe it's his dream? Or trip? Yes, that's right.
Он такой же ненормальный, как и его сестрица.
He's as insane as his little sister.
Представляете, к этой сумасшедшей дурочке каждую ночь прилетает сова ростом с человека.
Okay, it's definitely a dream. Can you imagine that she says a human-sized owl visits her every night? That was just owl, not human-sized.
Только что-то ее никто из здоровых людей не видел.
But not a single healthy person has seen it.
А этот наивный простак ей верит.
And this simpleton believes her.
Нет, ну вы представляете?
Can you imagine that? And then I caught a single kind look from the smirking crowd.
Это правда, Антон?
Is it true, Anton?
Неужели действительно? Тебе не здоровится?
Are you really? Are you unwell?
Полина, послушай меня!
Polina, please listen to me.
Как же?
Yeah, right.
Не слушай этого болтуна, Полиночка.
Don't listen to this liar, Полиночка.
Ты еще не знаешь.
You don't even know.
Он тебя на другую променял. Не из нашей школы.
It's definitely now that he cheated on you with someone not from our school.
На Алису.
With Alisa. Polina slouched as if someone kicked her in the stomach and then burst out in tears and fell to the dirty floor, wailing and screaming. No. Who cares about Polina? Definitely not me. Why he, Anton? Why? I couldn't understand her reaction, but I still rushed to Polina's side before getting shot violently by Katya.
Убери от нее свои лапы, чудовище!
Get your paws off her, you monster! Rage was building up under the weight of my fur. It slowly rose from the cloudy mist. I felt my upper lip lift creep up, showing my teeth.
То, что твой отец бьет мать, еще не дает тебе права поднимать руку на девушку.
The fact that your father beats your mother doesn't give you the right to do the same to girls. Everyone's equal, what are you talking about? My fists became hammers. I couldn't unclench them. Gosh. Nobody can speak about my family like that. I came to my senses when I already lunged at the angry Katya.
Ага! Слетел-таки! Слетел!
You went nuts.
Спасите! Помогите! Петров с катушек слетел!
So funny. Can't stop. Petrov went completely insane. Help. At the same moment, the crowd around here became louder. It started whistling and roaring. And growling. The subtle silhouettes, again it's very loud, of my schoolmates became larger, wider as they shot upward towards the ceiling, turning to giant black forests, chicken full of toothy faces. I shoved to a tiny ball of fur and started shaking in fear before the might of Alcaradon trunks that belonged to either trees or humans. It was impossible to tell.
Вот ты и показал свое животное нутро.
So you finally show your animal nature. He's a bunny. Covered? Katya's face was twisted with jubilation and ecstasy. Anton! Oh gosh. Why her? She's a fox and you just human.
Чем она лучше меня?
What makes you better than me? What a strange question. Polina screamed while choking on her tears.
Он!
He's just
Животное!
an animal,
Чужак!
an outsider. But he's still living on this planet. A scarf lapping of wings came from the forest. He cannot be outsider while living on the same planet, in the same universe, in the same multiverse. A pair of giant white arrows descended somewhere from above, and I dug myself into them.
Пожалуйста!
Please? Wake up! I said it was a dream. I jumped up, almost falling out of bed. Apparently, I was thrashing around for hours on the sweat soaked sheets. What are you doing here? Ola's scream pulled me out, set me free from the tentacles of Pharaoh. Why is she under constraints again?
Антон! Пожалуйста!
Please?
Вставай! Вставай!
Wake up, wake up! It took my eyes a while to focus on the silhouettes near the window. Ola's voice was distant, my head was still ringing after the fight. Sounds got distorted, as if my ears were stuffed with cotton. My sister, as distressed as ever, just kept on repeating the same phrase.
Сова! Сова!
Oh,
Пожалуйста!
please.
Я боюсь!
Scared. Why are you scared? I don't understand, just animals. Your turns burned on my heart like boiling water, but I was almost thankful for the owl's appearance. Otherwise, this scared Ola wouldn't have woken me up.
Оля, я сейчас.
Wait a second, Ola.
Хочешь, я тебе Мурзилку почитаю?
Want me to read Murzilka for you? Well, it's definitely a journal, but let's read it. I saw it in Russian, monthly in Russian. I saw it died like many years ago. Monthly illustrated magazine for kids. It has been published since 1924. The magazine uses an unidentified yellow creature wearing a scarf and a red beret as its mascot. By the way, I got in library somewhere in 90s or maybe even 80s. Maybe early 90s. All the issues from the 1924, I remember this. The very first issues, they were very strange to read. And I believe now they can cost a lot, but libraries usually destroy the old journals, so maybe tons of $1 million just were destroyed. Like it usually happens with old comics from Marvels, etc. The magazine uses, yellow creature. Writes like Samuel Marshak and Agnia Bartok contributed to the magazine early in their careers.
Подожди.
Give me a second. Place my bare heels on the cold floor. Felt around for my glasses. Remembered Simeon, his underhanded act, and sighed.
Антон!
Why she's here?
Пожалуйста! Пожалуйста!
Please, please.
Посмотри!
Look. We don't need to look. We know that there's furry over here. How can an owl be furry? Anyway, she couldn't turn her eyes off the window, as it was a staring contest. I found the light switch with my hand. The lamp burned bright lights all over me. I got up. My vision fooled me, moving the window closer only to push it farther the next moment. My sister was just a blurry spot. I took a hesitant step forward.
Оль.
Оля?
Что там?
What's there?
Что-то случилось?
What happened?
Ты хочешь, чтобы я открыл шторы?
Do you want me to open the curtains?
Нет, не надо!
Please don't.
Там же сова!
The owl is there. The voice was coming from behind. It's in our room? Anyway, we are bunnies, so we should be careful. Owls eating bunnies, isn't it? Well, I turned around and froze from terror. Teary-eyed Ola stood in the doorway.
С кем?
Who?
С кем ты разговаривал,
Who were you talking to right now? It's moving. Start. You cannot see it, right? Of course. Let me turn off my camera. It's right here, behind the curtains. Wait a second. In the who actually woke us up? You? I'm not talking to anyone except you. She stared at me with eyes that were red from crying, with your hands wrapped around your shoulders. Your voice was nervous, as if she was afraid to hear my answer.
Я разговаривал с тобой.
Who's talking to you?
Притворился тобой.
To someone who pretended to be you. The ledge outside of my windows creaked ominously, as if someone huge was sitting on top of it. And the things that pretended to be order started spreading, changing shape, grow to scary heights under the light of Carval's moon. Please. I'm not sure why he's afraid of this. He's one of them. What's the problem? Come closer. Come here. The voice didn't belong to my sister anymore. Okay, so, he was woke out by the owl. I see. Things that was hiding behind my curtains got tired of pretending, making me look like a fool. I pinched myself as hard as I could, hoping that the silhouette near the window was just a continuation of my nightmare hallucination brought open by the cursed house. And those don't bite, do they? Silhouette was towering before me under the veil of mist. I heard Oya's shrill scream when someone had knocked on the window. Knock, knock.
Она пришла за нами!
It came to me, not to us. It came to get us. So all didn't care about. Okay, maybe she didn't know which child was the one, but now it knows. Another knock, I stepped back into the middle of the room, as if there existed nooks where I could hide from this horror. The sound was sharp, metallic. The lamp started shimmering, then it suddenly lighted the hall and went out like a candle under a strong wind. The filament inside it snapped with a ringing sound. What is filament? It's bulb, not filament. The darkness that was waiting for that exact moment poured from all the angles and enveloped me. There was only this window left in the whole universe. Moonlight poured through it, painting everything the color of bones that were exhumed from a crypt. Ollie started squealing and pressed herself into my back, seeking protection. And then an eye, burning with a careless fire, stared at us from the window. No, it wasn't trying to break the window, it was toying with us. Just kept on knocking during us met. Is it Morrison? And why it's so loud? As if a giant clock was measuring the time left for us, its pendulum swinging about the abyss. Why should it destroy the window? Obviously not. It came with peace, isn't it?
Уходи! Убирайся! Пошла прочь!
Go away and so on. She was screaming in desperation, her hands clutching my arm like a pair of pincers. Come closer. I could barely make out a pair of wings that spread out above the black spot.
Скажи ей, Антон!
Tell her, Anton, what?
Скажи, что я больше не буду себя плохо вести!
Tell it that I won't be a bad girl anymore.
Никогда!
Never ever?
Только пусть она уйдет!
Just wanted to leave.
Пожалуйста!
Please. The moonlight suddenly disappeared and the room descended into darkness. We couldn't see the burning eye anymore. I swallowed the stinging lump that was stuck in my throat. I stepped toward the curtains, entranced by the call of this disfigured ghost.
Не буду, не буду, не буду, не буду!
Ola was standing behind me, mumbling, I'll be good, I'll be good, I'll be good. The bleak window was creeping closer, curtains rustled. I reached out to move them aside so I could look my fare in the eye. At this moment, I heard noise coming from our parents' bedroom. Without thinking, I pulled the curtains to the side in one swing. Nothing! Though there was something shining on the ledge among the scattered feathers, but you had a spare glasses, isn't it? She brought the glasses! Why glasses? This game is not horror, see? Ones that Simeon took from me. How did they get there? Was that a gift from the early night? Did that all really bring them here? I look at the front yard, at the four-running clearing, at the toothy forest. Not a soul, not a trace of our late-night guest. Only the old lamppost, dimming like a lone watchman among the snowy desert. The dry window frame creaked. Throw away the insulating tape and the strips of glued newspapers. Let's see the glossary, but why do we need it? Well, plastic windows became widely accessible in Russia. In my old house, there's no plastic windows, and we are not using window insulation. There's no need for this. Wooden working better than plastic. Cracks and frames of wooden windows were filled with cotton or pieces of cloth and sealed with self-adhesive tape or strips of newspaper soaked in soapy water to conserve heat in winter. It's so warm in winter inside due to this. Oh yeah, they living in the house, but I know some people were doing in these apartments. That was stupid. There's no need for this. Okay, in the house, okay, I agree. Open the window with big trouble. Frost spin at me with its little needles. The paintings on my walls moved from the draft. Touched my glasses, sure they would melt in my hands, but they were real. My brain was scrambling for an explanation. Simeon his gun just pulled a prank on me. That was it. That's it. A smooth white blanket was glittering under the street lamp just outside our yard. If anybody was to get close to the house, to climb the pipe to the ledge of my window, they would surely leave footprints. But there were none. All footprints they have. Cautiously took my glasses. My wrist was still intact. Nobody pulled me into the darkness, full of restless rattling.
Вы почему не спите?
Why aren't you in bed? I swear from surprise and almost fell out of the window.
Совсем сдурели?
You out of your mind?
Жарко, что ли?
Did it feel hot in here?
Не болели давно?
Do you want to catch a cold? You can get a cold from a virus, not from freeze temperature.
Там сова была! Тоша ее прогнал!
They're always here. Tosha chased it away. No, I'm not.
А ну-ка марш спать к себе в комнату!
Go to your room immediately and get in your bed.
А с тобой?
And you... Mom paused, directing her seething eyes at me. She was thinking of punishment equivalent to my crime. Crime? In the end, she just waved her hand, took Oля by the shoulder and left, throwing gloomy words my way.
Завтра поговорим.
We'll talk tomorrow. I managed to get the frame back in place with a couple of hits. Press it in the latches with all the stange my fingers could master, and it's 1 AM almost. Oh gosh. I can't stop playing this. The cold left the room, but the fear was still present. I placed my glasses on my nose and started studying my reflection in the window. In this case, what happened to this pig? Simeon, right? It didn't look like a face, more like a death mask. Just like the one worn by the boy from the notice board. That night I was on the edge of joining him there. A black and white face was staring at me. Ah, so they actually kidnapped this one? Staring at me through the clearing between standing heads. Or maybe he was getting by this garage? Anyway, I trust Alisa that she tried to help us find Vova, and that's why she brings us to this garage. It's not related to anything else. But what happened to him? Maybe it's a different case. And it wasn't Wowa, his face was right beside it. Recognized the fat cheeks, the damaged skin. Semyon Baburin, 7 years old, grade 6B. He left for school in the morning of January 16th and never returned. Ah, he disappeared later? Because it was at the beginning of January when it started. So several weeks passed. Because he didn't return. No, it's not related to these animals, I think. He was captured by this garage. Or maybe some real man that we saw several times. If we saw him and he disappeared when we look at him, it's definitely him, isn't it? Alright, he's... You don't know he's tall? Okay, 155, 60 centimeters tall, chubby brown hair and grey eyes, was wearing a dark brown sheepskin coat, a orange scarf, a black mean hat and Alaskan boots. Please call these numbers if you have any information. Alright, Semyon. Baburin's photo was printed out and placed under the glass, like an exhibition piece. The end of chapter 2, right? True Detective 2. On ends, the wolf's grey fur will stand. Sadly that this game is unfinished. We must wait like 2 years before they finish it. Let me save here. Also want to check out the outcomes. He's the one who hated Baburin. They think it was me who killed him or what? Okay, let me save. I definitely start after this next time a new game, skip all the text to check out the outcomes because maybe it doesn't matter what we'll select, the end will be the same, but anyway. What I selected right now, I think it was right, except what would happen if I wear this mask? Would become a bunny immediately and kill them all 3 of them? Who knows, but it is kinda interesting. Alright, I believe that's all for today. This game is very interesting. How did I miss it? I didn't know anything about it. It's very small advertising. Alright, who is still online? Everyone who is online. Playing online games. Gosh. There's no choice at all. Oh, so there's no choice? We should select no show name? Okay. Why not? Wait a second, I have another person who I was following. Well, we decided this one, so why should I change? Mutualanium. Right. I believe that's it. Let's see. Yeah, this channel. Yeah, very good game. Well, anyway, was not in chat, but still thank you him very much for recommendation for this game. I was playing X-Files. What? Who is Killgirl? You mean another channel or what? I didn't see your... But he has like 200 years, 139. So it's kinda useless to rate somebody with so many years, isn't it? Anyway, next time I will rate him. It's kinda too late right now. I will follow his channel. I believe. Maybe not. Anyway, I'll check it later. See you next time. Thank you for stopping by, Orange Cat, Elegant Weapon, Team in the North, and other people who were here. See you next time. Bye. I think I will continue this game tomorrow. Why not? Actually, 1 episode left, and I will check other bosses. so it will be done tomorrow. Still, there's 2 more episodes that will be released someday. We'll be waiting for them. See you next time. Bye.